Wait. Man. Y'all were so close. Y'all almost had that, guys. Almost so close. Oh, almost proud of you guys. What? No! I see how it is. Oh, yeah, of course. How can we not start our morning off with this chat? Holy shit. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the vtuber view. Another day, another SINDER conversation. We have even more to discuss today, guys. Going through the document in a very, very big update.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg. Why won't you die? Can't hurt me, Jack.
The SINDER doc view. It kind of feels that way. That is right, guys. We did get a little update. SINDER is... okay, I guess I'm not looking at us. Never mind. I'm covering my face in this one. Yeah, so I gotta tell you guys, SINDER is officially... She's coming back later today, actually. So we are going to discuss that. Go through the document. I have a feeling, guys, we are not going to finish today. We're probably going to finish tomorrow, which means we will have spent a total of 5 days on this document. Absolutely crazy. Why the hell is SINDER returning? Has she not done enough damage? So we were going to talk about that here for just a moment right at the start. Purely because I want to hear your thoughts. As always, I love to hear your guys' thoughts and opinions. And then, of course, we'll continue diving into the document. Like I said, I don't think that we are going to finish getting through it today. We're pretty close. We're getting there, chat. But, oh, she's been streamed for 5 months, BG. Yeah, she's been around for a while. Question, when you make a plush to be updated look, I will go take her. Don't worry. I will let you know. However, if you want to, and I'm sure my mods would mind pinning this as well, I do have brand new merch available right now. You can actually go and check that out right here at the link on vtuber.com. There is all my new merch. It's only available till November 1st for pre-sale, so please nab it up while you can, guys. Nab it up. 5 days to find the Da Vinci Code within the SINDER document. I mean, I don't think there's a Da Vinci Code, right? But for the point that she brings something legitimate, I think it's way too long, and I hope her and Red can take the time and advice to heart. I mean, I hope so as well. Yes, Chips, they did. They just added the watch streaks to all streams now, so pretty cool. Good morning, guys. How are you guys? What's up, the mask? I got a new mask now, DJ. You don't like my mask? Well, why are you giving me thumbs down? You don't like my mask? You're a hater. This is my armor mask. How dare you? Somebody, I don't know, punch DJ digitally. I don't know. No, don't do that. That's not actually nice. Yeah, and the damn push notice can be turned off. Oh, that's lame.
If you and Elara were given one wish, what would you wish for?
Yeah, what would you wish for?
Maester 2021, that's a tough one. I'd wish for chat to suddenly become ocean experts. Imagine the chaos. What about you? Also, Booba.
Why do they need to become ocean experts? What the fuck, you lie? That doesn't even make sense. What even? Did SINDER isn't return back, but okay. Yeah, I didn't expect it so soon either. And I do have a little bit of stuff I want to share with you about the timing of her coming back. I know that this is going to be another full stream, guys. I don't think that we should dilly-dally, so if y'all are okay with it, I would like to hop straight in if y'all are okay with that. Does that sound good to you? you can just type me a 1 in chat. Let me know. Y'all are good with that? I would really, really love to hop just straight in, guys, because there's quite a lot to cover. I could just die too, you know. I mean, that works out. That works. Yeah, just flame me across the screen. It's fine. It's fine. So, chat. We are going to continue to go through the document. I want to tell you, most of the sections we're on are short, except the section with the breakdown in Spite in Silvervale. These are longer sections. So, I would say the Shiloh section in this section is pretty short. Just kind of judging at the pace that we've been going. We haven't been really flying through it. So, but yeah, just had to move to the next presentation room. Exactly. Just yeet me across the room, guys. Just yeet me. It'll be fine. I'll make it. But, what I do want to discuss with you all today, as I bring up my stuff, is kind of some recent updates here with SINDER, guys. So we do have some new updates. I'm going to bring out my notes really quick. Which you've been doing a good job. Thank you for all of your discussion as well. You've helped me keep notes throughout all of my stuff too. So, what I do want to discuss with you all is some new information that came up last night. Thank you so much. I'm glad you like it, folks. Thank you. So guys, SINDER announcing High Power Pups. I'll be streaming tomorrow at 4 p.m. EST. I hope to see you there. This is obviously, she means today, right? Because as opposed to last night. This is a huge, huge development within the entirety of the SINDER drama. Let's just say drama. The SINDER, I have another word for it. But SINDER is coming back today, guys, at 4 p.m. EST. So, now obviously, I do want to take a look here at the Hero Discord announcement, because this was a very, very important chat, very, very important. So, let's take a read here. So SINDER says, hi, Pyro Pups. I'll be streaming tomorrow, Wednesday, October 15th at 3 p.m., aka 4 p.m. EST. I hope to see you there. But I was wondering, I won't be talking about anything that happened in the past. I mean, I don't doubt that, right? I'd like to move on for mine and everybody else's sake and try to just have a normal stream, so I'd appreciate your understanding. I want to clarify something else, too. Ben will continue helping and supporting me as a mob, but he is no longer acting as my manager or communicating for me. Yes! Yes! Finally, yes! This is like the biggest point for me. Getting rid of Reb as a fucking manager. This was one of the best choices he absolutely could have made in spite of everything. So, I applaud that decision. Holy shit. I have a new management team that'll be advising me going forward. That is a great decision. I'd also like to repeat here that I do not condone the harassment you want to never have. Please leave people alone. The mods have been directed to take action against those who did that against my wishes. Thank you. So here's what I want to talk about. I want to get your opinion, chat. And I want to state a few things for all of you really quick before we continue diving in the document. So, number one, you know what SINDER did is not on the level of Shino or Falter or, you know, like a Doxer or a PDF or something like that, right? She was a very shitty person. She lied about stuff to her friends. And that is what she's guilty of, right, chat? Now, some people will draw the line right there. They'll say, yep, you know, I don't like lying. I mean, for me, chat, I think that that's wrong. I think that you lying to everybody, lying in your apology, etc. For me, that just crosses a personal boundary for me that I would not want to support you. However, chat, if you want to support SINDER or whoever, right? If you're looking at the situation and you say, I want to still support SINDER, that is, I want you to listen to what I'm going to tell you, okay, chat? If you want to keep supporting SINDER, that is your prerogative and it is your choice. I will not judge you if you want to continue to support SINDER. Do I personally want to support SINDER now? No, I don't want to. I didn't really support her to begin with anyway, right? But, you know, in light of everything, I don't want to support her. But if you want to support her, chat, I'm not going to hold that against you. It's your choice and it's your prerogative. I will not judge you. I will not call you a horrible person. I won't come after you. I think that you should consider all the information that is out there, right? That's out there, right? You should consider all the information and come to your own decision. It's gonna be different for everybody. Again, I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'll tell you my opinion, and that is it, chat. So you do what you think is best when it comes to Cinder. But what I do want to address here is a bit of speculation I've seen going around, right, chat? A bit of tinfoil hat. So as long as she doesn't make any more docs and just sticks to her content power pups, I'm all for it. Sure, and that's totally fine. I mean, I think that her coming back this early was the wrong choice, but you know, whatever. She's gonna do what she wants. That's it. Again, you do not have to support it if you don't want to. But what I do want to point out, chap, oh, absolutely. What I do want to point out, a little bit conspiracy theory, a little bit of tinfoil hat, is the timing of her coming back. So I'm gonna ask you all a question, chat, if you haven't already put this together. What is going on this weekend, chat? What is happening this weekend? In the world of content creation, what is going on in content creator world? TwitchCon, that is right. So a little bit of tinfoil hat here, a little bit speculation, but a lot of people are going, scratching their heads. You're coming back on the Wednesday that everybody is probably traveling to TwitchCon. Kind of interesting. The timing, it's a little sus, chat. But what I will say is that I'm personally not gonna assume the worst on this. It might just be what it is. There's no proof. But the timing, admittedly, I think it is worth pointing out. Even though it is speculation, it is, it's a little sus, you know what I mean? So, what do you guys think, though? Do you think that she timed this purposely or not? I mean, I would assume she probably timed it purposely, right? Kind of judging off the things they've seen, etc. But what do you guys think? Do you think that she did or she didn't? What's up, Amy? How are you? Good morning. So much hate here. What do you mean? It's very sus. I mean, again, you share your opinion, whatever. Yuri, I'm gonna make sure that I point out your comment here. So much hate here. That's just factually inaccurate, homie. We've been very bipartisan on this. Discussed all the things that have been wrong on both sides. So, I really urge you to think about what's being said and your perception on what is actually being spoken. If you think that there's only hate directed at Cinder here, I really just said, she's welcome to come back, right? Everybody deserves a second chance. So, I do enjoy good faith conversations as long as they're in good faith, right? So, well, she couldn't show her face at TwitchCon, right? No. She's not going to do IRL content probably for a long time. She's probably not going to be collaborating with a lot of people. She's probably going to be, staying in her own, lane for quite a while, right? This place is pretty welcoming to those that dislike and support her. This place is pretty welcoming to those that dislike and support her. Absolutely. I mean, look, again, I just said, I'm totally okay if you guys want to, support her still. I don't, but I'm not gonna judge you if you do, right? Again, the things that she did were really shitty. They were not good. She lied multiple times, but it is something she could come back from. Do I think it's too soon? Absolutely. I think it's way too soon, but that's my opinion. You asked me, 99% of all VTuber dramas can be solved through a mix of both private DMs and basic level communications. Absolutely. This should have been solved behind closed doors, but that's not what we got. The interesting just seeing where she plans to go with the moving forward. Not really guilty, not really innocent, just super stupid. Yeah, I think it mixes a lot with her immaturity and lack of just PR and business knowledge, right? You know what I mean? I think people can't handle when factually bad things are pointed out and call it hate. Like, well, if you lie, manipulate, and stalk people, that's pretty hated behavior. I mean, it's pretty, yeah, absolutely. Like, I will not follow you if you don't want to support her, You do what you're going to do. Those analysts, absolutely, Yuri. Absolutely. Maybe this is your first time tuning into coverage, but I do have a set of notes here. I've been keeping track of stuff, and absolutely, Nanolist is 100% guilty of stuff as well. But that does not take away from the things that she's guilty of. So let's make that clear. You both can be guilty at the same time, right? So I don't want to take away from her things that she did wrong. Both of them can exist simultaneously, right? I was talking to Ian about this last night actually, and I feel like people are very like, it has to be one or the other, right? Typically we always look for one person that's in the wrong, right? We always want to know, oh, what side's wrong, right? We want to know who we're supposed to hate, right? But the thing is that's not always the case, guys. Sometimes it's more nuanced than that, and in this case, it's definitely that way, right? Yep. I mean that's super duper fair. Something I would say that Bao was not guilty of anything, right? And what we're gonna get into today is discussing the stuff with Numi, stuff with Silvervale, etc. So. Yeah, so Arby's is getting sued. Good. So anyway, chat, here we go. Let's pick up where we left off in our talks yesterday in discussing V-Card and Numi's concert. So I think we will finish this all up by tomorrow. I agree, Coyote. I don't think she took enough time. To properly work on herself and do what she needed to do to come back 100%. But again, it's not our decision, right? She can come back if she wants to. He didn't do anything that was like, she's gonna be gone forever, right? She canceled herself, and I'll always stick to that process. She canceled herself. She decided that she didn't want to be around anymore, and she canceled herself with her actions, right? I will always stick to that thought process because it's absolutely true. Arby's is just gross. Needless mistakes and bad choices don't absolve Brandon Cinder their own. Yep. Yo, what's up, Zero? How are you? I feel like she needed at least a few more months. I feel like her and Red spend most of the time creating this document instead of actually stepping away and working on what they needed to, right? Because I feel like this document, like overall, besides the nano part was really good, right? The nano part was really good. As far as like revealing information about Nano, being the first one to bring up exclusivity, etc. I think the document as a whole does not do her any favors. So, especially Red. So, anyway, let's continue, guys. We're gonna dive right back into the document, because there's still a lot to cover. So, let's do it.
I messed up and hurt one of my friends, Numi. I agreed to be a part of her concert in NYC in February, but I let her down and cancelled my performance. Then when Guard's launch date was delayed to her concert weekend, I put business over my friendship when I chose to not even be there for her so I could be representing a company and streaming with Shy Lily, which I mistakenly planned on the same day. Although I did make it to Numi's show, I still made a decision that hurt her. All while preparing for her own concerts, Numi had been producing an original song for me since December. I was asking a lot of her when I wasn't doing the same in return. I made her feel more like a business partner than a friend.
I mean, I can't imagine anything going at 1,000 pages over something like this. It'd be properly productive, absolutely. There should have been a TLDR at the start, which is really, really sad. Yeah, her initial response in 99.9% of this document, it's just not helpful at all. Now, again, the nano part is helpful. I agree with the nano part being good. Shy insert that you were following. However, the rest of this document just, I think it makes Red look a lot worse. No, I will not be watching your stream, Rain. I don't support her. And again, I'll make it clear, if you want to support her, totally fine. In my book, I don't support her. I don't want to support her. To me, the straw that broke my camel's back was her lying in her apology. If you're gonna make an apology, make an actual apology. Don't lie about stuff, right? So for me, I'm good. I don't want to mess with people like that. I don't want to involve myself with people like that. And that's my prerogative, right? If you disagree, totally okay, right? Again, I'm not here to judge you. What you decide on how you want to support or not support Cinder. You do what you guys want, right? I'm here to find the truth and discuss stuff. And that's it. That's all I want to do. I'm not on either side. Again, I don't wish her any ill will. I hope that she improves and does better, and that's it. They do her stuff in her corner, and that's cool. She can do her stuff in her corner, and I'm gonna do my stuff in my corner, And that's fine. We can coexist apart from each other. I mean, not that I'm even the main character, so who am I to say that, right? They didn't even apologize. She only apologized to community even worse. I don't know why we're talking about Nano right now, Yuri. Let's keep it on topic. We've already talked about Nano. I encourage you to go check out the bots in the past couple days, because we did dive into that. So right now, today, chat, we're going to be talking about V-Card and Numi.
I messed up and hurt one of my friends, Numi. I agreed to be a pair, and Numi has always been
it's
an
really not even like a
friend, and I was
competition.
lucky to have her
Like,
care about
we know
me.
they fucked up.
She always motivated and inspired me, especially when it came to music. I was the one who was a bad friend. Her messages are only here for context. I'm sorry to her again for this whole situation. I caused .t of her concert in NYC in February, but I let her down and cancelled my performance. Then when Guard's launch date was delayed to her concert weekend, I put business over my friendship when I chose to not even be there for her so I could be representing the company and streaming with Shy Lily, which I mistakenly planned on the same day. Although I did make it to Numi's show, I still made a decision that hurt her. All while preparing for her own concerts, Numi had been producing an original song for me since December. I was asking a lot of her when I wasn't
doing the same in return. I made her feel like more like a business partner than a friend.
Numi has always been an incredible friend, and
I
was lucky to have her care about me.
I feel bad
for them. She always motivated and
I hope
inspired
that nobody
me,
harasses her
especially
life.
when it came to music. I was the one who was a bad friend. Her messages are only here for context. I'm sorry to her again for this whole situation
I feel
caused.
like this whole situation, like this whole part, is completely unneeded, right? Number one, she's leaking screenshots of Numi. Number two, you know, I know people are like, oh, you're a bad friend. I don't understand why this is included, because you were just a bad friend. Like, that's it. You fucked up, you made a mistake. We don't need a Google Doc key on this particular part, you know what I mean?
The timing
well,
of
I just
her
find it
return is
unnecessary.
definitely a bit suspicious. However, I
Sure,
think that
absolutely.
if she really does want to move on, if she genuinely does want to continue as a creator, I think she needs to be more transparent and open with her community.
And I think her community
like
needs to hold her accountable too.
And going
you know what I mean?
to therapy, because it seems to me like she still hasn't fully matured emotionally, and you don't get to just drop a novel and then say you want to move on.
Yep.
Put in the work and prove it. I think that's a fair call.
Actions will speak louder than words with her, but again, all we can do is wait. It is what probably she just decided to put out there, but she felt was relevant now. I mean, I'm gonna say it again. Not all information is relevant.
I didn't bring any of this up before
No,
because it wasn't something that involved anyone who had posted a document about me. I thought this was settled at the end of January, privately between Numi and I. Apparently I was expected to talk about it, and when I didn't, it was used against me. This situation was vaguely described to push the idea of my manipulation, avoidance of accountability, and sabotage of my friends. But none of that is true to what actually happened. It was caused by my own miscommunication, fears and anxieties, and misplaced priorities. So I want to go through the entire series of events, my thoughts, feelings, and decisions leading up to Card's launch, my collab with Shy Lily, and Numi's concert in New York City.
Alright, let's continue. What puts you under the impression that she was vindicated? You know what I mean? Like, I'm willing to hear out your thoughts, but make sure you back it up.
Everything is in chronological order, and all dates and times are in EST.
But that's
I've
with anybody,
censored any
you know?
private information or names of people who aren't directly involved. Dates and important messages within any screenshots are highlighted in yellow.
Alright, so there we go. So here we go, chat. We're going to be discussing the Numi section here. Cinder needs to learn from her mistakes. Maybe they're just some kid forgive her. I mean, I will say that her actually stepping away from Red is already a good decision. Yeah, really, really good decision. But let's be very clear here. Cinder is not vindicated at all. He shows a very unhealthy relationship in her obsession with Silvervale. She definitely shows that she was not a good friend. She also shows that she backstabbed people, and on top of that, she also showed that she lied in her apology, which again to me is extremely, extremely damning.
While messaging Red, Numi brought up her concert for the first time to either of us. She asked him to ask me if I'd want to perform or go to her NYC show, and Red told her to message me herself since she was my friend. We don't remember
Yeah, exactly,
if Red ever
Haitian. It's
asked
any big
me about
VTuber.
this at the time because Numi said she would later on. There was never a message to Numi from Red or I getting back to her about this question.
Just saying I read the whole dog doesn't support your position one way or another. I mean, I think that when you make an argument, right, you need to qualify or quantify your statement. She's no stepping away from Red. Red is still mod, cut him off completely. I mean, I agree with that, Danny, but at least she's taking a positive step, right? Remember, they have to balance their personal relationship too. I could see so on that, Donald. What do you mean? Red is more than likely going to be a VTuber public enemy number one for time. Oh, absolutely. I mean, he does not need to be professionally in the space at all. He's not obsessed with silverware. What does it say that in the Google Docs line? Multiple times by her actions. Yes, Kyler, there's multiple times where she constantly brings up Silvervale, the comparison, how she said that she was being compared to, and she made it a priority to make sure that she wouldn't be compared to by going forward with the exclusivity deal with Nano. So there's actually several parts where she mentions that she was being compared to Silvervale. But the thing is that that's on her to decide how she treated that, right? And the problem is she treated it in the worst way possible. She decided to treat Silvervale as an enemy just because of her own insecurities. And she says this multiple times, by the way, throughout the document, that she didn't want to be compared anymore. She didn't want to be compared, etc. Who asked me what my favorite pairing is? I told them Elara. That's it, just Elara.
I'm available as a manager. Call me chat.
So actually, counter question, Skylar. Where would you feel like in the Google Doc she proves she did not? Every VTuber gets compared to another and form another. Just happens. You got to shrug it off. Exactly, Dual Viper. Exactly. Because multiple times this happens, right? You're gonna get compared to other VTubers, right? It happens, unfortunately. But it's on you on how you deal with it, right? She said she looked up to Silvervale, and I think it was Silvervale was obsessed with Cinder. I mean, if you got some proof for that, we can discuss that, right? But she absolutely looked up to Silvervale, but just because Silvervale doesn't want to do anything with her doesn't mean that the way that Cinder continued to push things was right or correct. Yeah, I mean, again, I think we've already long decided and agreed as like a general consensus that Cinder's obsession with Silvervale was extremely unhealthy. Extremely unhealthy. If you disagree, well, I think the pattern is clearly there. But I'm open to a conversation if you can prove it otherwise. Numi, will only be good for sponsors, so what is stuff you and Cinder come up and it'd be better blank where they'd help with sponsors, and that's it. And again, if you feel differently, totally cool, right? I'm open for discussion, but I want to make sure that your discussion, where in the Google Doc, really gonna make me go find it. All right. Can you not search? Oh, that's so dumb. No, that's so dumb. Oh my god. No way. Yeah, let me try Control F. Nope. Oh, here we go. Okay, all right. Thank you. Here we go. Thank you. Oh my god. That's a lot of times. Let's get to the analyst part though. I mean, number one, see how many times where Silver Veil is mentioned in here, right? Go look for it in the docs. Tell me, wrong, you can't. No, absolutely I can. I'll find it. Give me a second. Red and I agreed we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand new model clients and to not make models outfits for Silver Veil anymore. So remember, they agreed specifically to not do this stuff with Silver Veil, right? I'm looking for the ones that aren't red, right? After this happened, I told Nano agreed she wouldn't work with Silver Veil at all anymore. We continue working on Nano and lots of projects like we've always done. We fully paid Nano for Nano's new model rigging, and she be sent a new demon figure. Okay. No, I know, but I mean, now I gotta prove what I say, right? Nano got tired of hearing about Silver Veil and didn't want to get involved in any more issues regarding her. You remember that, right? You remember that, right? You skip through to see she's... What? Yeah. Bro. Alright. There's a specific line I'm looking for, though. This is all repeated stuff. Repeat it again. I've already read through all of this stuff, you know what I mean?
Huh?
Nanolist, yeah. Yeah. I'm looking for one, particular line, that was, that we read, back on Monday, I think it was. Maybe I need to look up jealous instead. Maybe that would have been easier. No. It's in the Nano section. No, should have stuck with Silver Veil. Here's busy Silver Veil Stalker. Essentially. I mean, maybe not that far. Maybe not that far. She didn't need to agree to the terms of exclusivity deals. She didn't agree with Silver being included, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we already know that. Yeah, I think that may be too strong of a word, you know? Concept session with Silver. There were total of 3 major instances where Silver came up with Red's messages. Nano, 2 words in 2003, 3 another in 2025. The aftermath of this cases were the only 2 times Nano and I talked about her. My experience with Silver Veil's explained in her section of the document. So remember, multiple times, right? Red and her were in the agreement to go to Nano and cut her out of her part of the business, right? Just be like, hey, you know, don't work on stuff specifically with Silver Veil, right? Yo, thank you, Mikey. Unless the was in the Silver part, we've not gotten the Silver part. No, it was in the Nanolist part. Yeah, it was in the Nanolist part. I was never competitions or bound the same way I felt I was towards Silver Veil. So this is what I was looking for. She admits right here that she viewed Silver Veil's competition. Sorry, this is just what I was looking for. Sorry, it took me so long. I'm waiting for someone to say she's guilty or she's innocent. She's both. Yeah, I mean, everybody's guilty of different things. There's no... You're looking for a black and white breakdown, and that's never going to happen. I've already stated this multiple times. It's not black and white. You have to have a bit of nuance to discuss this situation, right? Do you realize it's possible for two things to be true at the same time? Yeah, it is. Nano was shitty, and so was Cinder. They were both just shitty, you know? Guilt to sim. Yeah, there's no right and wrong. Exactly. And she never said in competition, but what did she do? What after? It. I just told you, Skylar. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna answer you one more time, but I think you're not actually here to have a conversation. So, I'll state it one more time for you, just to be clear. There are multiple times where she says her and Red agreed when they talked to an analyst to make sure, and it was mentioned in the messages and screenshots that I already read, that they specifically cut out Silverveil and asked not for them or Nano to work with Silverveil in the future for future outfits. Yeah, they're literally just trolling and wasting time. Oh my god, I think there's a spider in my room. Hold on. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, two things can be wrong at the same time. And that's pretty much what we're seeing here. So, yeah, I thought there was a spider. I thought there was a spider. First set of DMs, that's a proof. Thank you, Gallus. Either way, I was looking for the specific part where she just said, the specific part where she said that he viewed Silverveil's competition. Because I think the admittance of that is pretty crazy. It definitely feels like someone either intentionally trying to... Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, guys. But when somebody says that I'm, like, misleading, I gotta be like, nah, I gotta pull up my stuff, you know? So, mods, you can probably take the shot. Well, nah, I guess don't take the shot. Because I don't want to, like, feel like I set a precedent for somebody that, like gonna get banned for having a conversation. But they're not. They're clearly either A, don't understand it all, or B, just don't... You're just trying to stir up stuff and derail. So anyway, let's continue, guys. She said every time she came to resent Silverveil, yeah. We haven't got to that section yet. Yeah, no, seriously. Call it more competitiveness and obsession when you're trying to be the best. Person views your toughest competition should be your top priority. But Pika, remember, Red specifically brought up to Nano with agreements with Cinder. Remember, they said, Cinder said that she knew about it and she discussed it. She knew about that. Red had gone forward with that, right? Them cutting out future opportunities for Silverveil, having that discussion with Nano, that is beyond competitiveness. You know what I mean? They specifically asked for her. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's keep reading here. They take care of you, helps with production. Oh my god, it is a spider, chat. Oh my god, it's a spider. Fuck. I don't have anything to kill it. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I gotta kill this spider. No, I hate spiders. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I got it. I got it. It's okay. It's okay. I have like a really long pole that I could like poke it with, so... Oh my god, that was scary. I hate spiders so much. I got him. Let's get a W. We killed the spider. Well, chat, most of the chat is level-headed. Yeah, very true. Yeah, I don't want to, like, ban anybody for having a conversation, but, like, bro, it's, like, in bad faith, you know? It does make me kind of sad, though, that sadly people are not, even don't even want to have a real conversation, right? It's just, like, Oh no, it's either one way or the other. Blindly. It's sad. I don't like that. Anyway, which is also what I went for a concert. Also, let me know if Cinder will be down to perform. Come to the New York one. Val was going to perform with me in LA. Scheduled right now for late January. I don't know if y'all would want to do Germany, but we're doing Germany in February as well. I just think, guys, like, conversation is important. Don't blindly believe everything you see, right? Like, that's why we're going through this document. We want to find out 100% of the truth. That at least what I feel is like my duty, right? Anyway, let's continue. Yo, what's up, Crazy? How are you? Doing good, sweetheart. Have a good bedtime. Red says, New York is 99% possible, probably not Germany, no. Ask her, but you should send her a message too. Yeah, I agree, we'll probably just get blank for the time being. Maybe I'll ask when it's a little bit more set in stone. I hate spiders. You guys know I got bit by a
Numi
poisonous
messaged
one when
me
I was
and
little.
invited me to her NYC concert. I remember her bringing it up to me in person somewhere before this, but I don't remember where, when, or what was said.
I agree with the sentiment, Laura, but to be fair, y'all believe Nano. Well, what do you mean? I believe that Nano is a fucked up. You know what I mean? Thanks, Silent. Yeah, well, what do you mean? Y'all believe Nano? What do you mean? Yeah, I've said this multiple times. I think that Nano fucked up. Yeah, if I haven't been clear about that somehow, maybe you muted, but Nano provided receipts where I never get bitten by a spider. I must princess when it comes to animals. But I just don't want to be around bugs. Bugs is my biggest problem. A couple days ago, we agreed that Nano messed up too. Nano messed up. Nano fucked up. Nano withheld the fact that they were the first to bring up the exclusivity. That was a big deal. You know, Nano, I do not believe that Nano provided any, like, that Discord announcement. I mean, sure, it was nice, but it didn't, like, exonerate them of anything, you know what I mean? In the doc, unless I'm thinking of the wrong person, is singing the artist. Yeah, Nanolist, the artist. Nanolist is the artist for, Cinder. Anyway, Numi, by the way, the New York concert will be held February 1st. They'd like to come. Cinder, I'd love to. Where is it? Numi says the venue, I think that's the name. Also, for the stream, I think we have 5 foods we don't like and a few foods we like. I have a few things we can off.
Numi
Yeah, that's
messaged
true.
Red about my performance in her show, saying I agreed to do it. She told him the set list was already done too.
Yeah, I did not
Red
make
was
Nano look
adamant
good at
about
all.
us being at Numi's
Nano messed
concert
up.
there from the start.
For sure.
This was the first message from Numi to either of us about any kind of
I
planning
hate
for
bugs.
her concert, just over a month
I
before
hate bugs. And canceling models to multiple people, even if influences somebody, say, yeah, at least, like, absolute minimum. She owned the fact that she canceled those models on her own volition, right? Even under influence. I think you're the right person. She provided a conversation between her, Cinder, and Red. Coyote, if you want to maybe go and look and give me which name you're talking about, that would be very helpful. But from what we've looked at, Nano definitely messed up. You might have the wrong name. So, Numi, okay. So for my concert February, I think my point is, chat. If you truly believe that Cinder did nothing wrong, you're absolutely coping. If you think that Nano did absolutely nothing wrong, you're coping. They both did bad. They both messed up. And I think that if you can acknowledge that, you're coping. You're absolutely coping. Okay, so the concert February, I know Cinder said she'd be down to perform with me, but she did also want to perform one of her songs. We have the set list and made it, so there's an opening if she'd like to. Only if she wants to. I was thinking of just writing a new song for us to perform instead of Sexy Drug, unless she'd want to do that. But I'll ask her. Numi also, I don't know if she saw when I messaged, but the date is February 1st. I'm going to prepare also telling stuff too. I think around 200 Numos will be there, which is super hype. Oh yeah, if you think Red did nothing wrong, that's the most insane coping. You don't have eyeballs, or you have no comprehension. Red, it's already in our calendar. Numi, we're gonna book our hotels and stuff so I can book another room for you guys. I mean, the same spot. All right, cool. So they are coming up with their plans to visit for this, which is great.
When Red asked me about this, I was confused. I didn't remember telling Numi I'd sing alongside her at one of her shows, especially with how I felt about singing. Numi didn't mention performing when she brought
Coyote,
up her
she left
concert
out a
to
lot
me on November
in
26,
her document.
2025, a month before messaging Red. I couldn't find any messages between us or any clips from our recent collabs talking about it. I remembered talking about her concerts with her in person at some point, and I guessed I must have agreed to it on one of our trips together. Instead of trying to talk to Numi about the confusion and causing problems, I just accepted it because whether I remembered saying it or not, she had the impression I would perform. I really shouldn't have stayed quiet, but I didn't want to let Numi down.
Just communicate,
I never told her this,
Communicate.
and by the time I finally spoke to her about how I felt, how could I have?
Yeah, I mean, just communicate. Guys, I mean, just communicate. Like, it's such an easy thing to do. People like, I don't know, this problem talking to each other. It's really not that big of a deal. Just talk to each other, guys. That's all you gotta do. Red did nothing wrong, even if he's caught red-handed. That's just a skin condition when you lie too much. Even if it's about Cinder versus Girly Pops. Here's to see the DMs of Nano and Charlily. Well, somebody said that Nano provided good proof in her document. She left out a lot of information. A lot of information. So I wouldn't say her initial response is very good, considering a lot of stuff came to light in this document about it. Anyway, let's continue though.
Numi never messaged me directly about the concert, which is why I left all of the communication about these plans over the next month up to Red when it shouldn't have been. December 26, 2024 to December 27, 2024. This is when I first brought up the idea of card collab with Shylily.
Yeah, Nana
I
messed
wanted
up.
to become closer friends with her, and card was something I think we were both really excited about. My Gamer Subs part owner announcement was coming soon, and I felt that doing something together for the launch of their new game would be a great idea for the brand. The card was supposed to release on January 17, 2025.
All I'm saying is simply say Nano guilty, absolutely. But you did also say that Cinder was not obsessed with Silvervale, and that's untrue. That's entirely untrue. So no, that's not all you said. To be fair, that's not all that you said. All right, I will call you out. Cinder, thank you for the raid today. Lily, would you want to plan a collab for the V-Card launch? Lily, I would love to, but I promised chat the very first thing can shoot for the release. Cry, Cinder, super exciting. That's what I was planning too. Actually, we wanted to, we can make it a fun competition. So you pull some most rares. LMAO, but I totally get you one of the expansion first. Hey, Kim, I would just share community, no problem. Try Lily, hell yeah, we can still compete. I just wanted my first hand Kim, shoot me a good experience in chat. You did hand Kims before. I wonder where your setup looks like. I don't know where to start, to be honest. I don't want to dox myself. I think I saw you have some cosplay stuff back on stream. Cinder says, yeah, I have a hand cam set up that I use pretty often. It's just a webcam on an arm pointed down on my desk. Use to make sure to have good lighting, be careful of anything reflective. Yep, somebody just sent a hand cam stream. 100%. And we could do another unboxing collab after the launch. God, I have a question. Did you read the full document? You said just read it then. I have been reading it for multiple days. This is my second and a half read through. Rad messaged me about the hotel so we can start planning our trip. Rad, hey Numi, what's the hotel address for? I gotta figure out how we'd be getting there. Numi, I'll let you know after my stream. Rad, okay. Gives the details for the hotel right there.
I asked Shylily about the card collab again to make actual plans since the release was under 2 weeks away on the 17th. I suggested the day after release, on Saturday, which would have been the 18th. Shylily replied the next day, and at the same time Guard's release date was delayed to the 31st. All I was thinking was that the collab was moved to 2 weeks later than planned, at the end of the month. Then we talked about doing other things together.
Cinder, hey Lily, you down for V-Card opening collab the day after launch on Saturday 18th? We can do any time the week after too, so we should plan something sooner than later so Gamers Up can send us both more cards than available for him. One thing that I want to point out, so again, I'm not going to tell people they're right or wrong. So again, you don't have the ability to back up your statements. Is that what you're saying? I mean, like, there are right or wrong statements in this Google Doc. That doesn't mean multiple people can't be right or wrong simultaneously. Anyway, so I want to point out here again, this sounds like horrible communication between her and Red. They constantly seem to drop the ball with communication about events, just stuff in general. So I think at minimum, this just proves that their communication is very, very poor and not professional at all. Charlie says, fuck yeah, sounds fun as fuck. I don't know about the giveaway. There's always so annoying to try and host when I'm down for the punishment wheel and her gifted subs. Depending on what we settle on, we can open a pack each, and whoever ends up getting the last epic deck has to spin the wheel and or give subs. Cinder, hell yeah, but we gotta wait until the end of the month now, LMAO. Lily, yeah, GD already told me a bit ago. It's alright though. Cinder, I can ask Gamer Subs to send us some extra cards for it though. Lily, heck yeah, so we have a few boxes we can open together. I'm mad excited. Cinder V card is gonna slap. Lily, absolutely, it'll be crazy. Can't wait to see people play against each other at cons. I don't know if it's even happened. I feel like the game just wasn't super well developed, sadly, because it could have been really cool. I mean, now it's a little bit better developed, but Cinder, I'm super excited for all the expansion possibilities. If we want to hang out and do something else sooner than V card, I'm always down. I really love to. I just don't know what to do. I'm in a bit of a slump right now. First I had the cupathon, then literally had to end it because of my flight to LA. Come back, get sick, then hop on a marathon, and now I'm kind of lost on what to do. Don't feel like doing shit. No one really plays the kind of stuff I play, so it's always back to yapping. Earning of the 50 gacha games that the VTuber community plays. Cinder, it's so frustrating. I'm sorry to hear that, Lily. You work so hard, girl. What kind of games or hobbies do you enjoy the most? Maybe help brainstorm fun ideas for you. Lily, dude, you're so you're freaking sweet, bitch. Yeah, it's tough. I really like MMOs. I want to play WoW, but no one is really down. Every time I schedule something, it ends up falling through. No one seems to enjoy Stranova. Everyone is just playing Marvel Rivals, and that's already yesterday's news. I played some Fortnite as well, but it seems like everyone gets bored after 1.5 hours, and I feel bad for keeping them in game. Yeah, literally, people just open them, and that's kind of it. Cinder, I've never played WoW before, but maybe it'd be funny if you tell me how to play live. Red's been wanting me to play for so long now, but he told me there's some kind of level boost to max level. What if we did one stream at the start of the game and the next stream at the end of the game? That'd be okay if we just play like normal to try it. I haven't played Chernobyl or Fortnite either, but the girls are getting me to play Marvel Rivals this weekend to be more familiar with what kind of game. Cinder, Lily, would you like to play Marvel Rivals tonight at 6 o'clock? So 9 days later with me, blank and blank. I know it'll be super late for you. So it's okay if not assisting if you want to extend the invite. Lily, no, what shitty timing and hang out with her tonight already. Okay, so, I mean, she was trying to schedule something, right? Trying to get something going.
Red finally got back to Numi about her question about my performance and told her about some of the struggles we've been discussing over the past couple weeks. However, Red only said it was about performing
it's really more
on
about
stage,
collector's thing,
when it was specifically about
like an
singing
actual,
with a live mic.
Playable
I should
game.
have gone to Numi to talk to her myself. I didn't want to bail on my friend, but my anxieties around performing live were stressing me out despite trying to psych myself up. I was indecisive and couldn't make a decision on what to do. Numi told him that we shouldn't feel obligated to go to either of her concerts, including the one I was supposed to perform at.
Red, Cindy's if you about performing on stage, you most likely can be there either way. Numi, stage fright, yeah, honestly, if you still want to perform, you try and figure out how to get her on TV to perform like Mousy, Red, so we could drive there. But I don't really want to drive in New York City, so I'd take the train, yeah, trust me, I get that. As somebody who's lived around concerts like my full life, I know how that is for artists. It's tough. But if she's on stage, she want to be in cosplay, we can't really take it with how much space it takes up. let's say we do drive and we do bring the costume, and we're like, how are we going to get her in and out of the venue without being noticeable cosplay, not having anyone track us down in front of our car or something? I mean, yeah, I get that 100% of worried. No worries, but if she did want to do it, we can try to set up the TV. But either way, I appreciate you guys still considering. Fred, we talked about bringing your wig or something, what's your work on the train. I don't think she ever give a straight answer about it. Numi, the New York concert is more chilled than the LA one. Anyway, they never announce a guest just in case. I wouldn't pressure anything with that, to be honest. It'd only be if she's 100% comfy. So, all right, cool. She did give Red way too much power over her. Yes, it's a fact to be agreed on. Other than that, she was indeed the victim and Anna used her as a scapegoat. That's a fact you cannot argue. Wait, you're saying that Cinder was the victim in this whole situation? Just so I understand, Pulse, you're saying that she was the victim in this entire situation. Brad, is anyone else coming to New York one? Mostly yes. So why did she lie multiple times and also omit information in her apology? Nah, the Pyro Pups are fine. Don't even take their name in vain. Pyro Pups are cool. We like the Pyro Pups. She actively lied by omitting information. She's not innocent. Fred, is anyone else coming to New York one? You mean like friends? Fred, yeah. You mean like 90% of them are going to the LA one? Well, everyone is in LA. You mean like no like blank flying red. Oh, so we're the bad friends. Whoops, my thing scrolled again. For the bad friends, Numi canceled, but in New York it's going to be for sure blank and blank. Because she wants to go to both. But she is 100% on my New York cat. Like maybe the main reason everyone is going LA is because we have the... Yeah, don't be toxic, y'all. There's no reason to do that. I mean, like if somebody wants to say she's innocent, I have arguments, right? So I will gladly state those, right? And we're doing a mini celebration party after, but in New York we immediately have to leave. So it'll be casual bar hopping after. Okay, cool. Once LA one says Red, like next week. Numi, January 22nd. Yeah, she's coming back today. Red, 2 weeks. Numi, you guys don't have to feel obligated to go to her. By the way, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm pressuring y'all. At all, I just know everyone is tired for 2024 travels. Red, well now we're like the bad friends that we don't. Numi, literally, I don't give a fuck. If y'all don't want to go, you don't have to. It's not like it really is a big deal. I don't think Blank is gonna either, so y'all be fine. For Blank, I just remember a few friends in LA. I didn't invite, thank you for reminding me. Okay, so Blank and Blank are bad friends too, I got it. So I think what they're trying to say is, like, it just seemed like they were very confused if they're actually gonna go or not, right? Just kind of like
the
a
same night
back
I
and
was
forth.
talking to Numi about matching shirts she was making for us. I
Nah,
suggested
we're not
we could
editing
wear
this
them
now.
together when I saw her
Add
in
notes, so-
NYC because I was still planning to be there, but hadn't decided if I was going to be able to perform or not. I didn't say anything
Sure.
about my performance in her show, and she didn't ask about what Red said to her earlier that day.
Guys, just stop feeding the troll. It's my fault because I thought they were talking in good faith, but just stop feeding the troll, chat. We've already acknowledged a lot of things that she did. We already acknowledged the stuff that Cinder did wrong, right? But multiple other people did things wrong too. You guys realize that all those things can exist at the same time, right? She can be wrong and other people can be wrong too. You know what I mean? Numi, is this color okay? Cinder, perfect. I'm gonna cry. Numi, be here in another week. Cinder, what if we wear them to the concert or until off collab? Oh my god. Numi, yes, please. That'd be so cute. So they are talking about wearing the shirt to the actual concert. So you guys just stop feeding the troll. Remember, people do this to me on Twitter all the time. Like I've learned my lessons. Like, and I'll teach you my lesson too. Just stop feeding the troll.
A few days later, I chose not to perform in the show. Red told Numi, but he didn't go into detail about it and just said it was about the live mic. This was 19 days before the concert. Nearly 3 weeks before the show.
Um, Cinder decided not to perform in the show. She's nervous to sing with live mic. No worries. Um, Remember, chat. I mean, one of the most. We'll go back to our notes here as well, right? Cinder said that she understands her responsibility to manager, but contradicting the next statement. So she understands that her responsibility to Red as her manager, right? So she at least takes accountability and blame for the things that Red said and did. So she did state herself in the document she understands that. So, I mean, at minimum, all the things that Red did, she understands her responsibility to that. So she is guilty of that at the absolute minimum, right? But she also admitted that she lied about not knowing Red spoke to her about Spike in the apology to avoid talking about it. So again, she lied in her initial apology. So just a few things she is guilty of. Anyway, let's continue. This is why I chose not to perform. And I get it. Like, I mean, you get anxious, stuff happens, right? Just communicate. All you gotta do is just talk. This part of the document is like just talk to your friends.
I was
just talk,
too anxious to get on stage and sing with a live mic. This was the biggest reason I made the decision to not do the show. The only time I did something similar to this was at WeebCon in 2023. I performed on stage in full cosplay while pre-recorded audio of me singing played over the speakers. I almost pulled out of that show about a week before the con because I thought I'd have to sing live. My one-track mind told me this concert had to be sung live, especially if I was supposed to be singing alongside Numi, and I didn't consider any other options or workaround.
Yeah, this all just boils down to communication, He's saying that she had to suck it up and not defend herself. When we have evidence to Lily herself said she was going to cut her apology. We're going to go look at that section soon. And Pulse, we've already said multiple times, she's totally allowed to defend herself, right? But I think also you have to remember where she did admit that she messed up, right? And that's by her own words, right? So I don't think that you could even look at the document in good faith and say, oh, like, she's completely a victim, right? She's not. She admitted her own faults. She has a laundry list of stuff at the start where she said she did wrong and took accountability. She messed up, right? We all know that, right? We all know that she messed up.
I have never been confident in my singing abilities,
good. I just
and
want to
I've
make
been
that
saying
clear.
it for years. Every time I've recorded a song, I would do dozens of different takes for each verse,
Just want to make that clear.
and then I'd have Red listen to them all and
just
pick
talk to your
out
friend,
the ones he thought were the best.
This could have been avoided.
It was only after I heard my vocals mixed into a song did I think it sounded alright. Although I've done karaoke many times with my friends, this was a completely different scenario.
Yep, it is.
I was deathly afraid of singing live in front of a crowd of fans for
right,
what would have been my first time.
I mean, I will say that she is, in a way, she is slightly a victim of Red's influence, right? I think we can acknowledge that. I think that's fair.
Here's a conversation with another
certainly
friend
did make
about
things
almost
better.
canceling my performance in WeebCon's concert from April 3rd, 2024.
Yeah, guys, I just want to ask all of you, keep it civil in chat, right? I understand you're having a discussion, and that's fine. I'm okay with that, right? But keep it calm, keep it professional, all right, guys? You know what I stand for in my community, so don't be an asshole. We're manipulating everybody, everybody explain. I mean, to a degree, he did, right? He went behind her back and said stuff without her knowing, etc. Right? I just don't get why she keeps Red. I don't know. Probably because that's her partner, right? We were in the Numi section. Hey, Cinder, can I ask you something? Cinder, of course, what's up? I was listening to your stream and you mentioned crying every night and almost canceling your concert. How do you end up getting the strength to keep going? In my eyes, you're doing so well. And you've come such a long way from when I first met you. And there's not even a moment where I could ever think you'd be sad or nervous. And hearing that made me want to ask you since those days, I've been a little down. Then I was crying because everyone was nice. And supportive, it was happy. Like, oh, I'm so stupid, LOL. I thought you said you almost canceled. Maybe I misheard. Cinder says, I was just hiking nervous before the con, and I had trouble setting up things the way I wanted. But powered through even though I was nervous, and that's when I almost backed out like a week before the con. I mean, that is part of it. Like, part of being an entertainer is you have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. Personal opinion on the whole thing, everyone needs to move it on. The fans on all sides need to stop. And I feel a little fire and just let everybody move on with their lives. Absolutely. Black Strucker, I agree with you, dude. I said this at the start. You can support her if you want to. You can not support her if you don't want to, right? It's completely up to you. I think that there is nuance, obviously, with the way she went about stuff, and I think she could have come back in a better way. But if she wants to exist in her own corner, let her do it. It's not like she was like a doxer, or a PDF, or, you know, Falter XV or something like that, right? Like, he was just a shitty friend and she lied about stuff. I mean, those are things you can come back from.
Here's a conversation with another friend about almost canceling my performance in Weebgon's concert from April 3rd, 2024. I didn't really want to make a public appearance on stage without being in cosplay. My cosplay takes up a lot of space when I travel, mostly for the tail and wig. The only way I would have been able to get the whole thing there was if we drove. But Red didn't want to drive in NYC, and I was worried about anyone following me in costume after we left. Even though I would have been most comfortable on stage wearing everything, I would have been okay with just wearing my Cinder wig by itself, but it didn't fix my problem with singing live.
I mean, to be fair, like, it's not really our place to judge her personal, it's not our place to judge her personal relationship, but only her professional one, right, chat?
I didn't think my part of the show was that important or integral to the concert overall, and that pulling out wouldn't have been that much of an inconvenience to
It's kind of a,
as far as either of us knew.
It's really
there weren't
not
any songs planned for me to do yet, and the set list was done in December. Sexy Drug was the only song Numi and I had covered together, so I assumed that would have been the only one. Any other songs in the set list that may have been intended for me to perform were never communicated.
Alrighty, so she suggested
to Red that I could perform one of my songs, but I only had 2 songs to choose from, Convergence of Sin and my cover of
I very
Winter
much pride
Rain.
myself on that.
Even if we sang them all, that was a total of 3 songs. I didn't think it'd be a problem to fill in that 1 to 3 song gap in the set list, if she even had to. I don't know anything about the prep work that goes into planning a concert though.
So much as people get to vote on next person is bad, somehow they're being more visceral on this than they are on the little criminal. I mean, that's not necessarily true, Goggles. I think that this is just a topic for right now, but that doesn't mean that the other one is less important. And absolutely, Pulse, when I started doing news-related stuff, I realized how much there is not a space for people to have in good faith conversations, right? But Twitter is not the place to do that, right? So I always feel like that it's okay to disagree as long as it's healthy and we're having a nice discussion, and I always wanted to cultivate a space like that. So I appreciate you, even if we disagree on certain stuff, right? I appreciate you being here and having a conversation. So I know Cinder should be down to perform me, but I also perform one of her songs. You have this set made it. So there's an opening if she liked, only if she wants.
Red told me that Numi reassured him that I shouldn't feel pressured or obligated to perform, or even go to the concert 3 days before this. This furthered the idea that my guest performance must not have been that integral to the overall concert, and it'd be okay to her if I pulled out.
The New York concert is more chill than LA one. Anyway, I never had to guess just in case. I still want to pressure her or anything, but I had to be honest, if only she's 100% comfy. You guys don't have to feel obligated to go either, by the way. I hope it isn't so long I'm pressing them. And all I know, everyone is tired from 2024 travels. Again, this all boils down to communication. Just clarify. I don't think we need a whole section in your document about trying to, like, clear your name about Numi's concert. Like, there was just miscommunication, that's it.
I kept putting off making a decision because of my anxiety of performing versus the stress of letting down Numi. I should have made my choice sooner and messaged her myself to talk about it with her instead of Red, and she never messaged me to ask about my decision either. Maybe we would have been able to make something work for me instead of letting my fears get the better of me. Red and I were still going to the concert, even if I wasn't performing. Bao would end up filling in my spot in the show at the last minute, being a much better friend than I was.
Okie dokie.
Gamer Sups,
What's up, Coco? How are you?
My collab with Shy Lily had nothing to do with my decision not to perform, only about not going to the show later. My collab with Shylily was not scheduled at this time. In absolutely no way was I trying to somehow sabotage Numi and her concert. January 16, 2025, I finally made my part owner announcement on Twitter. Most of my focus since the new year was on making this announcement. I started with Gamer Sups in December of 2022, and I was offered the position in November 2024. This was a huge milestone and accomplishment for me. I was extremely proud to be representing them, and was honored to have been given the role.
She did end up going. She did end up going to the actual concert. So mods, wee woo. So I might notice Cinder should have communicated with Numi. What other things do I need to add note wise? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this section is not. It's not even possible to like.
But with this title, I now felt like I had more responsibility. I felt pressured by no one other than myself to prove to Gamer Sups that they made the right choice by giving me this position, and the only example of another vtuber part owner was Shylily. She has been the Gamer Sups vtuber. I wanted to live up to what she's been in the eyes of the company and the vtuber community. She spearheaded Guard, represented them at the vtuber Awards, and she's synonymous with their brand.
Absolutely. But again, could have just communicated, that's it. You double scheduled. It happens, right? I've double scheduled and fucked up. But I messaged my friends and been like, hey, I'm so sorry I double scheduled. I'm gonna have to cancel. You know, it's my fault. I double scheduled. I admit it. I'm so sorry. How can I make this up to you? I've been in that exact situation. Just communicate. That's it.
Card was the company's first massive drop of the year, and planned to launch right after my announcement, before the game was delayed. I saw it as the perfect opportunity for me to really step up as a new part owner. There was obviously money to be made, but I was focused on making the most of the launch weekend to show my passion and dedication for the company and their new project. I wanted to be there advertising the new game and representing Gamer Sups as best I could. I thought the collab with Shylily would be a great way to do that. Together, the two vtuber part owners side by side, while sharing something we both were excited about, which is why I reached out to her about it in December.
Which totally makes sense, right? That is totally fine. But again, I don't really need to hear your thought process about it. You overscheduled. It's okay. You double scheduled. It's fine. This whole part of the document, you can add another tally chat. It's unnecessary.
In her song production server, Numi told us how her shows will affect her schedule around the song she was making for me. The conversation following this message was the last one in this chat before the concert. Below Red talked about the release date for this song, but we pushed it back to my birthday sometime after this.
Red, or Numi says to Red, hey guys, just want to give out our notice that today is pretty much the last day. I can make any real changes, anything for a bit. I'm going to be in LA all day tomorrow and Saturday and have my content on Sunday. So I won't be around to make changes. I will be back on Tuesday next week. Then me briefly before I fly to New York. If it would make it easier, we can send the guide to reversion and let you record what you like the best. Yo, Pulse, thank you for the 5 gifted. Yo, let's go. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Dancing Skelly. Thank you so much, Pulse. Really appreciate that. Yeah, we might end the subathon today. We keep yapping it. Oh my god, thank you so much. I'll get your wheel spin a little bit later. Thank you again, Pulse. It'd be easier we send a guide to reversion and let you record what you like the best. Instead, so you'd have everything in front of you. Thank you for all the follows, by the way, guys. I'm sorry if I don't acknowledge every single one of them. We just have a lot more to get through. And I want to finish by the end of tomorrow with the document. I'll be back home on Friday the 5th after my New York concert as well. If you guys make changes and stuff by tonight, we'll probably have a little bit of time to fix stuff before we head to LA tomorrow morning, and maybe Blank can be on Friday while I'm streaming, but otherwise it'll be quite difficult. Yeah, I know, no time for any memes. Red, we've been arguing about lyric changes, so we'll give you our thoughts tonight. Originally said we'd be planning on a Valentine's release, but given yours in our crazy schedule lately, we're fine with releasing it before the end of February. Okie dokie.
4 days later, I checked in with Shylily about our card collab so we can plan it time. I first asked to plan it the day after release, on Saturday, just like the original plan was. I asked Shy Lily about 3 p.m. EST, but we settled on 1 p.m. EST, and I said we can go for however long you want.
Oh, don't worry about it. You're fine, Agent. Don't feel like you guys have to give to or anything like that. Cinder says, hey, Lily, we're holding off on playing Lethal Company this week. But when I plan it, I'll make sure it's earlier for you. Are you free Saturday for the V-card opening since release got pushed back? Yeah, Lily, I'm all good to go. Do you have a time February 1st at this time? Does this time work? I don't know how early that is for you. Cinder says, how late is this time for you? Lily says, that's 9 p.m. my time. That works. We just can't go for too long. Like 2 hours max, I would say. Cinder says, okay, then I can do this time. I'm not sure how long it'll take us to bust open 5 boxes. Natalie says, holy shit, 50 boxes, LMAO. Cinder says at 1 p.m. for me, so I'll go live early. We might have one out of once in there. Shy Lily says, oh, sorry. That's a crap ton of boxes. I don't think we can go through that many. Cinder says, whatever you're down for. Shy Lily says, I'm going to have to send me an hour. How many boxes I got? Gotta make sure I have a few for the release date too, because I think I only have like 6 or so. Cinder says they sent me 5 for the release date and another 5. Holy shit. Shelly says, well, damn, maybe mine are still in transit. I don't know when they send those, whatever sea shipping is paying. If they're too late, there's a small chance they won't make it on time, because I think I only remember having 6, so I can check later. Cinder says, no worries, but yeah, we can play for 1 o'clock and go for however long that you want to. Holy paragraph.
The next day I told Red the time of the collab to put in my schedule, but he told me that was the night of Numi's concert. All I've been thinking about was Guard's launch at the end of the week, and I completely forgot about her show when I was messaging Shy Lily.
Sure,
the release was delayed by 2 weeks, and I made a mistake. I felt obligated to be around for gamer subs, and I didn't want to cancel on Numi or Shy Lily, so Red scrambled to figure out how we were going to make this work.
Okay.
However,
there
wasn't
fine.
a train to NYC that left late enough to stream and get to the concert in time. Red told me that he'd support whatever I decided, and ultimately I chose my career over my friend's important event.
It's sometimes
I
sadly,
messaged Numi to tell her we
you know,
wouldn't be
you have to
coming
make a choice
because
like
of
that,
Guard
but
and the
it was just
responsibility I
communication.
felt to be around
You know?
for it. The way I saw it,
What's
it
up,
would have
Junkie?
been like I was calling out of work during an important or busy weekend right after a big promotion to go on a friend's weekend birthday trip. I've always taken my jobs seriously, even before streaming. After becoming a part owner, I took that title seriously and put expectations on myself that not even the company did.
So again, I'm glad that you're telling us all this, but again, just communicate with Numi. It would have been so much easier, you know? You fucked up, it happens. It's
there
such a
was no
small
obligation
deal.
for either of us to do it
messed
that
up.
day,
You
or
double
any other
scheduled.
time, or to do the collab together at all. It was my idea and Shy Lily agreed to it.
I mean, you could have canceled
The only
it.
thing stopping me from
You know,
rescheduling
you
with
could
her
have.
was the importance I put on being present for Guard's launch weekend, and the pressure I put on myself in my new position. The collab itself wasn't the main reason I made my choice, and it's not as if I didn't want to go to the concert. Red telling me Numi said it was okay if we didn't go was also a factor in my decision. I've come to find out that this was just Numi being Numi, and it really did mean a lot to her that we'd be there.
I mean, you gotta balance your friends, and you gotta balance your professional life, right? Here's a screenshot we already read. But again, like, how do you just contact Numi and said, oh my god, you know what, I'm so sorry I have V-card this weekend. I know you really want to be with the show. I'm not gonna be able to make it. I'm so sorry. How can I make it up to you? Or vice versa. Hey, Lily, I'm sorry. I gotta cancel. I really want to go to my friend's thing. I know that I reached out to you about this, but I messed up. I forgot about it. You know, maybe we can reschedule. I really am apologetic. Such an easy bit of communication here could have happened.
My brain goblins told me Numi would have lots of our other friends there cheering her on, and that my presence wouldn't be missed if I wasn't. I never told this to her either. On the 28th, before I heard from Numi, Red was able to find a train at a different station that could get us to the show in time and still do the collab with Shy Lily if it was scheduled a little earlier. I messaged Numi to tell her we might actually be there, and Red messaged her later that night when we had a plan. We just needed to hear from her. He told her I was feeling guilty about my decision not to go in the first place.
The security me center kind of reminds me of the whole archetype Michael Scott represents in the office. A person who's good at their job and got promoted position that really good at. Yep, absolutely. She was not ready for the level that she achieved, right, of fame. And she's just immature. She's just immature. You know, that's all it boils down to. Cinder, hi Numi, hope your concert went well. I saw the pictures and it looked like it was bumping. Made a message you Cinder, but I didn't want to bum you out before the show. Right now, I won't be able to come to your New York City show this weekend. I didn't expect V-Card's release date to get pushed back to your concert date, and I feel obligated to be around for the launch. Weekend as a gamer subs owner. Now, I really want to be there for you, but I know you're going to kill it. I'm sorry, I love you so much, I miss you. So here is that communication, which was on the 27th, right? So, kind of late into the thing, right? Cinder, when do you think if I'm trying to leave later? Red and I are trying to figure it out. When does your show start? Yumi also said it wasn't about the fact she didn't go to the concert. In fact, Cinder promised her to never pick business over friends. Sure. So Red's message, Yumi, what time does your show start Saturday, Yumi? And was there anything planned for Sunday? You could look that up. Like, why do you need to message and ask her? Just say, Red, so we're going to take, we're taking a late train to New York City. We'll be able to get to the venue right before the show starts. I need to know when we would leave Sunday. If you booked everything so I can book a room. Then I felt guilty after she messaged you, and so we're making things work to be there for you. It's just kind of like, if you didn't hesitate, part of communication is timeliness as well.
I asked Shylily if we could start our collab an hour earlier to have more time to stream together before I had to leave to make the train. I didn't tell Shylily about the concert.
Cinder, does the time work for you on Saturday, Lily? Shylily says, that works. So, okay. There you go. So she made it work, but she was not part of the show. Which again, she just kind of communicated too late, which is probably why Numi was kind of, feeling a way about it, which is fair on her end, right?
I was up super late that night feeling so stressed and guilty about my choices around Numi and her concert, and how disconnected I felt from a lot of my friends lately. Red and I were always so focused on work, and I never felt like I could take time off, even for the smallest things. I let down one of my best friends when I pulled out of her show, and even though I was still going now, I basically told her that I'd choose my job over being there for her. I'm not the type of person to make my feelings like this public very often, but I did.
I feel like I've let down my friends a lot. Lately this year, I really want to do more of them or reach out. More people, things have been so crazy in my life, but I'm trying my best. I mean, this is such an easy thing to resolve. Be like, oh, things have been crazy in my life. Well, you kind of did that to yourself, but I get it. You get wrapped up in everything. So, to be fair.
Numi responded to me, told me how she felt, and I apologized to her. I've never been able to open up about my feelings, anxieties, self-esteem, or insecurities, and I never even tried to go to Numi and talk things out sooner. She was getting mixed signals from Red and I wish I handled communicating with her better.
Absolutely. Numi says, hey, Cinder, I want to apologize for my late reply. I was in the mountain for a few days after the concert. Want to focus on spending time with friends that were there. Now we're here before checking my messages. I just want to say I appreciate you trying to make the time to see the concert. I understand you've been working hard and want to focus on your business. I would never hold it against you if you felt obligated to be there for V-Card. Which again, why didn't they just have that conversation, What did disappoint me, though, was when I asked you about a concert months ago. He said yes and kept reassuring your commitment to the concert until last week. I understand every single anxiety and fear. The more we look into this, the more she needs to show Red the door. Yeah. Absolutely. All right, comes to performing, you're going out of your comfort zone as well. I completely feel your reason would never want to push you in a situation where you felt uncomfortable. What made me sad was that I had to hear it from Red and not from you about all your thoughts. So again, just communication, you know what I mean? You should have just communicated. I understand that she has anxiety, self-esteem, and insecurity, but at the end of the day, you own those, right? Those are your insecurities and anxieties and feelings you have to address. You are in charge of your own mental health. I'm going to say that again, chat. You are in charge of your own mental health. I'm sorry that you have insecurities and self-esteem and anxieties. We all do. But it's up to you on how you choose to deal with it. Hear from Red and all your thoughts while you're texting me about being excited for the concert and I've collapsed. Even when checking my messages when I got home yesterday, Red was the one telling me about you feeling guilty, whereas you were telling you felt obligated to be around for the launch of Gamer Subs. Messages between you both were completely different. Ultimately, it felt as though I was being treated like a business partner rather than a best friend. I truly understand all the reasoning, but it had me feeling frustrated and confused about whether or not you truly cared about how important this was to me or how much Blank and I spent planning the New York concert. But here's a guess in our minds and having little real time to find a replacement. But Ben, communication isn't that tough. It's really not. I feel like that is. I hate to say that you're wrong, but I think you're wrong. Communication is not hard. People make it harder than it needs to be. I didn't hear anything from you or any of the actual thoughts or fears. I only heard about some of the feelings from Red. I want to apologize if I ever made you feel hesitant to share your feelings, or if I gave you the impression that that would be anything other than empathetic towards the reason I was given. I truly hope in the future we can be more open to communicate our feelings so that the others feel less nervous or upset about things. Communication is a skill you learn. That's true, absolutely. That's true. But I think at its core, it's not hard, but it is a skill, absolutely. You can get better at it. That's a fair point. I know you've never given any reason to doubt the strength. I think we often make a lot of obstacles for ourselves about communication, you know? I don't know if you've ever given me any reason to doubt the strength of our friendship until this year. But I hope I want to trust and believe that it isn't as bad as imagining when I see the messages from Red. Hope that things can be okay. And then, I'll still be here to listen to you if you ever want to talk about it all more. Cinder, it's a keen to me. I hope you had a good time with everybody after this past weekend. Yeah, absolutely, Tangled. I'm really sorry for putting you in this situation, making you feel so frustrated about everything. I've been so stressed out with all the things going on in my life and career lately that I hadn't been stopped for a second to consider how my actions are making you feel. I agree, Red should be the one telling you how I feel about things. You're my friend and I deserve to hear how I'm feeling. For me, disappointing everything has been through you two. The communication about this whole thing was split from the start. It's always been extremely hard for me to voice how I'm feeling with people in general. Also, I'm anxious about this situation. I don't want you to think it's because of you in any way. You don't need to be sorry because I know you've always been empathetic and understanding with everything. And it's my fault I haven't been able to open up about myself. Really, she takes responsibility for this, right? I want to pull out of the show because I'm deathly anxious about singing with a live microphone. BeefCon last year I was able to perform because I wasn't actually singing. My full tracks are playing over the speakers. I'm not confident in my singing skills at all. And being on stage with somebody with a voice like you is a lot of pressure. Plus, I struggle to figure out how to get my cosplay there and wear it at the venue and back without anybody recognizing me as another stressor. They just made me give up on trying to think they would make it work. I know how important this show is to you, and I let you down. And when you needed me, I didn't realize my appearance was that big part of the concert. Kind of a part came as sub-sonar. I feel a lot of pressure to live up to what Lily is for them in the community. My announcement didn't really make the splash I thought it would, and VCon is probably their biggest new job this year. For full transparency, I've made plans to collab with Lily the day after VCon's launch day, which would have been the 18th. But because the launch was pushed back, the collab was pushed to this weekend, and I didn't really know how to tell her no. I planned it early in the day as possible to be able to make the late train to New York City. We are coming to your show. The message I sent you the other day was a mistake. I should have thought to put a product launch over my friend's once-a-lifetime event. I shouldn't have thought to put a product launch over my friend's once-a-lifetime event. No matter the circumstances, I'm sorry for that. I don't feel guilty after messaging you. I feel like I've been digging deeper into this stress hole, and I'm in and letting a lot of my friends out lately. I'm sorry I've been making you feel more like a business partner than a friend, and I don't want to make you feel that way again. Your friendship has meant so much to me these past few years, and I know it wouldn't be where I am without you. I don't know what the planning process is or even possible at this point, but I could try my best to perform our cover song together to make it up to you. I'm going to ask Lily to reschedule our plans again to be there sooner. I'm really sorry about all this, Nimi. Okay. Nimi says, all I really wanted in all this was to hear how you felt, so I appreciate being open and honest with me despite everything. Nimi says, I was given so many different reasons, and when you brought up feeling obligated to be there for the V card, I think it really made me feel sad because you didn't acknowledge anything prior to that. It was the first I heard about you regarding the concert. And hearing you connect the reason to business, I felt like I meant less to you, as disappointing as it was. I truly just want to hear from you. Thank you for opening up in a previous message. Absolutely. Yeah, Numi's right. Red is a nice friend to me and understandable for a lot of business. It's better to go through him. I think what I'm going to do is read this. No, because it cuts off right here. So let's read this and then we'll go down and finish the screenshot. I think we need to go in order.
I didn't tell her about my collab with Shy Lily until now because that wasn't the main reason behind the decision I made, and up until 2 days earlier, I was always coming to her concert. I didn't want her to get the impression I was choosing Shy Lily over her.
And here's that screenshot, her talking about, I didn't want to bum you out. I won't be able to make the show, which ultimately was not
I
the
told
case,
Numi
right?
my part ownership announcement didn't make the splash I thought it would. This was such a major and massive accomplishment to me, and it felt like a lot of people, including some of my closest friends, didn't notice or care. This made me put more pressure on myself to take the upcoming opportunity of Guard's launch weekend to do my best to prove to the company that I deserved the part ownership in the first place, leading to my decision not to go to Numi's concert.
I think that the more I read this, the more I really feel like Cinder is not comfortable with failure. Guys, you have to understand, failure is part of content creation, right? So when things don't go her way, it always kind of like, I don't know, she takes it really, really hard, and that's just part of it. Things are not going to go the way you want it to. Did I want 5,000 viewers for my debut? Absolutely, but it doesn't work out that way all the time. You know, you have to be comfortable with constant adjustment and criticism and failure. That's part of being in this industry, you know.
When I told Numi about it in my message, I said for full transparency I made plans to collab with Lily the day after Guard's launch day, which would have been the 18th. But because the launch was pushed
maybe more
back,
people made
the
us think
collab
about
was
this.
pushed to this
I didn't think
weekend.
this was.
I didn't really know how to tell her no, so
big
I
point of
planned it as
contention
early
originally.
in the day as possible
like your
to
bad
be
friend,
able
that's
to
it.
make the late train to NYC. I thought I was clear by what
Yep,
I said that
failure's
I
just
was
part
the
of
one
life.
who made the plans, not Shy Lily. So when I said I didn't really know how to tell her no, I wasn't blaming Shy Lily for the collab I planned, but I understand how it could read that way. I was not okay when I wrote my message. What I meant was I didn't really know how to tell her no, the collab isn't happening anymore.
I mean, it
or
clearly
I
hurt her
didn't really
feelings,
know
right?
how to
Numi's
cancel
feelings,
on
so
her. My intention
he was a
was
bad
not
friend,
to
she admits
somehow
that.
avoid blame and pin everything
know?
on Shy Lily to save my ass, as she put it, as if she was the entire reason I made the choices I did, when the rest of my message shows I accepted fault for my mistakes. And again, I didn't even mention Shy Lily originally.
I just think, like, with the whole Numi thing, even when it came out, we're just like, yeah, you were just a bad friend and you communicated poorly. So again, this whole section, at least for me, it doesn't change my opinion at all, right? It just, there's more
Saying I
context,
felt
but it
pressure
doesn't
to
really
live up to what
help,
Shy Lily
you know?
is for gamers ups was not me blaming Shy Lily either. I was explaining myself. The bar Shy Lily set is what I wanted to reach for the company and community now that I had the same part owner position. I put this pressure on myself, and it's what led to me making the mistake of
Yeah, you
choosing
need to have
business
failure.
over my friend. I felt so bad that I was willing to try getting on stage with Numi for at least one song, and to reschedule my collab with Shy Lily to be there sooner for her. I was willing to do anything to try to make this right. I never said the collab was something I couldn't miss.
So we started here on the Red sentence. So we read these two from the prior screenshot. So Red is a nice friend to me, and I understand for a lot of business things it's better to go through him, but this was just something very deep and personal to me. It's something you committed to with me when I asked you in person. So it meant a lot more to hear from you in that respect. The different responses. So one thing important here that I do want to point out, he said that you committed to me when I asked you in person. So even though we've seen screenshots, I don't, maybe I missed it, but I don't think that Cinder ever said or addressed that she committed to it in person. But anyway, it's just a minor point that I noticed here. It meant a lot more to hear from me in that respect. The different responses, the different responses I get from the both of you are confusing, but most of it left me confused. How you truly felt regarding it all. Hope from this you can understand I'm here for you too. We do different things, but we're both in the same space dealing with a lot of similar difficulties. Always be here to extend an ear or a hand if you need me, especially if it's relating to music. One of the reasons I kept asking you if you were sure about the show or not, aside from the prep for everything, was because I wanted to know if you were having any second thoughts or we needed to vent any frustrations or fears regarding performing. I've told you this, but I had stage fright for years because of a traumatic first experience, and only gained confidence through me to being making music with blank. Every single show I've done was either ruined or messy in some way, but I still managed to push forward and get over a lot of my fears. When Red was telling me you were anxious, I wish you could have brought it up to me sooner. It's scary opening up to people, especially how you told me other people were to you in the past. But I promise you, you would have been here to listen to you and hear about everything and reassure you they'd be okay. If afterwards you were still too scared, we could have figured it out and found a proper replacement without any added stress on both of our ends. You might have either forgotten, committed to when drunk. I mean, who cares? You still committed to it, you know? Yeah, you still committed to it. I didn't want to. That pretty much everything went wrong for the LA concert. Blank got sick, so Mal stepped in to replace him and had Blank pretend to play bass during the entire show to provide me support. I just realized how much more amazing things were when you're surrounded by the people you love. I could easily just gave up, but I said to be honest with myself and the fans, and somehow it was one of the greatest nights of my life. In the future, I want you to know, despite the scuffs or fears, I promise I'd be here with you to help you in any way. Should you decide to do something fun like this for yourself, whether it's a musical performance or something fun like you did for WeebCon, I know you get what I mean when I say that performing is art. And there's so many ways to do things in a way that ensures you and your community will have an incredible time no matter what. That's what I figured out on Sunday. Latest part gives context on the accusations Numi and Chad Lily made after Nino's Google Doc. What were their accusations? Because I thought Numi was just like, you're a bad friend. Refresh me if you don't mind, Heart. I know you have a lot on your plate where you make camera stuff, especially in the position you're in, is hard. I mean, eyes on you, it's a completely new environment full of different internal and external battles you need to face. Yes, this concert means a lot to me, but so do you. I don't want you to wring yourself dry over my concert. When I know I could see you at Ren Fair or any other convention or trip we plan together, important weekend for me, but it is for you. Dude, despite the fears that I've had over my friendship, I try my best to slice any kinds of demons I've had me telling me the worst case scenario. I remember the person you were when we met, and I want to fully believe that you're still that person that I know would be there for me and her friends and her community. And like I said, you didn't have to do anything to make things for me. I just wanted to hear your thoughts. It's okay, thank you again. I accept your apologies. So it seems like they were good at this point, right?
Despite what I did, Numi accepted my apology. It took me almost 2 hours to say anything else because I broke down. All of the stress I've been under and guilt of what I've done hit me after reading Numi's message. This whole situation was a wake-up call for me about how I've always bottled everything up, and what my priorities should be, and that I couldn't let something like this happen again.
Absolutely.
Now,
sometimes you need your friends to wake you up.
About seeing Numi knowing that I hurt her, and I didn't want to bring the mood down if she felt weird about seeing me in a few days. I was overthinking everything. This was not a way for me to manipulate my way out of the situation. I messaged her again when I collected myself a few hours later to figure out our plans.
I believe in Chai Lily's video, she accused Cinder of putting business over Numi's concert. So in a way, she kind of did, right? I would say that if Chai Lily was gonna to kind of like rewrite that, I think that Chai Lily could have said, if that's what she said, right? Chai Lily could have more said that Cinder just failed to communicate properly about stuff, and that costs, Numi time and effort, right? I mean, yeah, she accepted the apology, but that doesn't mean that somebody else can't be upset on Numi's behalf, right? Cinder says, would you rather me not come to the concert? I don't want to make you uncomfortable for your show. To be honest, I've been crying on and off since our messages earlier, and I feel really anxious about being there after you're hurting you. I'm just really upset about everything. Numi says, of course I want to see you. I want to be uncomfortable around you. I think I would have felt tense if you hadn't talked to me. But like I just said, I wanted to hear your apology. Please don't cry, Cinder. We all make mistakes. The most important thing to me is just communicating our feelings with each other, and it'll be okay. Absolutely. Numi's a real one. I mean, feel anxious about being there. I feel like you need space. That's okay with me. I just want you to be okay. Everything regarding this show is completely fine. I want to be able to pull off a fun show. Afterwards, gonna hang out, celebrate Blank birthday too. Whatever you decide is fine by me. I just want to take the time you need to do whatever you feel is most comfortable for you. I'm being 100% honest when I say all I wanted was to hear things to me. I feel like a weight was lifted on my shoulder because I was worried. Cinder, okay, I'll do my best to be there for you this weekend. I think I'd just like to talk more often. You message me about things, etc. So things don't get lost in communication between us. All right, and we end up like another situation like this. I really appreciate you, Numi. Our new plans for Sunday. We haven't booked the trainer hotel yet. Numi says, yeah, we're gonna hang out and go to a dinner place for Blank's birthday. I added y'all just in case for dinner if you want to come. We'll be doing an off collab in the morning as well. Cinder says, so we should plan to leave Monday. Which hotel is it? Numi says, oh, I'll leave me Monday 1 second. We asked Blank, and she said it's a blank. And Numi leaves the hotels.com for it. Okay, here we go.
This is the conversation Shy Lily and I had the day of our collab and the concert. The first message
you can
from
tell
me was
Numi
about
knows
a
what the fuck
mistake
is
that
up.
I explained
I
in
appreciate
Shy
Numi more
Lily's
reading through
section
this.
of this document. After our collab I told her that I was going to Numi's concert for the first and only time.
I feel like anything I take away from this is Numi's a real one. Sinner, I appreciate that. Just want to clear up with you sort of any feelings between us. I completely understand how annoying people can be when plans change and they start pointing fingers at us. No V-Card has been your project, so I see why you'd be frustrated. I'm trying to do my best to get everybody on board with the cool things we do and with the information I have. Especially now I'm a partial owner like you. I'm hyped about the future V-Card. And all the cool things us and the Gamer Subs can do together. How many boxes do you have for the club tomorrow? Do you think we should change having a full set to VTuber mascot? Basic card, neither full art or ultra rare. It's easier to score. No worries about not replying to it earlier. I was just super busy. Date for both of us, LMAO. Also, a heads up, I'd actually have to end around 1:30, so I have an hour and a half if that's okay. And I got your ultra rare like 2 or 3 times. Lily says, oh yeah, we should definitely change the full set perhaps. Opened 4 entire boxes today and only completed 2 VTubers. I don't know how many you opened and completely, but the chances seem pretty rough, LMAO. Opened 4 and I think I have 3 or 4 more to go. If you still want to start by the previous time, we can always start a little earlier if you want. Otherwise, I doubt we'd get through more than a pack or 2, though I'm always cool with that. I found that it takes a long time to go through. So we open them together every time I compare and react, and also cross off cards from the sheet. We might barely make through a box or 2. Also, you're cheating. I wish I had more ultra rares. I had a few, but like only 4 are the 12 that I got from friends I cared about. So many VTubers I don't know, LMAO. I was hoping to come play some more sets from friends instead. I reserved my first binder for VTuber friends only. Second one, I just gotta have extra people I don't know so I can complete a collection. I can confirm to me is aware of Cinder. I mean, honestly, he probably doesn't even need to be in this, you know what I mean? Like, Numi could not have been in this document, you know? Cinder, I could be ready by 11:30, so 30 minutes earlier. I think we'd have time to go through at least 2 boxes. Yeah, I still haven't got a lot of friends ultra rares, and I'm running out of boxes. LMAO. Ellie says, can't do for this time. I can make sure I'm ready for that time if you want to see me. I get yours blank, mine and blank. The rest are dupes and people I don't know. I think if anything, this just proves like Shy Lily has like no problem with Cinder, right? They're having like a back and forth, like very, very well adjusted conversation. Yeah, we're a part 4, Red Club. How are you? Rest are dudes and people I don't know. Been here a second, you twice, blanket myself, it took me 5 boxes to find one of me. Do you want to send each other our hand cams, have each other on stream, or do you want to tell chat to open both of ours? LMAO. Shy Lily says, LMAO, no idea what's better, to be honest. I think we can share them. I just use Video Ninja anyway. That's already a shareable link. Cinder says, I can't set up my camera in Video Ninja. The resolution is this. It needs to be flipped horizontally and vertically. There you go. Charlie says, okay, give me a minute. I'll be ready with a link. Here's her link for video. Cinder gives the Twitch link. And Cinder says, thank you so much, Lily. I had so much fun. I would have loved to yap more. I'm sorry I felt like hella fast, but I'm actually zooming to Numi's concert in New York City. Keeping it private, though, so. Alright, cool. Yeah, I think by the time that we get through this, all the remaining VTuber dinosaurs are gonna be extinct.
Red and I made it to the concert in time, and I was part of the off-collab Numi did in the hotel room the following day. Numi and I wore our matching shirts together,
right.
And we spent the rest of the weekend there with friends.
But like Tangled, like this was Hannah all the time most about up against me. I think that like, so Numi was okay with it and like apologized and it was all cool. They came to an agreement together. But that doesn't mean that like other people forgave Cinder for that, right? They might have looked at that and been like, that's shitty. Should they forgave her? Well, it's ultimately up to Numi and her, right? But I think that's just kind of like probably where it's coming from.
I was already planning to be at Numi's
Here's
next concert in the US, if not both of them. I wasn't going to let Numi down again. These 2 shows happened at the end of July. I wasn't there for obvious reasons.
Yeah, just like I said, I agree. It's really between Numi and Cinder, but yeah, I'm just gonna give you a reason why I think it might have been brought up, right? Cinder, do you ever plan a date for a Chicago concert? Numi, we've been on hold for all the venues in Austin and Chicago, so we're not solid on the date yet, but it looks like it's going to be either the last weekend of July or first weekend of August. So there we go, Chad. That is the V-Card and Numi section. So now we're gonna get into the Shy Lily section. here we go, guys. This is the start of the very long part that's called the breakdown. The breakdown part is really, really long. Here we go. Here's Shy Lily's reply to the apology. This is where Pierre talked about the steel chair, right? This is the roast that is forever, I guess, immortalized in the VTuber community. This was the absolutely crazy response. You guys probably remember this, right? So here we go. Goodness gracious, things are really heating up.
Was a friend, but I've never been close with her. I wanted to get to know her better because of how close she was to my other friends. She's someone I've always looked up to. I saw her as a role model, and as of this year, a potential business partner. I wanted to live up to who she's been for the tuber community, and gamer subs now that I held the same title. She was the only example of a tuber in that position before me, and set the bar for what a gamer subs part owner is and does. I've never been jealous of her, or envious of what she had, and I didn't see her as my competition at any point.
This may be true, right? She may have said that she was never jealous or envious of what she had in its year's competition. That might be true, right? About maybe Shy Lily in particular. I mean, obviously with Silverveil, she already admitted that she did see year's competition, so... But this might prove true, to be fair, with specifically Shy Lily, so... You know, maybe we can agree
Since October
on that
of
part,
2024,
if you want to believe her word.
Shy Lily and I had been messaging back and forth every now and then in our DMs, leading up to our interactions before and during our card collab you saw in the previous section. From the second half of March, she stopped replying to my messages. It's not odd to get busy and miss messages, and I was guilty of that all the time to too many people, but it was out of the ordinary and was going on for almost a whole month by the time I was cancelled. This was alongside her seemingly dodging collabs we were both a part of and off-putting reactions to me rating her. I became anxious about what was going on in March and April because I viewed her in such high regard.
I mean, again, it's... Look, here's the thing. Y'all clearly were okay with each other, and that she wanted to distance herself. That is her prerogative. She can do whatever she wants. You know what I mean? She can do whatever she wants.
Entire way through, Shy Lily pulled everyone together to organize, plan, write, and post the documents that ended in my cancellation, and her lie-filled reply to my apology was the final nail in my coffin. Her actions show she clearly had something against me before Nano ever said anything to her, and she couldn't take accountability and admit to it until I was already in the ground. Shy Lily said she wanted her own section, so here it is.
This was her addressing it.
Fuck an apology. And one thing that struck me specifically is when she dedicated a section to me and someone else. First of all, okay, I am petty. I didn't even get a section for myself. I am going to be super petty. Not even a section for myself. For someone that is so upset for me not naming her full fucking government Twitch.tv name, for someone to just put me in a document as Lily when previously referring to me as the other gamer sub.
I kind of like... I don't know if she's 100% serious, but you can put it on the shelf. Yeah, you can put it on the shelf enough. What I do want to say here is, Shy Lily pulled everybody together, organized, planned, right, and post the documents into my cancellation. We're gonna need some proof on that. That is a pretty heavy accusation, right? So we're gonna be looking for the proof of that in the future, right? Which there is a little bit of more information in regard to that later. I mean, I've already read this document, but again, we need to put this here as a note. It's important, right? That's a very strong statement. So, very, very strong statement. So, here we go. She's going to explain it.
I'll show and explain everything I was experiencing with Shy Lily for the couple months leading up to what happened, since it's relevant to understand what Red told Nano in their messages. I won't be repeating things that included Shiloli in the previous section about Guard, and this
Entangled,
section
there is
will
a
pick
little
up
bit of
right before the
backing
release
on
of
that,
the
by the way.
game and my collab with her.
It's only for me to create the sequence of events, right? So what I do want to say here is that Unity's going to explain what was Shiloh a couple months leading up to what happened. The thing is, though, it's like I got to point out again, just like we pointed out in prior sections, if Lily doesn't want to have anything to do with you, she doesn't have to. She doesn't owe you her time or collaboration anymore, right? So I just don't get this obsession with, oh, I'm going to show everything experience that I was experiencing with Shiloh. Well, she doesn't have to fuck with you. Like, if she doesn't want to, she doesn't have to, right? A friendship, collaboration, all that stuff. Nobody owes you that. You have to remember that, right? She doesn't owe you anything. So I feel like going into explaining this experience, right, it's only going to make her look a little bit more paranoid. But let's go take a look. Let's give her a chance to prove us wrong,
Everything is in
right?
chronological order, and all dates and times are in EST.
Orchestrated.
I've censored any private information or names of people who aren't directly involved. Screenshots that include messages that were in any of the documents are highlighted with a red border. Screenshots that are directly of or taken from another document are highlighted with an orange border.
Don't
Dates
spoil
and
enemies.
important messages
Don't
within
spoil.
any screenshots are highlighted in yellow. Video timestamps are linked to directly and highlighted in green. Quotes from my apology are highlighted in gray. Red's own comments on anything being presented are labeled and highlighted in blue.
Alright, here we go. V card launch information. And I actually talked about this after we were talking about the Cinder stuff, because I saw a lot of people weren't addressing this. I ended up talking about it, and a lot of people were like, oh shit, you're right. But Cinder did mess up on the V card launch, which I know was very upset. It had to be upsetting to Lily because V card was, of course, her baby, right? So I think that we talked about this. If you on my prior coverage of the original Cinder stuff. Anyway, let's go.
I need to talk about this first, because I made a mistake and knew it upset Shiloli, even if she couldn't admit it to me. January 26, 2025, Red and I were planning my stream for Guard's launch day and asked Gamer Subs about Shiloli's exclusive unboxing stream to make sure we weren't stepping on her toes.
Right.
During my stream on the 31st, I didn't start doing anything card related until 3 p.m. EST out of respect for her. Red then gave Gamer Subs a list of questions I wrote down for him that my community had asked me about Guard on one of my previous streams.
Cut off communication is only the first sign of escalation. I mean, but still, One Wolf, it's not like you owe anybody the conversation to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want anything to do with you anymore. They don't have to. Brad, hey guys, we're planning our V-Card launch stream. Is any restriction on how when Cinder can start opening packs on Friday? Because of Lily stream, just to make sure we're not stepping on any toes. Gamer Subs know 3 p.m. EST on launch day. The second the box comes out, everyone good to go. Cinder, I think you meant Lily is opening packs an hour for launch. We want to see if she's the only one who can do that. Brad, yeah, she said exclusive unboxing 1 hour for the launch and posted. Checking with you guys. There's an agreement with her or not. I believe Lily would start the first hour for launch, showing out the boxes and binder deck boxes and such, and then get it opening them. Yes, nothing to be purchasable on the site until 3 p.m. EST. Also, I'm waiting on the final numbers to update you this week. Cinder said is that with my code. Brad says some questions added from the community. How much will a box cost? How many cards be per pack, packs per box? We're limited on how many a single customer can buy. After the first batch is sold out, how soon do we estimate there'll be a restock? They answered this with the prices: 10 game cards, 1 rule card per pack, 28 boxes per box. No limit, there will never be first editions again, and the unlimited set will follow the sellout. Honestly, no date set yet. A lot of it depends on how quickly this first edition sells out, which, by the way, it sold out extremely fast.
Since the questions asked were stated to be from my community, and I wasn't told that this information was confidential and couldn't be shared, I assumed it was okay for me to tell my chat the answers to their questions on my stream. This stream was the day before the game's launch day, and no info had been released on what was going on, how things would work,
And pricing
or
was
what
not
things
released.
were priced at.
Yep.
The information I gave made it onto the GamerSupps Orvguard subreddit, and into Shylale's Discord server, both citing me specifically as the source. Right after my stream ended, GamerSupps sent me updated info about the box pricing.
I will say here, I assume it's okay for me to tell my chat the answers to their questions on my stream. That was a mistake, Cinder. When it comes to official releases and stuff like that, you should have asked. You know what I mean? Like, you know what they say about assuming, right, chat? GamerSupps says, say a few updates, nothing super new for you. I just want to send a copy paste everybody else got. Only big changes to the booster box is going to be sold for blank, $89.99, not $84.99. So again, even with stuff like that, you just got to check, you know? You really got to check. Was it a mistake? Absolutely. Was it a small mistake? Kind of depends, right? But you should always ask in those situations. Exactly, Spino.
This was the day card launched. Shylale talked about how angry and annoyed she was about card info leaking early, including incorrect info. She claimed she didn't know who leaked information, saying I guess people are just excited to be the ones to spread stuff before me.
However, to be fair as well, GamerSupps should also... So I want to share something really quick that I've learned a lot in my professional, although short professional career. Part of being in a professional career is you need to predict how people are going to react to what you say, right? You need to be able to look ahead and anticipate, that's the word. You need to anticipate how people are going to react and how they're going to take your information, right? So for GamerSupps, they should have anticipated that potentially SINDER would release this information and should have said, hey, you know, this is information that should not be shared around, right? And that's just part of being a professional, right? You need to anticipate how the people working under you are going to react, etc., right? So it's a little bit more, it's a little bit of a mistake on GamerSupps in, but it's mostly a mistake on SINDER's in. So let's look at this clip here.
For the weak card thingy. Also, there are rumors that some information has made its way to the public without that information supposed to be being public.
Looking forward to collecting V cards.
Thank you, Kay. So save that for the V cards. That's important.
Our hair is so long. I just chopped most of mine off.
Any information that wasn't known up until sometime today-ish, today's time frame, plus minus time zones, that was never supposed to be public. Also, half of that info is just plain wrong.
To phone mount too?
The laptop mount that you clip a phone.
I mean, here I just take this more like she's just trying to address, like, hey, this information got out. It's wrong. Again, V-Card is my baby, so I want to make sure that I'm very clear about that. I don't know if it's supposed to be framed in a way that's like that. It's just like
phone mount too. Oh, this, yeah, it's a. So I clipped the phone mount. So this is I don't think it's a laptop mount. I guess you could maybe use it, but this is
Let's continue. I mean, you made a mistake. It's okay, Cinder. Like, again, you need to be comfortable with making mistakes. Shit happens, right? And GamerSupps has obviously probably looked at this and said, you know what? We need to reach out to stuff. I will tell you, in my experience at GamerSupps, as a GamerSupps partner, they're very good about telling you, hey, you can't talk about this stuff by this date, right? So, you know, it's just a mistake. It's okay. Shit happens.
Of the info I gave out the day before, I was wrong about the price by $5, which I was only updated about after my stream ended. The other thing I advertised that I assumed would be the case, but was wrong about, was VCard being available 20 minutes early on the GamerSupps app. All of their drops were consistently like this for a long time.
They put it live that day because I even ordered extra.
Even though they sent me some. And I find out that this was discontinued. Everything else was correct, but I didn't know I wasn't supposed to say anything about it.
Either way you did, so it's okay, shit happens. Random movie card to be available 20 minutes early in the app, only at 3 p.m. everywhere. Gamer subs, everything will go live at 3 p.m. EST. From my understanding, the tournament earlier in the app is no longer something we do company-wide. So again, it's just a minor mistake, right? Shit happens.
Shy Lily said that official sources were the only ones with correct info, meaning herself and the Gamer Subs or of Card Twitter accounts. When someone asked if I was an official source, she said no. I was a part owner now, and I didn't know there was a difference between me and the other official sources. I was given the information directly from the source, thought it was okay to make public, and thought I was doing the right thing by answering questions the community had.
I mean, yeah, just because you thought it, though, doesn't mean it's right. But when it comes to releases, guys, I will tell you, in my year working at Disney, Disney was very, very strict when it came to releases. I mean, very, very strict, chat. So for them, it was all about communication and making sure everything launched correctly. So, yeah, just check. We don't need the whole like rigmarole explanation. It's okay, you messed up. It's fine. Deal with it.
My motivation wasn't to be the first to share this info. The community didn't know what was going on just a day before the game launched.
And it was intended not to be that way.
I gave them the answers to
you know
the
what I mean? It was intended not to be that way.
As a new part owner, people were looking to me for answers about the card, and I thought I was doing the right thing by informing them. I was wrong to do so and made a mistake, and I made sure to correct the info I had wrong on my stream on launch day.
There you go. So, again, I don't think we need the whole explanation here and this whole, like, drawn out rigmarole about it. You made a mistake. It's all good. All
that
good.
night I messaged Shy Lily to apologize about
And
what
that's
I
fine.
did.
That's good.
After what happened with Numi 2 nights earlier, I was making an effort to be more
good.
open about things. Shy Lily avoided saying I was the person who was leaking info, or admitting I was who she was mad at. I was the only one who could have shared the incorrect price and was the one mistakenly advertising the early up pre-orders, and there were posts citing me as the source of all this leaked information. Shy Lily knew it was me, sounded pretty mad on stream at the leaker who was excited to be the one to spread stuff before her, but danced around it as if she was never mad at me. In the end, she praised me for having the balls to reach out to her about this.
I have a question, chat, and I'm gonna stretch here for a second since we're 2 hours in. Why can't both things be like exist simultaneously? What I mean by that is Lily might have been mad on stream, and then later chilled out about it and actually talked to her. But why does each one have to be exclusive to each other? You know what I mean? Avoided saying I was the person who was leaking info or admitting us. She might have been mad, but she might have chilled out. Like, this is such this feels to me it's a stretch. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, it feels like a stretch. And even still, Lily could have been upset and then changed her mind later. I think that is totally okay. So I don't understand why she's trying to make it black and white here. You can be mad and still forgive people. I mean, again, it'd be one thing if Lily never even addressed this at all, right? But she did, like, she had an actual conversation. Nid, thank you for gifting a subby. I appreciate you. Lily has come across as somebody who blows up, cools down, and apologizes. I mean, I don't really know, Captain. I don't really know Lily well enough to even, like, guess at that, you know what I mean? But, I just think that is... That particular paragraph doesn't add up to me. You know what I mean? Also, I'm stretching. Also, like, he didn't publicly throw Cinder under the bus. So isn't that, like, a good thing? Being like, oh yeah, like, I didn't say your name out loud because I wanted to save you face. Like, I think that is okay. And, you know, should Shy Lily have said something about it on stream? It depends on her intention, right? Was she more about, hey, I want to clear up misinformation? Or am I trying to throw Cinder under the bus? Well, I would assume her intention was to clear up misinformation, not to throw Cinder under the bus, because she could have. She could have just used her name. I think understanding intention here is very important to the overall narrative, right, chat? Anyway, let's continue. Cinder, hey, Layla, I heard you're upset about some V-Card information going out earlier than you would have liked. And it goes to me a few days ago. I told gamer subs in my community I had a question about the V-Card. One of which were about prices. At that time, they told me a box was $84.99. And being going to answer the question I asked them to have in my community, it made it seem like it was okay to share. Again, minor fuck up. I only found out today that Gamer Subs is discontinuing the app early access. While I was under the assumption the V-Card would launch with the same access like other drops over the past year. So I want to apologize to you if it was the one who caused you stress and confusion for the community. As soon as they give me the updated info at the start of my stream today, I made sure to correct my mistake from before. But I'm really happy that V-Card's launch did so well, and I hope we can have fun together more if you're still down. Okay, awesome. This seems very, very fine. You know what I mean? Like, Cinder, don't worry. I had some annoying chatters tell me a bunch of info never released, and they were spreading stuff around in my Discord. I only told them the day before that the info is not going to be available until launch. But people in my Discord claiming other VTubers been claiming that stuff on stream. Then today I had a bunch of people in my chat upset that I changed the prices. Like, bro, get on my dick, I didn't do shit. Bro, this is a fine response. Like, why is Cinder assuming the worst here? I broke it on my dick, but yeah, it was during that day, my day off, and I didn't want to make a tweet or anything correcting shit. That's okay, a bit weird. Like making drama out of a potential misunderstanding, like in your case, LMAO. Like making drama. She's so chill about it. I mentioned on stream to not trust any sources that have been spreading info and only believe if I published Gamer Subs V-Cards in their direct source. Also doubt you were the only one talking about it. Plus, if you asked GD on behalf of chat and no one told you it wasn't supposed to be public, then that's on them. No. No. She literally pointed out what I said, that Gamer Subs owned a little bit of that blame, right? And she's just like, yeah, no, you're good. Like, it leaked, but, you asked Gamer Subs, and they told you, and they should have. What is Cinder on right here? Like, what is she on about? I know I told you you're supposed to be public, and that's on them. They should have clarified that to you. Really nothing you could have done about that. Very understanding about the whole situation, Very understanding about the whole situation. This part was a little weird on stream, though, because a lot of information had been made very public. A bunch of people have been making posts on about V-Card. Any additional information, I hope. No one caught strays. LMAO also, hold up. There's a picture. Bro, she's being nice. She's sharing pictures of her Cinder collection. What did Lily do wrong here? Used and blanks on only completed pages after 4 boxes. Also, of course, I'm so down to pull together tomorrow. Only reason I reacted to she is because I saw it. I was going to go live and already behind because I'm master procrastinator and I did not get shit done until after I was supposed to be on. Oh, and by the way, huge respect to reach out about the info leak, dude. That takes a lot of balls. Oh my god. I'm gonna crash out. Are people upset with Lily? Like actually, are people upset with Lily? Over this right here. Lily could have kept it to yourself after all. Cinder says, I appreciate it. I just to make clear things up. There wasn't any weird feelings between us. I completely understand how annoying people can be when plans change and they start pointing fingers at us. I know V-Card is doing your project, so I see why you'd be frustrated. I'm trying to do my best to get everybody on board with the cool things we do. The information I have, especially now that I'm a partial owner. Like you, I'm super hyped about the future V-Card and all the cool things us and Gamer Subs can do together. Alright, I'm putting this in our notes. Shy Lily was fine with Cinder accidentally leaking V-Card info. Clearly, you can see that. I mean, do you guys want to argue against this point? It's literally, I'll hear you out here. But is there anybody that wants to put some contention up against this point? Because I feel like it's, you know what I mean? I feel like it's very straightforward. Yep. She's the orca trader, right?
In another conversation with Gamer Subs a couple weeks later, we asked for them to clarify to us what is and isn't able to be shared publicly going forward.
And that's
after
good. That's
what
good.
happened during Card's launch.
Absolutely,
I was
that's
told
what
that
you
there
should
was
be doing.
not really a certain source the launch info was supposed to come from.
Rad, also for future launches, please let us know what is and isn't able to be said publicly. And when it can be. Cinder, yeah, the info asked for the V-Card launch that I thought was okay to share my community. Ended up being all wrong, and I got a lot of backlash for it. Did you get backlash for it? Like, actually? Did you actually get backlash for it? I didn't know this info was supposed to be only coming from certain sources. Gamer Sub says, fully understood, very sorry for that. It was my fault. Bro, they resolved this. They said, yeah, I should have told you. Okay, so, yeah, everybody admitted their fault in this. Why are we on about this particular point? There was not really a certain source when I gave the info here for launch. It was at the time correct. I believe hours before launch, we changed things last minute. Did update it right away here. I'll absolutely be able, absolutely sure to see what is public and what is not moving forward. Love it. Love this. Yeah, Lily, and maybe Lily was upset a little bit, but I mean, she went in to correct it, and they had a great conversation, and going forward business-wise, shit is okay. All right, so here we go.
The very last collab I had with Shy Lily was a few days after our card collab.
So you guys were good.
This was the first time either of us messaged
Maybe
each
so
other
tangled.
since our card collab on February 1st.
Maybe, I mean,
asked
I'd like
Shy
to see
Lily
that.
if she wanted to play Split Fiction with me. It
Okay.
was a long game that we would have been able to bond over while getting to know each other better. She told me she'd pass on the game, and that was fine. Then I asked Numi, who was also unavailable. She told me that Yuzu was interested, and I happily played through the game with her.
Okay. Again, why does this even need to be included? Hey, Lily, would you want to play this together this Thursday, maybe Friday? I'm not sure how long the game will be. It comes out Thursday. The next game from the It Takes Two devs, Split Fiction. Very big launch, very successful game, right? Yeah, Lily, sorry I'm going to have to pass while new season drop Wednesday, and I'm going to take an extra day off and just blast wild with my friends. Cool. Little cute emoji. No problem, Lily. Hope you have fun. Everything's very kosher here. Why is this included?
The last time Shy
She
Lily
declined, so
and
she
I
hates
spoke
me.
was when she reached out to me about disconnecting problems she was having with OBS. Trying to fix my own disconnecting
Yeah, this is
problems
just,
are what
insecurity.
made me move back in with my parents before this conversation.
Cinder chat told me you could not access so OBS failure, right? You had this specific issue as well. I made to fix it after tortured you endlessly. Are they just yapping? Do you actually have a cure? Cinder says, how did disconnecting problem at OBS for so long? But I was only getting this pop up within the past month or two. I've never seen that one. I'm not sure exactly what fixed it, but there were two things I did before it stopped happening. One was to uncheck the browser source hardware acceleration box in OBS settings. Others had to repair some of my System32 files in command prompt. But I have no idea how I did that because I just followed directions on some forum. I don't know what the actual solution, but I've been having problems for over a week now. Only a week. I thought you fixed your issues a while ago. Cinder says, I wish. Charlotte, false alarm, I guess. Praying that this time it actually is fixed. Thanks for trying to help Pookie. I'm going to try to bother Mythic. Okay. Cinder, I hope you don't have any more problems with it. It was going on for like 6 months for me. Charlotte says, dude, I can never. It's a pain. I've been nowhere. I changed nothing. Now I can't stream for 5 minutes. Cinder, yep. Charlotte, fucking hate my life. Kill me. Cinder says, me every day. Charlotte says, such a mood queen. Again, what? Y'all are having normal conversations even after that whole V-card moment, right? It kind of proves to me y'all are fine.
Different repo collabs Shy Lily and I were both supposed to be a part of. This was when I thought things started to change between me and Shy Lily. March 21st, 2025. This was the first repo collab. It was originally going to be on the 15th, but was rescheduled to the 21st. Shy Lily was supposed to be there, but she decided to cancel last minute due to a Bikini Bottoms collab she had going on that day.
Right? That happens,
I understood just like
totally
everyone
okay.
else, and this alone wasn't a problem to me.
Okay, then why did you bring it up? I mean, is she trying to create like a sequence of events here to show that Lily wanted nothing to do with her? You realize shit just happens, right?
This second collab never happened, but was being planned in a group chat. Shy Lily was added to the chat but apparently couldn't make it shortly after. She never messaged in this chat directly before she was removed. These are all of the messages here, and it never went anywhere after this.
Please, false. Just put me out of my misery. I'm on day 4, bro. I'm on day 4, bro. How are you, false? What's up? Hope you're doing good. I saw your stuff. With Under the Veil stuff. It looks really cool. Yeah, it looks really cool. Congratulations. Yeah, beat us to the Cinder Realm. I've been here for 4 fucking days, false. Anyway, let's continue. So this is apparently they scheduled a repo collab, and it never went anywhere. So again, why is it brought up? Can we put another count on the? Hey, guess what? This is irrelevant. Like hello, Wowie 07, Yippee. I'll set a day press in a bit. If you modded, Boop Lily can't make your move, Shy Lily. Okay, that Lily can make it. That's fine. Not a big deal.
From then, these are the rest of
Also
my
just
DMs
watching
with
it suffer.
Shiley. Below I'll explain them and other events that were happening in between.
Oh no, we're not finishing today. It's gonna take till tomorrow. Poor False gonna have to put out a video about this too. I feel bad for all like news tubers actually. Hope you're doing good. Cinder, do you want to play the B card together sometime soon? I missed you doing the Reboot collab last week. Hope you're doing well. Our fun this cute co-op Souls-like slime game. It looks like there's a water and fire slime we can play with us. This was like about 9 to 10 days later. Cinder, have a good stream, Lily, and bumping this in case you missed it. Cinder, hey Lily, is everything okay? And I've been told you're the best of messages, and we're super busy with all the things all the time, and I kind of feel like I've upset you in some way. I wanted to ask you directly. I mean, like, this is easily explainable way. Number 1, because I'm busy. Number 2, she just not something and doesn't want to talk to you. Clearly, y'all were fine before. Yes, something changed, but if she doesn't want to mess with you, she doesn't want to mess with you.
I messaged Shiley the day
sorry,
after
deal with
the
it.
above collab chat happened when the new card rules were announced and the tabletop sim version was revealed. I would have thought she'd love the idea of playing
I want
together
to medal
to
after I
advertise
finish
and
this
show
chat. I
off
want to
the
fucking
new
medal.
rules of her game. It'd generate hype and renewed interest in Guard after lots of people were dissatisfied with the first edition's game mechanics. It was an idea motivated by the business implications of it, but it was something to do together as friends that I thought we'd both be excited about. It would have benefited us both, and the entire brand.
I can hear False now. She has returned. No. False is gonna be like, she is risen from the ashes. Like, I can already hear him. That's what we need. That's what we need. Cinder, do you want to play the V card sim together sometime soon? I miss you during the Reboot Club. Hope you're doing well, Lily. I rated Lily. Right here. Okay, cool. This is where we're getting the Walter White syndrome. Like, say my name.
Shiley greeted the raiders and didn't say hi to me, or thank me for the raid. I
We're gonna
didn't
look
see
at that
it
link.
when it happened, but if you were to watch for another 5 minutes, after she'd basically moved on with her stream, you'd see she then did quickly thank me for the raid. If she was able to
Okay.
greet my raiders when the raid first happened, then why couldn't she have also said hi and
Why
thanked me
does it
then?
matter?
I wasn't
Why does it
upset
matter?
about this since it was just one raid. Nano's document had a link to the exact timestamp this raid happened in Shiley's
so-
defense.
I want to add to this too. Number 1, why does Cinder have to acknowledge you? You were proving to me that you view raids as like some kind of transactional business. Like, oh, you have to acknowledge me and say my name. Bro, it doesn't matter. Let's go look at this YouTube link.
Die! Die!
I remember this.
Oh,
Yeah, I remember this.
Ignore what you just saw.
And I'll tell you the exact same thing I told you last time, because this is a Souls-like game, right? I'm gonna tell you the exact same thing. She is hyper-focused. This is Kazan. It's a tough, hyper-focused Souls-like game that requires a lot of skill to play. I can completely understand why she might have been blocked the fuck in and missed it.
Ooh! Oh
The
my
last
goodness.
Berserker Kazan.
Hello! Oh! Hello, Raiders! Hello! I am playing
It's a very difficult game.
Berserker. The last... It's called The Last Berserker?
Again, there is nothing problematic. If this is her proof against it, or like a proof of a problem, there isn't any. There's literally none. She's playing a Souls-like game. She's locked in. She didn't acknowledge me and say my name. Well, guess what? Get the fuck over it. Sometimes people are just busy. Like, shit happens, dude. Deal with it. I'm sorry. Like, this is so, like, paranoid all the time.
A week later, I still hadn't
Yeah,
heard
same
from
here, Project
Shiley.
Zero.
I messaged her again about playing a different game together. I
Maybe
just
she was
wanted to
busy.
hang out since she
Stuff
hadn't been
happens.
able to make the past 2 collabs that we were both supposed to be a part of, and maybe she didn't like my idea about guard. She turned me
That's a good
down
point
when
too,
I
Foss.
asked about Split Fiction a month earlier, so it's not like she hadn't done that before, or couldn't have done that again.
Again, it's just we're connecting all these dots. But like, why does it matter? I mean, she's still acknowledged her community, so I think that matters. You're not being that guy. It's true. Like, why does it matter so much here? You don't understand. Charlie has to say Cinder's name in a raid after all Cinder's a big streamer. So Shirley Lloyd must have to say her full government name and her social security number and her blood type. I rated Charlie again. Okay, let's take a look.
I'm actually not so excited to hang out tomorrow, cause like, you know how it is. Stuff just happens, and now I'm busy. But you know, if you bagged me, I guess I could maybe move things around.
Are you sweet?
Who knows? Oh, hello, Pyro Poopers! Hi! How you doing?
She definitely acknowledged your raid. What are you talking about? She literally just acknowledged it.
We're playing
Cinder even exists. Without the Pyro Pups, Cinder is nothing. Without your viewers, content creators are nothing. So if anything, I love that she acknowledged the Pyro Pups, because the Pyro Pups are what makes Cinder who she is. You guys, our army, make me what I am. Without you, chat, I am nothing. I am nothing without you. He acknowledged the Pyro Pups. He acknowledged Cinder is the Pyro Pup. She's indirectly acknowledging her. There's no weird, like you said, no weird undertone. What is the problem here?
It's been like an hour since. I'm catching up in Honkai. It's really cool. I got the dragon lady.
What is wrong with this, chat? I got a question for you, chat. I have a question for you. Is there anything problematic with how she dressed this raid? Yes or no? I think you know how I feel, but I don't think there's anything wrong with how she addressed this. Do you think there's anything wrong with how she addressed this? Yes or no? I hope most of you say no, but again, I'm not here to tell you how to feel, right? I feel like this section is just proving how paranoid she is.
Shiley didn't say hi or thank me for the raid like you'd expect your friend to do, or any streamer to do.
Oh my god.
She said hi to my
How dare you
raiders,
not meet my
but didn't
minimum
thank them
requirements
either.
of rating?
She goes on to read one of my chat messages, but this was the second time Shiley had an off-putting
It's not
reaction to me
off-putting!
sending my community to her in the past couple weeks,
It's not
coupled with
off-putting!
removing herself from collabs I was a part of and ghosting my messages. This more recent raid
Oh
was
my
not linked
god.
in Nano's document.
Cinder,
I decided to
approves.
DM her again to bump what I sent her before. After still not hearing from her, I was convinced I had done something wrong.
Cinder proves how paranoid she is about Lily and views raids as transactional. Is that okay to put? Are y'all good with that note? Because I feel like that's solid. Also, just in defense of more dear to the streamer. Exactly. Exactly. The community is what makes us who we are. I decided to DM her again to bump what I sent her before after not hearing from her. I was convinced I had done something wrong. Bro, and even if you did something wrong, maybe she just doesn't, maybe she doesn't like you. Maybe she doesn't want to talk to you. Like, she doesn't owe you anything.
I wasn't expecting an over-the-top reaction from Shiley just because I raided. Just a hello and thanks for the raid, like any other streamer
Right,
would
she's
do,
just
especially from
distancing
someone
herself,
who was a
potentially.
friend. In the past, Silver Veil, who read and I knew had a problem with me, purposely refused to say my name when I raided her. She
Oh my
continually
God.
ghosted my messages, and got a model from Nano at a suspicious time, among other things, which will all be shown in her section.
Oh my
These
god.
specific experiences with someone else who we knew didn't like me further led both Red and
Oh
I to
my
believe that
God.
Shiley had a problem with me for some reason.
False, help me. Help me, False. Oh, she didn't say my name, so she hates me. Chat, you didn't call me Elara, so you hate me. What the? Oh my god, dude. Like, even with the other thing, she acknowledged the Pyro Pups. Say my name, yeah. Say my name. When I read you with Cinder, you better fucking say my name. Say my name right now. What the fuck? Dude, because you didn't say my name, you clearly have a problem with me. Who cares? Who cares, dude? Yeah, Alara you didn't say my name, now you hate me. Alara didn't say my name when she read my message. She hates me. Yeah, Starlight Sid. She acts like she's not even streaming all these years. Because I didn't say Starlight Sid when I read the message, I hate her, clearly. Clearly, chat. She's just paranoid. She's so paranoid about everything.
I wouldn't have thought that the individual things I experienced with Shylily were pointing to a greater problem if they weren't all happening over the same few weeks. --
It doesn't matter.
April 11th, 2025.
It doesn't matter.
The same day as my second raid, Red saw Nano working on a new model for Shylily for the first time. He messaged her and asked questions
alright,
about
so
the
we've
timeline
already
of
seen
the
these
model.
messages, right? But they're like, oh, now because Shylily hasn't acknowledged me, and Shylily's getting a nano model, she's our competition, she's against us. We've already seen these messages, so I am gonna skip these. Red says this right here. Again, we've already seen these multiple times, so like I told you, I'm gonna skip repeats. That's the only thing I will skip.
About Lily and her projects just like I would any other time, and Nano gave me the information, just like she would any other time.
Yeah, it's like the
I
book
thought
from
that
Mean
Lily
Girls.
getting a model from Nano could possibly be related to how she was treating Cinder lately.
Oh my god.
That night I saw Ed and he told me Nano was working on a model for Shylily, but didn't say anything about him asking Nano about it, or that he would. I was happy with the idea that Shylily and I were going to be model sisters, especially since we're both part owners of the same company. Red thought we might have to consider that we'd be competing with Shylily with the way she was treating me and the fact she was working with Nano now, similar to how things were with Silver Veil. I didn't agree. In my mind, Shylily and I weren't going to be competing for anything, and this would be another thing we'd have in common to hopefully bring us together. I was only concerned with why she would have been upset with me lately and was anxious about it.
Again, she did actually ask, she did say like, hey Lily, is everything okay? So to be fair, she did actually ask in a message to your point, because that's always my first thought. Well, why not ask them? Like, just communicate, just talk to them, you know? But to be fair, she did ask. She was just anxious and insecure.
The next day, Red went back to Nano to ask about Shylily again and tell her what I've been experiencing with her. These are also the last messages Red had with Nano, and the last conversation either of us had with her in either of our DMs and project server. I had no knowledge of these conversations until Nano's document was released 2 weeks later. In my apology I wrote, I had no idea there was even a conversation about Shylily recently between Red and Nano until reading her document. It's true I had confided in Red that lately I hadn't been hearing from Lily like I had in the past and was worried something was wrong, but that's as far as it went, and he took it upon himself to try digging for more info. Red, I didn't share any of this conversation or the conversation above with Cinder because there wasn't anything super meaningful or pressing I thought she needed to know about.
Alright. I mean, we've already seen these messages, but I'll at least let this read out while you look.
About Lily because of the way she was acting towards Cinder over the past few weeks. It really seemed like Lily had a problem with Cinder.
But again, let's see hypothetically that you are Red and Cinder, right? And Shylily has a problem with you. Okay, people can have a problem with you. You are not owed any type of interaction. She could have a problem with you, and that's it. Deal with it. Sorry.
I didn't lie about anything I said here.
Even if Nano reached out at that point,
launched was
and that was why.
Around then was the last time I remembered them collabing
what are you
and
trying to
talking
prove
with
here?
each other.
That
like
Lily
I
had it
said
out
after.
for you?
I remembered Lily saying it was too soon to get a new model around the start of the year, but I didn't consider the 3 to 4 months that passed when I said this, and obviously Lily changed her mind since then.
If this is to prove that Lily had like a problem with you, I mean, even if she did, why does it matter so much to you? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're trying to disprove Lily here, you're doing a really bad job about it.
This is the only time I ever said anything to anyone other than Cinder about competing with Lily. If Lily had a problem with Cinder, and at the same time started working with our model artist, then yes, we wouldn't be working together anymore.
Why?
In my mind we'd be competing with her, at the very least over
yeah, this is even
Nano's
more
time.
problematic now.
If Lily
This
wasn't
is even
treating
more
Cinder
problematic.
differently, I wouldn't have had any reason
is
to
red.
think the timing of
it's
Lily's
in the blue,
model
it's
with
red.
Nano was suspect, and no reason to ask Nano anything when she started working on Lily's model. I would have felt the same way about it that Cinder did. Between these screenshots they were talking about something unrelated.
And yes, we wouldn't be working together anymore in my mind. We'd be competing with her at the very least over Nano's time. So, like, again, viewing somebody as competition. We've already seen these screenshots. Talking about, oh, we gotta stay competitive when we shouldn't have. And everything just kind of goes, I don't know, plus ultra. It really snowballs here.
I stayed informed with Nano's plans because of who she was to us and our brand. It's always been that way and it's never been a problem
informed by
with her.
Prime.
I said we have to
Although
stay
Nano shouldn't have given it so
competitive, as in
willingly.
a general sense with the entire tuber sphere, even when we SHOLDNTH have to with someone like Lily who we thought was a friend, now acting this way.
Now acting this way. No. You assumed a lot of those things acting this way. The raids were not problematic. You made it a problem. Her not talking to you, you made that a problem. She is allowed to be that way. If she wants to be, she doesn't owe you any type of conversation or anything, right? You were the ones that decided now acting this way. You decided it was problematic action. Right, it wasn't either of us who had a problem with Lily or treating her differently for no apparent reason. Wasn't either of us who had a problem with Lily. Bro, what are you talking about? You made everything into a problem. I cannot. And again, this is them talking about gamer sub stuff. The Demon is Oldest 2.0, again, talking about that, brainstorming ideas. Stuff we've already seen multiple times, by the way. Yeah, here, I'll play it for you. I got you. Hold on.
These are my last messages with Nano. I guess saying anything bad about Lily was a step too far for her.
Maybe
I don't
it
know
was.
why if she did think I was lying about Lily for some reason she didn't just ask
You
me
did,
to
you
verify
did. You
what I was
misrepresented
telling her instead
everything
of
about
leaking
Lily,
our
actually.
messages. I never asked, or
Yeah,
implied,
you actually
or
did
said anything
misrepresent.
to Nano about not working with Lily or canceling her model she already started, and I had no intention to.
I never implied,
Dash,
told,
dash,
or said
dash,
anything
dash,
to Nana about
dash.
not working with
April
Lily, but you
15th,
definitely, like,
2025. I
didn't
still hadn't
100%
heard
tell
from
her the truth
Shiley,
of what happened.
so I tried messaging Boska about my previous DMs to her.
Cinder, hey, Boska, I hope you're well. Could you bump Lily for me? I sent her a couple messages about hanging out sometime. Not sure if she's seen them. LMAO. Boska says, yo, we'll continue to comment for plenty of things in the group chat. Also, as a side note, Lily rarely uses Discord. Only really uses it for business meetings and stuff. Cinder says, thank you, Boska. We were messaging kind of frequently a month or two ago. So I asked what it's no worries. So, I mean, it gave you a reason, you know? I mean, maybe she got to you, she had more free time, and stuff changes, you know?
Boska told
Why are
me
you assuming the
Shiley
worst?
rarely uses Discord and only really uses it for business meetings and stuff, which was weird because until these past few weeks, I didn't have any problems getting a hold of her in our DMs. I hadn't had to message Boska to get to Shiley since before October 2024, so this was out of the ordinary by now. The messages below were the same day in the group chat with us and Shiley. I was fine with not doing anything together and I just wanted to hear from her since I had no idea if something was wrong. Nothing else was ever said in this chat.
He doesn't owe you anything. I had no idea if something was wrong. Again, she doesn't owe you anything though. Boska says, Yo, usually use groups, to schedule Lily's things so I can put on her schedule. She mentioned she's very occupied the coming months and she'll be traveling around to Blank. And we'll be hanging around a while with Blank. So, talking about why she's busy. Cinder says, thank you, Boska. I'm free to play anytime. I'd mentioned playing the tabletop sim version of V-Card together, a cute co-op slime. Well, like, if she keeps it, it's okay if she's not interested either. So again, she never got back to you. Sorry, dude. You're not the main character. What's up, Angel? How are
Mariska
you?
told me
Thank you so much for the
Shiley
sub.
would be very
I appreciate you.
occupied in the coming months because of a trip somewhere, implying I shouldn't expect to plan something.
Right.
April 21st, 2025.
The last
This was
message
my
to Lily.
last message to Shy Lily, 5 days before anyone
Lily's
posted
manager.
their documents.
Yeah,
I
Lily's
tried
manager.
to talk to her about
Sorry.
whatever was going on and clear things up between us. Shy Lily never responded, even after praising me in the past for having the balls to reach out to her.
This is her last message. I don't think it's that big of a problem. I didn't want to know someone who thought was a friend didn't like her. Absolutely, and she sent this message, right? But you need to remember, Mask, is number one, that Lily could have been busy. Number two, she doesn't owe her a response, right? Like, yes, should you respond to that and be upfront? Yes, but you don't have to, right? Sometimes people just never message you again. It happens, you know? All right, so here we go. We're going to get to the next section, which is the breakdown, which is a very, very large section, chat. I know elara is going to be put to work during this section, so this is a very long section. I'm going to try to get through this today to set us up for tomorrow to wrap up. This is where I disagree with you, Lar, because if I go to a friend and ask her did something wrong or something to continue to respond, it's kind of a problem. I mean, again, I think that you should respond, absolutely, yeah, but nobody owes you a response, right? People ghost people all the time. It sucks, don't get me wrong. But by this point that we looked at that, it could have been also where Shy Lily knew something was going on and just wanted distance from her. All right, let's go.
Nanolis,
I think
Shy
you should,
Lily,
though.
and almost
I
a
think you
dozen
should, though,
of my
respond.
friends planned the original documents
I would expect
about
that from
me.
a friend.
It took them 2 days
You
to
know?
decide to cancel me. Everything was dropped on me out of nowhere, and somehow I was expected to have the perfect response to the claims they had already determined I was guilty of.
That's not necessarily true. I think that Physical Red exacerbated a non-issue in ring alarm bell set, made it back to Lily. Maybe so. I mean, again, should Lily have responded? Yes, but if she knew something was up then and wanted space to try to figure stuff out, I could get why she didn't respond, right? And I think it's completely fair. But what I do want to see here is that I was expecting the person to respond to the claims they already determined as guilty of. That's not true. You rushed a response, Cinder. You could have taken more time to actually respond to it properly. You decided that you need to respond quickly. Nobody decided that
When I first
for
started
you.
this document, I thought my friends all lied about me, Red, and Nano to protect her and hurt me.
And
I
they should
couldn't
have resolved in
understand
DMs,
why.
absolutely.
But as things came together, I was no longer convinced that was the case. It didn't make sense for all of my closest friends to maliciously and willingly lie to the public about me at a moment's notice, no matter what they thought I did to them. However, there's one thing I believe happened that would connect all of their lies back to one place. At the start of this document, I said I
Okay.
was convinced there were 2 people who drastically influenced how things played out before and after my cancellation.
To be fair, I'd ask for criticism and feedback from someone who's your friend, especially. Well, remember, they're not friends. Yeah, number one, they're not friends, right? But I probably should have waited. Maybe we could do it for making a first apology, exactly. But remember, they're not friends, right? They're just kind of like acquaintances or work colleagues or something like that. This isn't somebody that Lily is close with, right? But I do think that asking for explanation, and she did do that, to be fair to Cinder, was absolutely the right way to go, right? Asking what was up, etc. Did this have been handled privately? Absolutely. And I think we've acknowledged that multiple times. I at least want to say about Lily that she doesn't necessarily owe her a response. Should she have responded? Yeah. Should they have solved it in private? Yeah, they should have, but that's not what happened. So I can't change that fact, right? But we can at least criticize it. Cinder probably thought they were friends when they were really acquaintances. Yeah, because, I mean, I thought also, didn't she say earlier that they weren't friends? Anyway, let's continue.
Shy Lily lied to Nanolis about her own actions towards me, telling Nanolis she was being manipulated when she wasn't. Under the excuse of manipulation that Shy Lily gave to her, I believe Nanolis lied to everyone about her experience with Red and I to avoid accountability for any of her own actions. With Shy Lily supporting her, they lied to my friends, and they lied to you.
So Shy Lily lied to Nanalis about her own actions towards me. What actions? Telling Nanalis she was being manipulated when she wasn't. Under use of manipulation Shy Lily gave her. I believe Nanalis lied to everybody with their experience with Red and not to avoid accountability for any of her own actions. So here's what I'm going to say right here, chat. Nanalis definitely did not give the full story. She's guilty of that, right? She was the first one to bring it back exclusivity. That information was not out there. However, what I will say, telling Nanalis she was being manipulated when she wasn't, I would say that Nanalis was influenced by Red. You know what I mean? And again, this is speculation too, but I will say that Shy Lily looked at Nanalis' stuff, right, and said, you know what? Yeah, they're definitely influencing you, which is a fact. Red 100% influenced her. Manipulate, maybe too strong of a word, but influence was certainly there. Yeah, influence was certainly there.
I believe my friends were manipulated by the last people they'd expect to be the manipulators. I believe what my other friends did and said were because they were misinformed about what really happened and were convinced to see things the way they weren't. All of them were making or supporting accusations against me that happened over years, when the timeline for the things those accusations were based on was really only 5 to 8 months long, leading up to my cancellation on April 26, 2025.
I'll tell you why.
They were operating under a different set of information than
I'll
me,
tell you why
and
that's
they
actually
used
wrong.
what they already knew to jump to conclusions. They may have also been manipulated not to contact me or Red for our sides of the story because it'd contradict what was being told to them.
The timeline did actually happen over years because the influence of Red took place back in 2023. So actually it did actually go down. I mean, being influenced to make a decision that will affect you negatively to the benefit of the influence party, be manipulation. I mean, Eden, yes, but I think influence overall is a more appropriate word. But I already spent a whole stream splitting hairs about that, and I don't want to repeat it. But you can say manipulation or influence, believe whichever word you want to. But what I will say here, chat, is over years is true because it did happen back in 2023, right? Let's continue.
In this section, I'll be breaking down the documents and
Yeah,
statements
totally
from
understand.
Nanolis,
Have a good
Val,
one. Thank you for the
Shylily,
sub.
and my other friends who were involved. I use their own words and all of the evidence in the past few sections to build a timeline of events, address their claims, and draw conclusions about how and why things happened the way they did.
Alright, so here we go.
Every topic is separated and all dates and times are in EST. Screenshots that are directly of or taken from another document are highlighted with an orange border. Dates, and important messages within any screenshots, are highlighted in yellow. Video timestamps are linked to directly and highlighted in green. Any sections based on speculation are labeled in pink.
Alright, so who was involved before anything was public? Let's take a look.
Who was involved before anything was public? Nanolis Nano was the source of
Right,
all
with
of
all
the
the Discord
Discord
stuff.
screenshots that were the starting point for all of the claims that followed. She posted the first document. Shylily was the first person Nano contacted about Red's DMs. She was involved in everything from the start. Bao
Okay.
Red's messages to Nano about Bao were the heart of their claims. She was included as soon as she was able after her surgery. She posted her document minutes after Nano.
So again, like, I have a question, chat, and maybe I'm just, I don't get it, but why is it problematic that they all got together and shared their information, and like, talked about it together? Should they have come to her? I think so, but I think their decision-making was, going to her privately wasn't going to do anything. Do I disagree with that? They should have solved it behind closed doors, right? As best as they could. They felt otherwise, and that was their decision, but why is it wrong to talk about it behind closed doors and talk about what happened together, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Am I wrong for feeling that way, chat? You know, like, am I wrong for that?
Numi's involvement is evidenced by Shylily's knowledge of my private DMs with her about her concert. She also gave a list of people who were involved on her stream on April 28, 2025. The other 3 girly pops, I don't believe they were a major part of planning anything that happened, and had no malicious involvement. They were only brought into this to help corroborate things the rest of them talked about. Buff Poop and the other 3 VTuber band members. Numi said that Buff and the other 3 VTuber band members were also included in their calls together. On Buff's stream from July 22, 2025, she basically said she and a lot of other people were involved before things were made public. The VOD of this stream was made private within a week or 2 of it happening. Sakrim or Bao's video editor Sak had his document written and posted shortly after Bao's. What Red said to Nano about Bao in January was about him too.
So let's look at what Numi said about the list of people.
And I also want to take an extra moment to just say thank you to Buff and Candy and Rose, Shia, Lily, Vienna, Tricky, Yuzu, Bao, and Nano for just calling and talking and just for being together so we could ease our pain and discomfort.
I think this might be a little misrepresented, right? Numi's involved in evidence by Shiley's knowledge of private DMs with matter cause. She also get a list of people who are involved in her stream. I mean, she just said for comfort. This might have been something more like, hey, I can't believe this happened. I'm not feeling good. Thank you for talking to me to feel better.
I didn't reply to Nano's tweet, but we are in a chat together and
Okay, so Numi using the thing with Nano. I feel like that's all that proves. On both stream from this date, she basically said she had a lot of other people involved before things were made public. Well, yes, of course. I'm just... I don't understand this. Like, is the point of her bringing this up trying to be like, everybody came after me all at the same time, and that is wrong? Or is she trying to point out that it should have been done privately? I don't understand. I'm trying to understand, and I just don't understand what this section is about.
And I don't want to bring up this situation because it still is affecting a lot of us. But, you know, with the fire VTuber that happened recently, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. And we all went to said person and said, hey, what do you want to do? And they said, I want to do this. And we said, okay, girl, like, you go do that. And we'll be here to support it.
Okay, so I forgot about this, actually. I didn't forget about this because we watched this stream. The Buff basically acknowledges, what do you want to do, Nano? Or whoever, which I think is Nano, right? The main person, right? And they said, I want to come forward with this stuff, right? And they said, okay, we'll support you in it. So I think the problem here that's not, like, the disparagement is Red and Cinder influenced Nanolist, right? They influenced her 100%, right? That is 100% a thing. Did Nanolist tell 1000% of the truth? No, she did not. But that doesn't take away from the fact that you still influenced her, right? Instead of putting to light how she was trying to sabotage another, sure. Sounds like it's working rather than an elaborate conspiracy. I mean, again, they were talking about what happened. It sounds like to me, Analysts said all this stuff happened. They said, yeah, you know, this clearly looks like they're influencing you to do these nefarious things, and so you can come out with it, and we will support you on that. I don't understand what she's trying to argue against in particular.
Of these 12 people, no one contacted me before everything was made public, and only one of them reached out to me right afterwards. I don't have evidence of anyone else being included on this list, although there's more people I suspect to have at least been aware of what was happening beforehand, if not also involved in the planning themselves.
So again, I feel like it should have been handled behind closed doors, but maybe because, I'm guessing here, right? This is speculation, but maybe they felt like bringing it out to the public was the best way to deal with it. And we don't know the full story. Maybe, chat, there's a consideration here. Maybe there's more. Maybe there's more, chat. We don't know. I hate to hate to think so negatively, chat, but you know what if something happens here after TwitchCon? What if more information comes out? We don't know. We don't know. But I feel like they made that decision with what they thought was best at the time. We can disagree with it, right? We can say, well, yeah, you should have done it, you know, privately. And we can criticize that point, right? But they might have a reason why they did it the way that they did. We don't know. We discussed this even last time this happened, right? The original documents came out. We're like, well, why is this public, right? And we don't know.
It was posted. Seeing as they all made it known their names were the ones censored shortly after, they must have only been contacted very shortly before it was posted.
Yeah, and it
Cotton
sounds less like
tweeted
planning,
one
more
of
like they
Nano's
just
screenshots with her
shared
name
receipts.
uncensored about 2 hours after her document was posted, and Silverveil and Spite posted their own documents with Nano's screenshots about 14 and 8 hours after Nano's respectively.
I tweeted one of Nana's screenshots with her name sent. Okay, I remember that one. I'll bring it up just so you guys can see it. This one right here. Again, like, Cotton was like, I can't believe that you brought up Cotton in the exclusivity deal, right? So again, it feels like to me more than anything, and I agree with you on that very much, Time. I think they were just like sharing their experiences all together. It's not like, I don't know, even if it was some planning or some coordinated thing, right? Like, at the end of the day, like, why does that matter? Dusk, I hate to tell you, but in my experience, I think there's going to be more. I think there's going to be more. I hate to tell you. I have a gut feeling. I hope so. I hope there's not. I hope there's not, to God, but I think there's going to be more, chat.
This is the timeline of what happened, starting with Red's messages to Nano about Shylily on April 11th, and ending with Shylily's stream on April 28th. April 11th, 2025. Red saw Nano working on a model for Shylily on her stream and messaged her about it. Screenshots in Nano's section. I rated Shylily for a second time in the past couple weeks, and she had another off-putting response to it.
That's false.
April 12th,
It was not off-putting.
2025. Red
That's
messaged
your
Nano
opinion.
about Shylily again and talked about her behavior towards me recently. This was the last time Nano messaged either one of us. Screenshots in Nano's and Shylily's sections.
Like I said, elara is going to be getting some work today, chap.
Nano showed Shylily the things Red said about her. She was the first person Nano spoke to about it. Shylily told Nano Red was manipulating her, leading to Nano leaking more of their DMs. Shylily told her to contact the people affected, including Bao. Shylily said the screenshots Nano showed her were from a few days ago when she saw them. She said this was what started it all.
Was a problem. Anyways, long story short, that was the one message that got everything rolling because I explained how that's weird. That's cringe and manipulative to do and bother Nano with. If she has a problem, why not come to me? And boy, that's where it started.
We know all this, right? This is not new, right? Shylily already said, I saw that message when Nano, etc. That's kind of what kicked it off. And that's what started it all. Okay. We're very, we already know about all this, right, chat? So this isn't news.
Whether Nano decided to show
I think she
Shylily
just laid
more
out the
of her
timeline.
messages with Red herself, or Shylily actually asked if Red ever said anything about anyone else, I can't say for certain, but can't rule out the possibility. How much of the context and content of her messages Nano
that's a
showed
good
to
point.
Shylily is also
That's always my
unknown.
question when this happened
Shylily
too.
convinced Nano she was being lied to, used, and manipulated.
I mean, she was
Shylily
being
could have
influenced.
also instructed Nano to end contact and cut ties with Red and I, who she warned would continue to lie and manipulate her if she didn't.
I mean, that was probably actually what happened, right? That really convinced me that she's being lied to. Well, she was being influenced by you and Red, right? Like, Red was definitely influencing her, sprinkling across these little, very, very, like, slightly just poking messages, right? Oh, yeah, well, it wouldn't be a big deal if this model got canceled, right? They'll find somebody else. I mean, very, very just, like, very slight manipulation and influence, right? But it was still there, right? So, I would say Sheila's convinced him more, pointed her out and said, hey, yeah, like, confirmed it was happening, right? Again, this speculation. Guy Lily could have also instructed Nano to in contact. Maybe so. Maybe so, we don't know, but I would imagine that is probably what happened. And that might be why you didn't hear from her.
I messaged Bosca since I hadn't heard
Good kind
from
of section,
Shiley
so we're like
directly in weeks.
3/4 of the way
he
through.
implied she'd be too busy to plan anything with me anytime soon. Screenshots in Shiley's section. I messaged Nano for the last time, asking her to come on my stream again. She never replied. Screenshot in Nano's section. Akira, Nano's new manager, messaged Red about Nano parting ways with us due to artistic burnout. Screenshots in Nano's section. April 16, 2025. Red messaged Akira again for more clarification on what was happening with Nano. Screenshots in Nano's section.
Again, this is all just speculation. And hypothetically, let's say this is true, right? Let's say this is true, right? They created distance from you because they knew that you and Red had manipulated Nano, right? And they just made some Chai Lily did instead, telling her need to talk. I told Chai Lily she wasn't in the right headspace and wait till after surgery. However, it's rescheduled for Monday. They did not talk until after Bao recovered from surgery.
And
I feel like it just feels like he's trying to be like, oh well, there was this timeline of stuff, so because of that, you know, I'm denounced of all the things that I did. You still did shitty stuff.
Last Friday,
It's this
Lily
redirection.
messaged me, and because I told her that I was about to go get that procedure done, she held off talking to me for a couple of days.
I don't know how. He held off on messaging for a few days. He did not talk until after Bao recovered from surgery. I'm just gonna put all the speculation in one message here.
Speculation. Nano could have messaged Bao about this too, like Shiley
Which one,
suggested,
Evil Dragon?
but apparently didn't. Shiley was the one to reach out to Bao to tell her this information. Why? April 21st,
Why does it matter?
2025 to April 23rd,
You know, why does it
2025.
matter?
Speculation sometime between these dates was when my other friends first were informed and got involved in what was happening. A few of them had plans to go to a Ren fair between the 18th and 20th. Red and I were originally supposed to go too, but had to cancel because of family plans for Easter. I don't think Shiley would have told any of them about this while on their trip between these dates. The last message from any of my friends was from Numi in our DMs on the night of the 21st. It was uncharacteristically short.
Again, I don't understand what her point is in all this, right? Nano could have messaged about this, was Shiley suggested, but apparently didn't. Shiley was the one to reach out about it, tell this information. Why does it matter? They were all talking to each other about what was going on. This whole thing just not like. I feel like she's trying to take away from the fact that of the things that she did. You can sit here and speculate and have this timeline and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, you still manipulated somebody. Own that fact. Take that responsibility. It just feels like that's not there, right? Hi, Numi. Hope you're feeling good, Caitlin. I've seen you tweeting. I also want to say how you were. Ren Fair was fun finding everybody too. Thank you, SINDER. Slowly just getting back to breathing normally again. What is the problem with us? What is the problem with us?
On her stream on July 22, 2025, Buff said that, with the vtuber that happened recently, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. And we all went to said person and said, hey, what do you want to do? And they said, I want to do this.
Oh, it's uncharacteristically
okay,
short.
girl,
How dare they?
Like you go do that and we'll be here to support it. The
Right.
way Buff said this implies that my friends all knew about what happened before the person who was affected, Bao, was even involved because of her surgery. A lot
What?
of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. Isn't talking about saying something publicly, because right after, Buff said they asked that person what they wanted to do about the situation, which Bao revealed was her choice. The VOD of this stream was made private within a week or two of it happening.
What? Hold on. The Weibo said this applies to my friends all knew about what happened before. The person who was affected, Bao, was even involved because of the surgery. What? A lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. Well, that was Nano, right? Isn't talking about something, saying something publicly, because right after Buff said that they asked that person what they wanted to do about the situation. Nano, which Bao revealed was her choice. What? What? Buff said that they asked about a person they wanted to do about the situation, which Bao revealed was her choice. What?
I feel like I was tasked with an impossible choice. And
oh, okay. I'm gonna be honest. I think that Cinder doesn't. I think Cinder thinks who Buff is talking about is Bao, but I don't think that Buff was talking about Bao. I think she was talking about Nanoless. I think she just misunderstood what was implied. I think that one's hard to tell, Chad. I'm not even gonna lie. That's a tough one. That's what I think. She seemed Bao knew about it way before everybody else did, which I thought people knew. I mean, I just thought everybody knew about it. You know what I mean? Eventually.
I sent my last message to Shy Lily to talk about whatever was going on between us. She never replied.
Okay.
Screenshot in Shy Lily's section. Red sent a final message to Akira about Nano. Screenshots in Nano's section. Bao underwent her surgery and started recovery.
She's saying Lily was talking to others about it before Bao was in the loop, trying to frame it maliciously, plotting before twisting it to Bao, but there wasn't any, like, framing it. It's true, like, they were influencing Nano. Yes, Evil Dragon, we know that. That Cinder did reach out to Lily, or at least attempted to, right? Yeah, we do know that, but thank you for bringing that up. That's absolutely true. He did try to reach out to her. Yeah, we've acknowledged that fact. Yeah, Cinder did reach out to her. Which, again, I feel like Shy Lily should at least responded, but again, maybe they felt like coming out with it publicly instead of responding to it privately was the best way to go. You can disagree with that. That's okay, by the way. I disagree with that. I think they should have kept it private, but either way, that's how it went down.
Finally talked with Shy Lily about what was going on, and they made a group chat to gather evidence, corroborate stories, and planned the documents together. Bao's editor Sacramore was involved sometime after this, most likely by
Cinder's
her.
not innocent.
Bao's
Far from that.
document said, I found out about this less than 48 hours ago. At the time it was posted on the night of the 25th PST.
So Bao came
Lily
into the
said
mix
this
later,
was
right?
5 days before her stream on the 28th. Speculation. It's possible that Bao's other editors, including my own video editor, may have known about this ahead of time too.
Isn't when they're, yes, Red is slightly manipulating Cinder as well. His influence is certainly spread to everybody, including Cinder. Absolutely. Cinder is not innocent. Yeah, if you think that Cinder is completely innocent, you're coping. He's already admitted a laundry list of things that she did wrong. She's not innocent, guys. And it feels like to me she's trying to dilute the fact that they influenced Nano. Like, Nano misrepresented stuff and did not tell the full truth. But that doesn't take away from the fact that she still was not influenced, right? Both things can exist simultaneously. Keep that in mind, guys.
Nano's, Bao's, and Sacramore's documents were posted within the same 23-minute span.
Yeah, Mango, that's been a
Nano's
consideration.
At 1:42 a.m. EST. Screenshot in Nano's section.
I don't
Bao's
want
just
to
6 minutes
assume
later.
the worst.
At 1:48 a.m. EST.
It's a consideration.
Screenshot in Bao's section, and Sacramore's 17 minutes after that, at 2:05 a.m. EST. Screenshot in Bao's section. Sometime during this, both Red and I sent separate messages to Nano that were soon deleted, followed by her blocking us. Speculation. Their documents were posted together in the middle of the night in my time zone, so I'd be asleep when it happened. I wouldn't have a chance to do or say anything to anyone before their narrative about me was widespread out of Shy Lily's fear of me manipulating my way out of it. Shortly before, Cotton, Silvervale, and Spide were contacted about their inclusion and possibly encouraged to make their own statements, evident by their names still being censored in Nano's document when it was posted, but Cotton tweeting one of Nano's uncensored screenshots just 2 hours after, and Silver's and Spide's documents posted the next day including Nano's DM screenshots too, with their own names uncensored. They weren't contacted by Nano, but I believe by Shy Lily, just like Bao was.
I mean, maybe, but again, it's speculation, right? I don't know about the time zone, and it might actually reveal a little bit as to why they thought maybe going publicly instead of privately was better. Because out of Shy Lily's fear of manipulating my way out of it, right? We do remember this particular clip that has happened before, right? So maybe that's what they thought was the reason that they need to release it publicly. They were worried about her privately manipulating out of it, right? I'll open this one up for y'all though.
To be honest, the only night that was difficult was the first night after dropping the first doc. The first Google Docky! Sorry. That was the only tough night. That was the only tough one. It was 10 a.m. I had to go to bed, and just being scared of what the heck a literal manipulator could possibly come up with overnight.
There you go. Con tweeting one of Nano's uncensored screenshots. We saw that one already. We're contacted by Nano, but I believe by Shy Lily. I mean, maybe so, but what does that change?
Well, thank you for the sub, Dylan.
So she's like, oh, well, Shy Lily went around and asked other people about their experience. Well, like, so if you release a document and Nano shared all this information about people that were affected by it, wouldn't it kind of make sense that she's going to reach out to those people, or somebody's going to reach out to those people? Shut up, you alarm. Hi, your voice is so hot. Thank you, you're sweet. Oh my god, you're so sweet. Oh my god, I'm blushing, what the fuck? I'm blushing, thank you, you're very nice. Yeah, isn't it a common thing to do to go talk to other people about what happened? I mean, am I wrong for that? Like, I think that's pretty normal, right? Don't you do that?
I had a fight and falling out with Red before 3:29 a.m. EST, which led to me firing him at 4:24 a.m. EST. Screenshots in Red's section. The documents and statements posted by others throughout April 26th and 27th weren't pre-planned alongside Nano's, Bao's, and Sakramore's, so I won't list them here. April 27, 2025 I posted my apology at 4:16 p.m. EST. Screenshot in my apology section. Bao replied to my apology with her own post at 5:22 p.m. EST. Screenshot in Nano's and Bao's sections. Shy Lily replied directly to my apology at 6:41 p.m. EST. Screenshot in Shy Lily's section. Bao streamed that night to talk about everything.
Well, why is it like, oh, well, you conspired to cancel me, like, you did stuff that was really fucking shitty and got called out for it. Like, I think the issue is this immediately shadow drop of the documents and tell me Cinder was supposed to be asleep when their jobs could have happened in the middle of the day. I mean, what does it matter? At the end of the day, why does it actually matter? You could say the same thing, conspiracy theory about the TwitchCon stuff, or coming back around TwitchCon, right? On Nano's doc, Nano said she reached out to everybody who was mentioned, asking if they wanted their names redacted or public. So shouldn't it be Nano informing them? I mean, it could be, right? It doesn't have to be Nano, though. Like, why does it have to be Nano? If Nano had informed Shy Lily, why does it matter who goes around and starts asking additional questions, right? I don't think there's anything problematic with that.
April 28, 2025 Buff Poop had her stream. Shy Lily had her stream.
Yep.
Numi had her stream. Everyone else streamed their thoughts throughout the rest of the week.
Alright, so here we go, speculation about Nano's new manager.
Nano's new manager speculation. The first thing that needs to be addressed is Nano's new manager, whose messages were shown at the end of Nano's section.
Yep.
Who is Akira, and how did they get involved? It's very hard to believe they were ever actually Nano's manager, so how are they connected and how did they get in contact with Red? Akira is the game director of Colonel Hearts, and founder of the game
I would say this
studio
was probably a
Ephemera
friend
Games
because
in
Mio was kind of dealing with Nano in the hospital. So probably somebody just stepping in. By the time she could have started defending herself, the narrative had already been spun. I think that's significant. I mean, Link, to be fair though, should this not have been brought up privately as opposed to publicly? Absolutely. I really don't think that.
At
I really don't think
judging
that.
from Cinder's Discord message, he will not be working as her manager and will not speak on behalf of her. Which
Thank you.
is good because I would not have a manager as schizo as him.
Thank you for. I think she's possessed. Yeah, I think elara is possessed. I don't look into the time zone release as a I think people get a little bit too tinfoil hat about it. You know what I mean? Like to the same notion of that, Link. Do you look at the TwitchCon stuff going on right now? Do you look as that as advantageous for Cinder? You know what I mean?
Akira follows Nano
I don't know.
but nowhere on their page does it say anything about Nanoless.
Because it probably somebody just stepped in to help, or even if this is somebody that just wanted to create separation. I mean, maybe that's true. Maybe this was, maybe this was just something that they lied about. Not really. If you don't think that there is any susness about her time coming back now, then I don't think that you could look at the original release too as like tinfoil hatty, right? Because I think both of them are kind of like in the same level. So whatever you consider one, I think you should consider the other. I agree that it should have been handled privately 100%, but the sad thing is in time it would have become public eventually. And I think, again, their worry was something would be manipulated, right?
Nano does not follow Akira, and nowhere on her page or website does it say anything about Akira being her manager or business contact either. They've never interacted on Twitter either.
Yeah, I mean, again, maybe they lied about this. Maybe that's true. We don't know. Everybody's traveling to TwitchCon these next couple days, Link. That's why it's relevant. Nano's husband, who's always had his manager, is present in Nano's profile. But again, he would have been tied up helping with her, right? Because she was in the hospital, apparently.
However, Momo Tex follows Akira.
I mean, maybe they
as the
did lie about the
screenshot
reason,
above
right?
shows. Momo is the lead artist of Akira's upcoming game Colonel Hearts, and is also from Argentina.
Maybe. I get what they're poking at about
Momo
this. It's a
is
question.
also close friends with Nano, who she saw Earl on May 2nd, 2025, 5 days after I posted my apology on April 27, 2025, and a week after Nano posted her document.
So again, if you think that's a stretch, and I would say the original posting would also be a stretch, right? Again, I think they're all in the same line with each other, so I mean, you can tinfoil hat a little bit, right? But I think just the big question here is, who is this person, right? Who is this Akira person, right? Is it somebody that just stepped in temporarily? We don't know. We have no idea. But here was, of course, being Momo's close friends with Nana right here. We don't know. Is it like hyper important? I mean, no, it's just some random person, you know? But I think you should question it at least, right?
I don't know if Nano knew Akira already, but Momo is the only connection
Oh my God,
I
they're
could
Amaryllis
find
Blue.
between them. In the past, Nano's talked to her friends about things Red had said to her. In November
Maybe this is the reason they-
2023, it was Nano's
Maybe the
friends who told her
separation, I
that it
don't
was
know.
unfair for Nano to only work with us. This is something Nano was confused about, and not something Red said to her.
So it's about working with Cinder. My friends told me it's been unfair for me to stop working for other models. So I do more for Cinder, which I agree with them. January 2025. Nana went to her friends for advice without exclusivity when talking business with Red. Okay, this one right here. And a conversation from 11/28/2024 that wasn't shown in Nana's section. Nana was shown to be leaking private artwork she was working on my upcoming debut to her friend, which she shouldn't have done. She absolutely should not have done this. You know what I mean? My friend did this. From Nano Red, are you leaking all over the damn place? Oh my goodness, Nanolis. Yeah, you should not be doing that on a professional front, you know? But again, how important is it that we know this Akira person, right? Maybe there was the catalyst to create separation between them because they were talking with Shy Lily. I don't really know why that matters. I mean, I guess it's just like, yeah, Nanolis made some bullshit reason to separate, which wasn't very cool, right? I guess that would be the
speaking to Shy Lily
big
about
extent
Red,
of it, right?
could Nano have gone to her friend Momo who connected her with Akira to play the role as her new manager to Red? Akira was someone Red and I didn't know.
Yeah, could be.
And now we know Red's conversation with him wasn't genuine, evident by what happened after, but also the fact Nano removed evidence of her ever being in the chat to begin with. She then made Red the group leader before leaving. To leave a Discord group you own, you need to manually choose someone to be the leader. She did not choose her manager
That's not true.
Akira
I just
in
left
this
one.
chat supposedly about her commissions.
Yeah,
She
I just
chose
left
Red
one.
to make it look
We-
like
we-
it was
we-
his
we
group
did that
all
yesterday.
along, and that she
You don't
was
have to
never a
choose
part
anybody
of
to be
it,
the leader.
because their actual
You can
goal
just
was
leave
to
it.
separate us from Nano altogether.
Yeah, you have to manually choose someone to be the leader. That's not true. We literally did that yesterday. Yeah, I left one that I was the leader of, and it just let me leave. But that's not entirely true. Anyway, we'll continue here. I think she's very hyper-focused on this manager, which, I mean, there might be an explanation for it, but again, even if it is like 100% like this person is fake or whatever, they stepped in temporarily, like, it doesn't take away from the fact that you and Red still influenced Nanolis, you know?
So why was this done, and why do I think this was only
I think we're just
after
watering
Nano
down the main
spoke to
points of
Shy Lily?
contention
Nano
that need to
avoided
be
ever
talked about.
communicating directly with either Red or I again after April 12, 2025, and I don't believe she would have gone through this effort with Akira on her own. Everything started when Shy Lily told Nano that the things Red said about her were all lies and manipulation. Wouldn't it be likely that at some point Shy Lily would suggest, or direct Nano to separate herself from Red and I to avoid being further lied to and manipulated? Nano
Sure.
then needed to find someone
Yeah.
neither Red or I knew to separate us, since she couldn't do it herself, the same way
Maybe.
she couldn't contact
maybe.
Val
I mean,
herself, and
that
Shy
could be
Lily
entirely
had
true.
to do it for her.
Again, if this held true, chat, the only thing that would prove is Nano lied about one more thing, right? Which again, which is bad. Don't get me wrong. She could have come clean and be like, I had to create this person, or I had to get somebody else to step in and stuff like that. But again, to add to this, it doesn't take away from the accusations made against you, Cinder. Like, the whole point of this document is to prove that you're innocent, and you're not doing that. You know what I mean? Like, you're not proving your innocence. I mean, yes, you are adding to the speculation here, which might be true, right? But again, if it's whether it is or isn't true, we still just don't know.
Before going over Nano's document, we discovered that some of Nano's screenshots are dated in 2 different time zones relative to EST.
Okay.
Some 1 hour ahead, and some 2 hours ahead. For her screenshots
Okay.
to show this, Nano's account would have to have been physically logged into in 2 different time zones when taking them sometime between April 12, 2025 to April 26, 2025. Nano would have had no reason to have these screenshots from conversations years apart and years earlier already taken before Red spoke to her on April 12, 2025, and must have had at least some taken during the same time as her conversation
Okay.
with Shy Lily just days later to show her. This is the first screenshot shown in Nano's document about the exclusivity deal. The first message is
So
timestamped
yes, they
at
took the time to
8:29
gather
p.m.
the document. I don't understand. Yeah, they took time to gather the document. Most people would. Bugles are cute. Here's that screenshot. We've already seen this one. This is Nana's message. My DM shin is 6:29 p.m. in EST. Nana screenshots to Tara's head of EST. Okay. This is one of the screenshots about Shy Lily and Nano's document. Oh, it's a place. I thought you were talking about dogs. This is one of the screenshots about Shy Lily and Nano's document. The first document or messages shows 10:16. Here's the messages in Red's DM showing 9:16. Nano's screenshot is only 1 hour ahead. I don't Okay.
If Nano was the one who took all of her own screenshots herself in the same 2-week span, from April 12,
You probably had
2025
somebody
to
help her.
April 26, 2025, this discrepancy shouldn't exist. This shows Nano likely wasn't acting alone when taking screenshots
don't
of her
doubt
own
that.
DMs that
She
were
probably
shown
had
in
help.
her document. Here's
I would
a list
assume
of
she
the
would.
dates and topics of the screenshots that appear in Nano's document, and the time
Yeah,
difference to
what's
EST.
wrong with that?
I've
Unless,
also
did anybody
listed which
claim they did it by
conversations were shown
themselves?
in full and which are missing context in her document.
Like, yeah, I would assume somebody helped her.
May
Absolutely.
10th, 2023 to 1 hour ahead, Spite does not show the full conversation, or everything that was said about Spite. July 19th, 2023 to 1 hour ahead, Silvervale does not show the full conversation,
I mean,
or
again, we're-
anything from the
If
previous
somebody claimed that they only
conversation
worked on it by
about
themselves,
Silvervale from
then
May
that's
10th,
different.
2023.
Yeah, then that's
November
different.
19th, 2023 to 2 hours ahead, exclusivity and It's Just Business does not show the full conversation, and never showed the pivotal conversation that happened before this on November 17th, 2023. November 25th, 2023 to 2 hours ahead, exclusivity
No, I mean, I
and
get
It's
that, I
Just
get that,
Business
right?
does not show the full conversation,
Maybe
and
6
is
hours
also
ahead.
missing the context from November 17th, 2023.
Even so, it doesn't really,
November
like,
26th, 2023 to
prove
2
anything,
hours
you know?
ahead,
Just, okay, somebody
exclusivity
help.
and It's Just Business.
Is she
Nano's
implying
DMs with
Lily
me
did?
does show the full conversation, but missing the context of anything from November 17th, 2023, and was presented before any of the DMs from November 25th, 2023 with read in Nano's document. August 5th, 2024 to 1 hour ahead, Bao does not show the full conversation, and doesn't show any of the vital context from the conversation on July 26, 2024. It also doesn't show any of the following DMs on August 6, 2024, or what this situation led up to on September 29, 2024.
So, this really feels like that classic case where you overshare so much information it's meant to water down the original facts and the original arguments. It's just like I feel like I'm like falling into like an endless void. And there's just so much like info here that at the end of the day, we're like digging for gold and there's nothing there. There's just more dirt. You know, it doesn't.
January 15th,
It's not doing
2025 to
anything.
2 hours ahead. The exclusivity deal does not show the full conversation, and what's shown is manipulated to hide Nano's guilt and acceptance of the deal with Red.
The mods get to go
February
outside.
11th, 2025
It is
to
overloading.
2 hours ahead. Canceling the exclusivity deal. Nano's DMs
We only
with
found
me
brownies, oh my
does
God.
not show the full conversation, and does not show Nano's messages to Red canceling the deal from February 10th, 2025.
Yeah,
April
Nano
12th,
definitely left stuff out.
2025 to 1 hour ahead. Shy Lily does show the full, relevant parts of the conversation. Nano said nothing incriminating, and everything Red said was claimed as false when it wasn't. The full context of what happened in Red and Nano's DMs would have shown Nano's guilt and Red's innocence.
But Red's not innocent. You know what I mean? Like he's clearly not innocent. I'm like, oh my goodness. All right. Let's continue. Well, I mean, I did see that you were talking about these screenshots being like different time zones, so that means that somebody helped. I already assumed that. Why is that wrong?
Nano's story in her document
You know,
was the
why is
basis
that wrong?
for any
Somebody help
information
Nano.
from anyone else involved being made public, with her DMs being the source of many of the claims made. How else could anyone come out publicly and use Nano's messages with my manager as evidence unless she was a victim herself? Nano lied to my friends and lied to the public, saying that what was presented in her document was what truly happened. Let's go through Nano's document piece by piece.
So how could anyone else come out publicly and use Nano's message with my manager as evidence unless she was the victim herself? Nano lied to my friends and lied to the public, saying that was presented her document was what truly happened. Which I have to say in 100%, Nano did not present everything, chat. There was additional information that was left out. So, to be fair to Cinder, that is true. Nano left out some stuff in her document. That is absolutely true. Nano's document for reference, Here's that post. We're all familiar with that. Of course, we're going to be going back through Nano's document, basically, with notes.
I wanted to share my experience with Cinder and Red manipulating me.
Yeah,
Nano wasn't
Chris.
manipulated to do anything she didn't want to at any point in any conversation with Red or I.
That's a
Treating
lie.
Nano well over
Nano
the
wasn't
years we've
manipulated. No,
worked
you
with her
influenced
is
her.
not manipulation. Red gossiping with his friend Nano about drama and his feelings towards other people without asking for anything in return is not manipulation. Red expressing his opinion without asking her to make any changes in her work is not manipulation.
That's just false.
Both of us sympathizing with her point of
just
view
false.
on different occasions is not manipulation. Red reassuring Nano about her wanting to cancel models, no matter whose it was, is not manipulation.
That's literally
Red
manipulation!
telling Nano about what he had against Bao after she asked him to explain it to her
Oh,
is not
brother.
manipulation. Red and Nano
Oh,
negotiating
brother.
a mutually agreed upon deal is not manipulation.
Oh, brother. Red expressing his opinion without asking to make any changes in work is not manipulation. That is manipulation. That's influence. Both of us sympathizing with her point of view, blah, blah, blah. Red is sharing Nano about her wanting to cancel models. No matter who it was, is not manipulation. That is influencing. You need to take accountability that you influenced her. This would be so much easier if you're just like, yeah, we did.
Using me. Nano was never used. She was a cherished work partner and friend to both me and Red. We both did everything we could for her, and I've praised her countless times on stream and to friends. And dragging me into drama. Nano never had a problem with Red gossiping to her about drama. She had no problem talking about the drama about Bao in January, or about Shilali in April.
It's influence. That's why I use the word influence, right? That's why we've decided on the word influence, right? Because he was still benefiting from stuff. Again, if you are talking to somebody, right, and that person is working with somebody else in a professional capacity, you should not be sharing your personal thoughts and how you feel about it, because ultimately he had something to gain from it. They both did. They both had something to gain about it. So of course it's influence. Don't worry, I love the gossip, etc., right?
The only person Nano got tired of hearing about and wanted nothing to do with the drama related to her was Silver Veil, because of her own relationship with her.
And we've seen these ones where she did say hey, stop comparing yourself, etc., right? I mean, I think manipulation may be a little bit strong, but I certainly think influence is absolutely the truth, That's on Nano for allowing that relationship to be a thing. Absolutely, it is. Nano should not have allowed that, but that doesn't change the fact that she wasn't influenced, you know what I mean? She was still influenced.
While sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people
Dusk
I
has a
thought
good
were
example.
her closest
Look at what
friends.
Dusk said.
The only person
Dusk
Red
has a
had
great
a hand
example.
in sabotaging was Bao, when Nano offered to him that she'd cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying for her own model rigging. He didn't go into the conversation with Nano looking to have anything cancelled with Nano. He wanted to prevent Bao from working with her because of his own opinions as part of an exclusivity deal. He told Nano never mind when finding out about her model, before Nano said it was okay and inquired further before she offered to cancel it.
But I admit, the only person Red had a hand in sabotaging was Bao, but this doesn't make that less true. While sabotaging and slandering, spreading lies about people I thought were her closest friends. The thing is you did. Number one, you sabotage Bao. Number two, you spread lies about Silverveil because you were talking about your personal feelings about how they, quote unquote, felt about you. Same for Shy Lily. So yes, you did slander and spread lies because that was just how you felt. That doesn't mean that it's true.
Red didn't lie about anyone he talked to Nano about.
It'd be about Shy Lily and Silverveil.
Or Shy Lily. Even if some things he said could have been wrong, everything he said to her was based on his own opinions,
oh my god! Oh my god! There is no way this is a sentence.
True. The way you talk to a friend. The same way my friends said how they thought Red and I worked together at home, and about what they were led to believe happened. He did not maliciously lie about anyone to sabotage them.
It isn't, let's say hypothetically you didn't maliciously lie. He still lied. Even if some things he said could have been wrong, everything he said to her was based on his own opinion, experience, observations, and what he genuinely believed to be true. But you have to understand that is still lying and slandering. Just because it wasn't maliciously, hypothetically even, you still lied. You still lied. Yeah, you still spread rumors. And it affected how she ultimately did her business. Oh my gosh, like, well, you have to take that responsibility. This is the point that this document does not get across. It does not get across. You have to take responsibility for that particular fact. Why can we not just accept, yes, we influenced her? It's not that hard. Admit that you did that. You did. You know you did.
I want to share what I've endured over the years.
It was
You've
years.
seen what Nano had to endure over the years in her section of this document.
Yeah, since 2023.
I wasn't sure if what I felt and experienced working was real or just burnout.
Yeah,
this
we know
is
she
the
had
only
burnout.
time burnout is mentioned
Yeah.
in Nano's document, even though that was the entire reason her manager Akira told Red she wanted to stop working together about a week earlier. If Nano genuinely felt this way, then she showed no signs of it to either of us.
And again, chat, for
including
everybody
in her
just
last
joining us,
messages
and
to
I
us.
want to add this in here really quick. You know, I don't think that Nanolist is 100% innocent, right? Don't get me wrong. I don't believe that Nanolist is 100% innocent. So I think the truth is that Nano fucked up, and obviously Cinder and Red influenced her to a degree, right? And you can decide how much you think that degree is, but Nano generally felt this way to show no signs to either of us. Just because she didn't show signs to you, like these screenshots that we already seen, doesn't mean that she wasn't feeling the burnout. That doesn't make that any less true. Last time she applied feeling burnout was 7 months earlier. We've already seen this multiple times. The one and only time Nana specifically said she's feeling burnout to Red was in May 2024. Right there, we've already seen this part. Just because she didn't directly tell you doesn't mean she wasn't experiencing it, right? So you're saying that Nana was at fault for being naive. I mean, I'm saying that Nano was influenced, right? But I'm also saying that Nano did not include all the relevant information in her DM because she was the first one to bring up exclusivity. You know what I mean? A lot of people feel like they are saying she's fully innocent. Yeah, I'm not saying Nano's fully innocent.
I think this proves that I was lied to and manipulated over the course of years while working with Cinder. This is an interesting thing to say after knowing the full context of Nano's DMs with Red, and as you'll see, how many lies are present in this document to manipulate the narrative to the public, and the fact my friends were lied to and manipulated to support her.
I think it's because I was lied to, manipulated over the course of years while working with Cinder. I mean, you were lied to about people's reputation and stuff. In her defense here, but libel and slander are based on the premise that the information you're sharing is knowingly false. It's not knowingly false, it isn't slander, sure. Just in bad taste. That's fair, Goggles. But it still doesn't take away from the fact that they spread drama around, which ultimately did influence her. And Nanolist even admitted that what Red said to her did influence her, so there is that acknowledgement, right?
This was an assumption made to pin
Yeah,
all
it's
the
not even
blame
like
for
she was
Red's
fully
words and
innocent when the
actions on
original
me,
docs
and
came
there
out.
was no way Nano or anyone else
But
could
everybody forgave
definitively
her.
say that in every single instance this was the case. It's not true. The only evidence shown to argue this case was of 3 total screenshots of my DMs with Nano that were from 2 conversations almost 2 years apart from each other where I was told more or less what happened between her and Red beforehand. Nano's entire document purposely refers to both Red and I as one throughout it to push this assumption necessary to the narrative as fact.
I mean, there were a lot of times that you were complicit, right? But to be fair, if it is actually true that you didn't know about certain parts, that is an important point, right? English, I mean, my first language and language barrier to discuss this situation, my feelings and thoughts with a native English speaker help me put them into words so everything is clear without any misunderstandings due to my lack of English skills. So again, this is probably showing why she actually had some help and why there might be a difference in those times for the screenshots.
An excuse as to why this document is not written like Nano would, and evidence that she did not write or put it together herself. Below you'll see that what's presented first in Nano's document is what happened regarding Bao. Not by talking about herself, or the alleged abuse she experienced, or what
I mean,
happened
she thought
first
she had help.
chronologically.
Why
Nano is
does
on
it
record
matter?
saying she doesn't care
You
about
had help with
Bao,
Red writing
so
this
it's puzzling
document.
why she chose
It
to
doesn't
do
much
this
matter,
herself.
you know? So here it is about the exclusivity with that screenshot we've seen of I don't really care about Bao and Cotton King, guys. I'm not going to be rereading, I'm not going to be rereading screenshots we've already seen, right? But, I mean, if she had somebody help her, okay, we know that, right? So if you have your partner as your manager, obviously live together, not knowing what he was doing is not an excuse. Absolutely. I mean, again, even in my notes from before, he took accountability. This is actually at the start. She took accountability of I've read, right? Let me find it here. Gets higher up. Cindy says she understands her accountability to her manager. She contradicted in the next statement, but she is, you know, again, is responsible for her manager and what happens, right? So.
And before breaking down this section about Bao, I also need to point
hurts.
out the problem with the
hurts.
presentation of her model cancellation in Nano's document. Bao's model was cancelled once in August of 2024 because Nano was overwhelmed with her workload, and again in January 2025 due to her offering and agreeing to do it in her deal with Red. Nano's document misleads you into believing all of Red's messages about Bao and her model are from one time, never specifying a difference in the presentation of
there were two
messages
different
that
ones,
were
which
over 5
we
months
do know.
apart, but placing the DMs from January 2025 right before August 2024. It then deceitfully manipulates the messages to leave out vital context and misconstrue what actually happened in each case.
So what I want to say here, though, that's interesting, right, is they're like, oh, because Nano was overwhelmed with the workload. But remember, earlier in the document, Red admitted that he should not have said that to her because ultimately it did influence her. And what he said was, oh, she'll find somebody else. He admitted that what he said it was wrong. So even though, yes, this is a point of contention where it wasn't about one, there were two, he still admitted that you did wrong there, right?
Spreading rumors while manipulating me that it's
Yo, what's
all
up?
in
How
our
are you?
best interest. Nowhere in the screenshots presented does Red say to Nano that anything would be all in our best interest. Red has never said anything like this to Nano.
I think we're splitting here. Spreading rumors while manipulating that it's all in our best interest. Just because they didn't use the words all in our best interest doesn't mean that the intent given was in best interest, right? For instance, I'll use the Bao thing, right? Canceling the Bao model. That would be in both Cinder and Red's best interest because they would get to work with her. But also at the same time, that would be in Nano's best interest because he would have less work overall. So while they didn't use those words specifically, it's definitely very heavily implied that everybody wins, right?
They also complain and accuse Bao of giving their editor too much work, resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients, which will be important later on. Red did not make this claim against Bao, and said nothing about our video editor not having time for new clients. Our editor wasn't seeking to take on more clients, and was content editing for me and Bao only. This is what he said, which is what the screenshots below show in her document.
Yep, I remember this. And this could have been confused with Bao's editor, not because she specified she was talking about our editor. One was written because Red DM specified our editor and her editor is different people. The same conversation is shown next. Yeah, I checked our YouTube editor a while ago talking about her editor, Medicine TwitchCon, claimed it was only made to push a false narrative. They were maliciously overworking Nano, which is brought up later in the document. Yeah, I'm feeling a little Mr. Fantastic here. Real stretch. Let's continue.
The screenshots below show them showing their affection and appreciation, immediately followed by spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic to manipulate any future decisions regarding commissions. Here is a direct claim of manipulation by Nano, with screenshotted evidence presented. However, when you have the full context, you can see the affection and appreciation Red showed was in response to Nano's own messages that were purposely cut from the document. Why weren't these messages shown?
the claim here is showing their affection and appreciation immediately followed by spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic to manipulate any future decision regarding commissions. I mean, trying to work with Cinder than battle worry. Being Cinder's mom means a lot to me. Well, we love working with you. Cinder wouldn't be Cinder without Nano. Okay, but like, let me tell you the tea. And then they go on to talk about Bao, right? So, yeah, actually, this this doesn't help your argument. It literally is like, oh, we love you being Cinder's mom, etc., etc. Now we're gonna tell you about why Bao is a bad person, which none of it is founded. So, like, actually, then you're helping Nano in this. You're helping Nano in this. Because you like spreading this tea and stuff is influencing Nano's decision about working with Bao. I mean, yes, you would rather work with Cinder than Bao, but that doesn't mean that she wants to cancel on Bao. And you adding in this tea makes her not want to work with her. You're influencing her decision. I don't know how to screenshot in this right here. Refuting this helps them. Oh my goodness, that did not help your argument. It did not. They refused to acknowledge that they influenced analysts in any way. Like, they are adamant about not acknowledging it.
Next are 3 screenshots from January 2025 presented in her document. As you saw in Nano's section, this was not the beginning of Red's conversation with Nano about their exclusivity deal, but this is where it was chosen to start. The messages have been purposely manipulated to remove context, so I've added back what was missing in their messages between these images, highlighted with a white border. I've done so for the rest of her document too. I've also dated each non-sequential screenshot Nano presented in the ST, like they're dated in Red screenshots, to show when each one happened. The chronology of events was disregarded in her document to push its narrative.
It was absolutely.
Labeled the difference in time in the screenshots compared to EST like, due to the time zone discrepancy I talked about. Note: the first image shown in Nano's document has Red's message about Cotton edited out of it. Nano, having no relationship with Cotton, would have no reason to do this herself, and this message was included in the screenshot in Bao's document. Nano said, "I don't really care about Bao and Cotton."
That's not true because Nano had a commission with Cotton. That's untrue. Nano had no relationship with Cotton. She did because Cotton was going to work with her. Remember, she was included on the list of upcoming things that she was going to work on for potential. So that's not true. That's entirely not true. I mean, she said, "I don't really care about Bao or Cotton," right? Cotton is her one of my friends pretty bad. We seen this screenshot. I Bao on my list. And I want to understand better if he cancels Bao's model. I'd rather work with Cinder than Bao, don't worry. But again, like, okay, yes, I get that you keep saying that I'd rather work with Cinder than Bao, but you still, well, partially, you influence that ultimate decision, right? And again, I am going to skip these chat because this is all repeated screenshots that we've seen now 4 or 5 times. Against talking about the editor, spreading this stuff, etc. I mean, ultimately, yes, Nano owns the fact that she went through with it, but that doesn't change the fact that she was manipulated or influenced.
Next is a screenshot from over 5 months prior, in August of 2024, when Bao's model was cancelled the first time. Screenshot in this image is from August 5th, 2024 at 3:13 p.m. EST, shown as 1 hour ahead of EST.
Red asked me to cancel their closest friends. Baba asked me to cancel my work mid-progress, which wasn't true. By what we see, right? It wasn't mid-progress. She hadn't started yet, right? But nonetheless, you did influence her because, oh yeah, she has a bunch of connections. So that part still holds true, right?
Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress. Nano's document never shows where Red asked Nano to cancel Bao's model because it didn't happen.
Right, he just
Bao's
said,
model
"Oh, should
was
be
cancelled,
fine."
But he did not ask her to do it. Not in August of 2024 or in January of 2025. In the instance last year shown above in Nano's document, she was the one to bring up and consider canceling Bao's model.
You're right. It's
All
Cinder's
Red
right about
did was
that.
reassure her in 2024 that it was okay to do so, since that is what she implied she wanted, and ended up going through with it herself.
I do agree with the fact that, again, she was the one to bring it up. Absolutely. However, again, Red threw in his little sprinkle of influence on that. Plus, about a week before it's canceled, Nano told Red that Bao's model hadn't even been started. How can it be canceled in progress? Which is a fair point on Cinder's part as well. That point where they say mid progress, I think was misinformation by Nano. And maybe she misremembered, I don't know, but it's worth pointing out that that is factually incorrect.
Even though Nano's document only presents Bao's model being cancelled once, and the evidence shown above was from August 2024, let's assume that Bao's model was cancelled mid-progress in January 2025. Well, in January,
Well, it
Nano
does matter,
told
Mask.
Red
It's
Bao's model was
unprofessional.
on her list. As in,
Yeah, it's extremely
on her commission
unprofessional.
list, and not mid-progress. I do not believe Nano would cancel a project if she had any significant amount of work invested into it already.
Red influence her to do something Nano wanted to do, so I don't see why that matters. I mean, again, she wasn't sure, right? You think Bao would kill me if I canceled? She wasn't sure, right? In my opinion, I think Red was the tipping point, right? Which ultimately resulted in her canceling. I don't know if she would actually cancel without Red kind of weighing in on it, right? But again, he benefited from it. It's unprofessional. You are taking away opportunities from somebody else. That's part of the big problem here.
Red did not ask her to cancel Bao's model in January either. Nano offered and agreed to do it in their deal, but that wasn't shown or mentioned in Nano's document at all. The document could only show Bao's model being cancelled
Yeah,
in August
Nano definitely
because it
left out
couldn't
stuff in her
show
doc.
anything about it in January without implicating Nano herself. The narrative that Nano was a victim would fall apart because she gladly and willingly offered and agreed to a deal where she benefited at Bao's expense. In addition, it was easy for her to offer to cancel the model again because of the fact it was not mid-progress.
So again, I will say that this document certainly proves that Nano is less of a victim, right? But nonetheless, he was still influenced, right? So I guess it lowers the degree. But the big thing here too that is not being mentioned that you need to remember is all of the talents, right? Like Lily and everybody, they forgave Nano. They looked at what happened and said, yeah, I get what happened to you. And we forgive you about it, right? So that's also another point that you have to bring into consideration. The rest of them forgave her, and she was more of a whistleblower. Yeah, that's a good way to put it too, Syria.
It was upsetting to me that Red contacted me specifically to check on me cancelling the model I had planned with Bao. Her document also doesn't show where Red supposedly contacted Nano specifically to check on her cancelling the model she had planned with Bao because it doesn't exist. He messaged her to see if she decided to cancel any other projects she expressed interest in cancelling that they previously discussed, to which she replied, not
Either way,
yet.
there's still, with context though, knowing the patterns of Red constantly prying and checking in, I can support that she says what's said to me that Red kept contacting me specifically. I think it still holds up very, very strongly. Looking at the context of Red constantly following up in her DMs, prying for information, I can totally see why Nana felt that way. Should she have given that information freely? No.
And I can imagine how upsetting this all must have been for her, considering she was the one who brought up cancelling Bao's model in the first place in August, even telling her that she didn't think she could finish her model, and in January was the one who offered to cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying for her own model's rigging.
And I think Nana will have some stuff to answer for in the future. I think ultimately there will be something after TwitchCon. So, again, if you want to, if you have thoughts about Nano, that's totally fine. I think we've already acknowledged what we had to say about it, right? So here's those screenshots as well. It doesn't take away from the fact that she was influenced, right? I just feel like we're not getting past that point, right? So again, this is her stuff from her document, which we read. 10,000 times.
They mentioned wanting an exclusivity contract, but they didn't want to pay for exclusivity. Neither Red or I had a problem with paying Nano for model
that is true too.
exclusivity, which was shown with our video editor, artist
Yep.
number 1,
Absolutely,
and artist number
Corp.
2, who will
Agree
be
with that.
shown in Silvervale's section.
Yeah, I mean, they were willing to pay for it. Like Red put right here, artist 1, you know, Cinder both agreed some kind of exclusivity non-compete agreement would be important to do, which is the reason why they ultimately went to analysts to talk about that. Artist 2 wanted to ask you to be open to pay a section money for your time to work on a project. So, yeah, they definitely were open to pay for it because he even asked how much.
Nano said she'd want a monthly fee, and Red explained to her what we
Yep.
were looking for, which led to him talking about the 3 people he didn't want her to work with.
Gonna be fine in my opinion. She is canceled. She's still an artist. Yeah, I'm not even gonna comment on on Nano stuff yet. Like, I think that her apology was okay, but it wasn't great. You know, it could have been better.
Afterwards, Nano offered to cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying for her model rigging, and that an exclusivity deal about new babies would be separate from the deal they eventually came to.
Yep, that is true.
They made a mutual agreement without general model exclusivity and payment being involved. Why wasn't this shown in Nano's
That's a
document?
good question, but what I will say, ultimately, something to remember that's really important about Nano is Nano went back on this exclusivity, so there is a point you have to acknowledge that she felt guilty and wrong about it, right, chat? So I do think that that is often not considered when as we read through this document, right? Like, yeah, Nano fucked up, but Nano also did absolutely try to be like, yeah, this isn't right, and go back. So, and then that matters a lot to me. Yeah, that matters a lot to me.
But rather, when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee me model work for Cinder only, and if anyone asked me for commissions, they'd commission me instead to compensate for not working with other creators. This felt very strange. Red told Nano that if Silvervale asked her for art, we'd replace that work with our own art project. He did not specify model work, or say anything about Cinder only. It must not have felt very strange to Nano at the time, because she said herself it do be fair, then accepted the deal, willingly doing this to Silvervale for her own gain.
And this is where she asked for the demon figure, right? So, this only regards to Silver, like Red says directly above, and never once he suggests this applied to anyone else who'd ask for a commission like Nano's document just claimed to be able to work on models' outfits with all your other existing babies. Your artwork comes to be affected. But again, you were locking her in, right? Like once she's not able to get future model stuff in the future, right? It would be a bit problematic.
One of the accusations they made was overworking their editor. As you saw, this was never an accusation Red made about Bao, and this was the closest thing he said. Earlier in the document it said this
I don't really
baseless
think this
claim
matters,
about
to be honest.
overworking our editor would be important later on, so it could support another baseless claim presented here.
Oh, me and Tegan, he doesn't work with us anymore. He does, but he has dedicated time for it now. I'm gonna dedicate so many of our projects. Again, the main character syndrome.
Yet their solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working on other projects.
Yeah,
This
I don't know
is
how true that is,
everything we
Nano.
commissioned Nano for in the past year. Nano willingly and excitedly accepted
I mean, to a
and made
point
time
though,
for
they
everything
did always
listed
talk
here.
about competition
And besides the
and want
increase
to
in gamer subs work,
own her
our
time.
project cadence with her has always been consistent. We've always had Nano make my
Maybe
models
that's true,
and
I don't know.
outfits with a new starting
What do you think,
screen
chat?
for each of my debuts. We went to her for any major artwork for gamer subs projects because of how important she was to my brand image, and how important they were to her, with the exception of my Guard artworks specifically because they would have overloaded her schedule. She could have always turned us down
Yep,
if she
T-Dog.
wanted to,
Absolutely.
and if she couldn't take our work at the time, we would have either found another artist or pushed our plans back for her like we always have.
Yeah, very true, Mask. Very true. I mean, maybe this is true. I don't know. This more is kind of about more personal feelings, right? So, And of course, here is all. Do I need to read this, chat? Do I need to read this, or can you look at this and like? Do you want me to read this? Is it okay if I continue? Because I feel like this just dates him a few things that they had commissioned. So yeah, hopefully that's not like gonna break
The
anything.
argument that we were overworking her to purposefully keep her from other projects is objectively false. The only project she was kept from was when she offered to cancel Bao's model and made a deal with Red in January. And any potential Silver Veil projects she would have been kept from, she never was, because she went back on her agreement a week after her model's rigging was paid for, and as soon as Silver asked her for artwork. Silver didn't lose out on working with Nano.
I saw this argument before, right? Oh, well, Silver didn't lose out, so nothing bad was done. No, it's the fact that this whole thing went down to begin with, right? It's the fact that we're at the point where, we're looking at this situation, right? And we're like, yeah, you were worming your way to make sure that that Nano didn't work with Silver Veil, right? It's not about, yeah, okay, she didn't actually lose out on stuff, but it's a fact that it was being talked about and almost happened, right?
The last time she implied feeling overworked was 7 months earlier in September 2024 when she cancelled 7 models herself, and had no problem doing so when she wanted to lighten her workload. She could have done the same to us, but never did. She just wanted to do Cinder stuff.
Here's the screenshots.
Nano's
what's up, girl?
document
How are
goes
you?
from, they didn't want to pay for exclusivity, which was untrue. Nano said new model exclusivity would be a different deal than what her and Red eventually agreed on, and payment wasn't included in the deal they made. 2. But rather when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee me model work for Cinder only. By terms of the agreement she agreed to, if she turned down a commission for Silver Veil, we'd replace any income with a project of our own that she'd otherwise lose by doing so. Yet their solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working on other projects.
I mean, that may be
The
true. That's more
solution was
about
the deal Red and
personal
Nano
feeling,
agreed
right?
to, but
Which they
wasn't
wouldn't
shown
refute.
in her document. How could we have been overworking Nano by replacing Silver Veil's projects she would have otherwise accepted anyway? Does that mean
Maybe
when
that's what she
Silver
meant by
asked her
that.
for artwork
You know what I mean?
and
Maybe
Nano
that's what she
walked
meant.
back on the deal, Silver was then overworking her? Or only if she turned Silver down and we gave her a replacement project, then that would be us overworking her? This conclusion doesn't make sense and is a blatant lie about what happened, strung together to make it sound like we were abusing Nano when we weren't.
She might have felt that way, right? I can't say it's a lie because this is perception based. I don't know about this. I'm gonna put this one up on the shelf, chat. I'm gonna put this one. Actually, you know, I'm gonna stretch because it's 2 hours in. My God. I was hoping we would finish this tomorrow. I don't even think we're gonna finish this tomorrow. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think we're gonna finish this tomorrow. I don't think it's gonna happen. I really don't. So much, there's so much. You know what I mean? There's so much. I mean, this is in the Silvervale section or like um, this is the last long section, right? Yeah, this is the last long section. We have about, I think 300 pages to go overall. Yeah, I think overall in the document we have, um, let's see. So we have the breakdown, and we have Silverveil, which is like 100 pages, Aru and Spider Short, and these are like 1 page apiece. So this is like the last long section, you know? Yeah, 1,000 pages is just crazy, you know? Um, so tomorrow's Thursday. We can talk a lot about it Thursday. Friday, we can also talk about it Friday. One thing is like I need to do some reacts for my YouTube channel, but we'll see here. We'll see here. It's just we can't skip, you know. I'm kind of like, oh my god, we spent what 5 days on it already, right? So, anyway, let's continue. Yeah, I just stretched. Cinema essentially their primary concern is the more non-center models make, the less valuable my existing models become. We've seen this in an original document, and that is a really shitty point that Red tried to um impress upon her, right? And she stated she had a problem with that.
Their primary concern is that the more non-center models I make, the less valuable my existing
Again,
models
his
become.
reasoning was
That
bullshit.
by working with other people I'm somehow making my existing models less special. I'm just
Yeah,
going to
his whole
quote a
thing
part
is
of what Red
BS.
said in Nano's section about this. His full reasoning can be found there, too. Red, it was a matter of supply and demand. Just like a rare trading card, the more models Nano made, and the more often she would, the less valuable they'd become for the people who have them. Nano's models are all of incredible quality, extremely unique, and highly sought after, but they'd each individually be less
this
special
reason is so
or
bad.
valuable if there were 100 of them rather than only 10. From a vtuber's perspective, your visual identity is extremely important. Your design, your model, and its art style are a huge part of what makes them who they are and how they're represented and
Yeah,
recognized.
they're priceless. But again, the person makes the model, not the other way around. I'm gonna stop this here because we've already read this. Again, this is repeated information. So I'm gonna stop that. Again, I'm gonna do my absolute best to just to keep things moving and not re-go through the same information we've already seen again and again. Okay, chat?
Following screenshot is of them setting up the blacklist, saying I am not allowed to work with any new clients or create any new outfits for Silver Veil, specifically, and justifying those things by saying that with each
That's a
model,
good point.
my art becomes less unique and special and therefore Cinder somehow will become less special. The following screenshot is of Red stating the terms to start negotiating an exclusivity deal, specifying that her existing model clients and her artwork commissions would be unaffected. How Red justified the terms he started with doesn't matter, Nano didn't have to agree with him. They never spoke about his thought process here and still reached an agreement at the end of their conversation.
Okay. I don't have anything to add there. I don't have anything to add there that I haven't
The
already
idea that my
said
work
before.
as an artist and designer is devalued by working with other people is insane and hurtful. Red's model ideology should never have been shared with Nano unless he actually explained to her what he was talking about. He never forced Nano to agree with him, and both of us could see and understand both sides of the argument.
That's
which
not
is
true,
why
though.
it
She
wasn't brought
brought
up
up
since
that was problematic.
2023 until he
Yeah,
went
she
to
brought
Nano
up that was
about
problematic. That's not
exclusivity.
true.
Nano didn't push back or question it when Red said it and was still willing to negotiate an exclusivity deal that would have prevented her from working with other people.
But that is only due to the. I mean, yes, she brought it up first. Again, that's an important point. But I feel like ultimately she may have not gotten to that point without your influence sprinkled in there.
After realizing what taking a deal with them would really mean for both my workload and my mental health, I backed out.
Right,
The
which
way
she
this
did.
is written makes it seem like Nano never agreed to a deal with Red,
That's
when
not
she
true.
actually did.
What do you
and it's
mean? Well, I'm
purposely
taking a
never
deal with them.
shown in her
She
document.
agreed to it. What do you
Nano said
mean?
the deal was fair
What do you
and
mean?
gladly accepted it, but it's specifically cut off in the screenshots
Oh my
from her
God.
document. Red asked her to confirm the
She
details
just
of their
said
agreement and she
taking a
did.
deal. What do you mean she didn't
only
agree to
backed
it?
out a month later after she had already gotten what she wanted and because Silver approached her for a commission and she couldn't turn her down. Her messages canceling the deal to Red were, again, never shown. Her workload wasn't and wouldn't have been affected at all, other than her having less work after canceling Bao's model,
It doesn't
which
matter
was
though.
presented
Ultimately,
as only happening once
yes,
in
no,
her document.
I know that, Donald. I know when their document was cut out. But the point is here is like her main argument is like, oh well, so Red to make it seem like Nano never agreed to a deal. She literally said after realizing what a deal, taking a deal with them. But yes, I trust me, we know 100% that Nano did not include everything, right? Here are the screenshots, and here are the terms, and of course this is her backing up. She said she didn't care about doing Bao and Cotton, right? Really hate this logic. Look, alone the pretty mouse of VTubers have as much as the next guy, but the idea that people only watch a certain VTuber because of their model is stupid as much as I love Elara's model. Another reason I watch her content is just a nice bonus with Booba. Same with Cinder, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, the models is a bonus, right? But you gotta remember, we bring the models to life, not the other way around. It's that screenshot. And the screenshot jumps to the end of the conversation an hour later, but cut off right before Nano calls the deal fair and accepts it to make the argument she never agreed to a deal with Red. She did take the deal, though. She did agree with it. Yeah, I don't... It feels like, to me, they split hairs on these tiny little things that, like, ultimately should have just been like, hey, guess what? You know, I fucked up. And that's it. And, like...
Another example of speaking ill of other creators right after they saw I was working with Shy Lily, trying to once again make the idea of working with other clients seem like I am setting myself up with problematic people to get me to reconsider working with them. That's not at all what happened or was implied to Nano by Red in their conversation. At no point did he say anything about reconsidering work with Shy Lily, or to cancel her plans. Red told Nano what I'd been experiencing with Shy Lily because he thought that her working with Nano on a model could be correlated, and he's always gossiped with her as his friend.
But again, gossiping right here. Another example of speaking ill of other creators right after this house working with Shy Lily. Always gossip with her friend. You're speaking ill. That's what the gossip was. You just proved, and he's always gossip with her as a friend. But you spoke ill of them. Oh my god. How do you type this? How do you type this sentence out and look at this response and go and type this out as your response to that? Like, yes, gossip isn't always ill speaking, but in this case, it absolutely was. How could you look at what you typed and say that is not ill speaking? Oh my god, chat. My brain wants to explode. I swear to God.
They also continuously kept asking about my other clients' plans, which had been done for well over 2 years between Red and Nano, with her willingly sharing them, even about Shy Lily, which is what this is in reference to. For Nano to suddenly imply this was a problem to her is contradictory to years of her own behavior, and immediately went into slandering
she shouldn't have shared.
Red did not slander Shy Lily. The things Red told Nano were true to what I was actually experiencing with her.
Okay, Red did not slander Shy Lily. The things Red told Nano were true to what I was actually experiencing with her. So, because my perception was what it was, it's 100% true. What? You can believe things are true and it can still be slander. Oh my gosh, this is not helping. This is not helping at all. This is not helping at all. Oh gracious, oh gracious.
Trying to bring drama in as reasons for me to go exclusive, and that working only with Cinder is them trying to look out for me.
Yeah, horrible argument.
The deal Red and Nano had was made 3 months earlier, and ended 2 months before this conversation.
In our notes.
It only involved 3 people. Nano and Red never talked about exclusivity beyond what happened there, and Nano never said it was off the table. Red wouldn't have had to convince her to go exclusive, somehow using drama to do that. It was a matter of making another deal, like Nano said. She was the first one to bring up the possibility of exclusivity.
So yeah, she was the first one, but I kept trying to be dramatic for reasons for me to go exclusive and working only with Cinder, them trying to look out for me. I mean, that is true to a point, right? They were like, oh, they said things like, oh, like, you know, we'll always take care of you, and oh yeah, you know, if Bao loses her model, it's not a big deal. You know, we're just trying to look out for you and be a friend, etc. So to a point, yes, I could see that being her perception, right?
In their conversation about Shy Lily, there was nothing about exclusivity, working only with me, that this drama was any kind of reason for her to do so, or Red ever saying he was looking out for her. This claim misleads you again to believe that Nano never agreed to a deal with Red to begin with when she actually did. These screenshots were from April of 2025.
I can talk about, oh, her asking for a model recently just made the antenna go up. because of the issues they had, Red. If anything, this just like, I don't know, hey, do we keep bringing you into drama? Like, you admitted that you brought her into drama. So here, of course, is from her document as well. The idea they need a Steam forum to engage in competition is extremely upsetting and toxic to me. It is. Absolutely.
The idea that they need to
You
stay
shouldn't have engaged as
informed
much,
and gauge the
Nano.
competition is extremely upsetting
is.
and toxic to me. Sharing
is.
her plans has never bothered Nano in the years of working with Red, and for her to flip her
and that's what
opinion
Nano
of
is
this
guilty
out
of
of
as well.
nowhere is unbelievable. Besides willingly sharing what she was doing with Shiley 2 weeks before I was cancelled, she even shared her project plans with Silvervale after cancelling her deal with Red because of it.
I would like to add to this a little bit, chat, because I think there is a bit of a timeline in this, right? If you remember, Nano said, the first time she heard about the Silvervale stuff, a little bit later, she was like, well, Silvervale's one of my children. I don't want to really get involved with that. So there has been pushback, right? She said to flip her opinion of this out of nowhere is unbelievable. I think looking at Nano's whole, all of it, right? I could actually see how over time, this thing of staying informed, engaging the competition started to wear down on her with context. So I don't think it's too crazy to consider why she would be like, yeah, this is too much. I might never use the phrase gauge the competition, like quote in Nano's document. These are closest things he said. I really hate this, chat. Can we just stop a second? Can we just stop a fucking second? I really got to point this out in this whole document. I'm really tired of Red and Cinder think, oh, we didn't say these exact phrases, so it's not true. That's not what they're pointing out. They're not pointing out that you said this exact thing. It's that you pretty much said this, which, yes, you did. I really don't like that. That's really starting to bother me. This is like the 5th or 6th time that they've done this so far. I really don't like this part. They never use this phrase. I really, this is so disingenuous. So disingenuous. Screenshot of Red.
The competition they're referring to are people I thought they considered friends, who always helped, supported, and platformed Cinder. The competition referred to in the messages shown was one person, not plural. Red said he thought we'd have to start considering Shiley as competition with how she was treating me at the time of this conversation. I did not start to view her this way and only wanted to fix what was going on, evident in my message
Didn't they
to her on
admit
April
also that
21st,
Silvervale was her competition
2025.
before? So yeah, actually it is plural. It's not just one person. It was also when they were talking about Silvervale as well. So it was plural, not just singular. And even still, that's... What was the point of bringing that up? It doesn't change anything.
When I pushed back, the immediate response was blaming the other creators and implying that they initiated it by trying to work with me. No, Shiley working with Nano was not the catalyst for Red thinking this way, but it was the reason he talked to Nano about her. Again, this conversation is about Shiley, not plural creators. Red said to Nano that it felt like we'd have to compete with Shiley, and start considering her as competition, because of her unwarranted actions and change in attitude towards me. She was not treating me like a friend, and working with Nano on a new model was just another thing on top of what I was already experiencing that Red thought was related.
Okay. Okay, nothing to add.
And that somehow justified their actions. What actions? What action did Red take against Shiley in his messages to Nano besides asking Nano questions and daring to tell her what Shiley was doing towards me? They imply Lily ignored Cinder when she spent over a minute thanking the raid, which you can see in this clip. Red said Shiley wouldn't acknowledge me by name, not ignore my raid. Red clearly says in his messages to Nano that I raided Shiley a couple times, but Nano's document only addressed one of them.
What action did Red take against Shiley in his messages to Nano besides asking Nano questions? That's the problem! You talk shit, you talk junk. That's the problem! What action did he take? I can't, I'm done. My brain is melted, Jen, I can't do this. Oh my god! And of course they're talking about the implied Lily ignored Cinder when she spent over a minute thinking the raid. Red said Shelly wouldn't acknowledge me by name and not ignore my raid. I get just splitting hairs. You're like obscuring. You're trying to obscure the facts of it. Like, oh well, they didn't exactly say this. Well, oh my god. I'm dying, Chad. I
included
can't.
an
I
exact
can't.
timestamp
can't.
link to one of the 2 times I raided Shy Lily that Red told her about in Shy Lily's defense. Here's the link to that raid from March 30th, 2025.
Yeah, I raided you. Why didn't you say my
6:52
name?
and 52
Where's
seconds.
my name?
Shy Lily greeted the raiders and didn't say hi to me, or thank me for the raid. I didn't see it when it happened, but if you were to watch for another 5 minutes, after she'd basically
Again, she's
moved on
just-
with her stream,
Why
you'd
is she
see
so mad about
then did
us?
quickly thank me
So
for
weird.
the raid. If she was able to greet my raiders when the raid first happened, then why couldn't she have also said hi and thanked me then? I wasn't upset about this since it was just one
You were
raid.
clearly upset. Why couldn't she have also said hi and thank me then? Why does it matter? Why is that a requirement? Why are you suddenly setting the stipulations of a raid? Even though we looked at both of those and they were fine. We looked at both of those already and they were
what wasn't linked
fine.
in Nano's document was the second, more recent
I'm
raid
printing
Red
IRL
told
too.
Nano about from April 11th, 2025, a day before he spoke to her about how Shy Lily was acting. 5:49 and 28 seconds. Shy Lily didn't say hi or thank me for the raid like you'd expect your friend to do, or any streamer to do. She said hi to my raiders, but didn't thank them either.
Which is saying
She
hi to
goes
you
on
as well.
to read one of my chat
Such a
messages,
dumb,
but this
nitpicky
was the
thing.
second time Shy Lily had an off-putting reaction to me sending my community to her in the past couple weeks, coupled with
my
removing
God.
herself from collabs I was a part of and ghosting my messages. The same day as this
This is all
raid, Red
speculation.
saw Nano working on a new model for Shy Lily for the first time. He thought it could be connected to how she was acting towards me.
Why would her getting a model from Nano have anything to do with how she was acting towards you? Gracious. Thank you for all the follows. I appreciate you three. Welcome in, y'all.
In the past, Silver Veil, who Red and I knew had a problem with me, purposely refused to say my name when I rated
Again,
her,
why does that matter?
continually ghosted
Why are
my
you taking
messages,
something experience
and
of
got
one
a
person and
model
applying to
from
somebody
Nano
else?
at a suspicious time, among other things, which will all be shown in her section. These specific experiences with
Insecurity,
someone else who
insecurity,
we knew didn't
insecurity,
like
insecurity.
me further led both Red and I to believe that Shy Lily had something wrong with
That
me
led
for
you to
some
believe,
reason.
but it doesn't make it fact. Then you rated so sharing that drama. You seen that screenshot? I'll talk to my rates to Shiloh again when I go over things she said herself. He knows rigging Shiloh's model, so again, checking in. Below wanted to push back and make it clear it's uncomfortable and being dragged into drama. He responded by bringing up more drama and baseless claims, all while trying to guilt trip me. Yep, it's ironic and crazy to me that I mentioned not wanting to be dragged in personal issues, only for them on multiple occasions to mention other people's alleged drama. Which is true. They did that several times.
The drama Nano is talking about in the next screenshot is specifically in regards to Silvervale after she cancelled the exclusivity deal. The only time Nano had ever said she didn't want to be involved in drama was around Silvervale. She never had a problem with Red gossiping to her about drama, and had no problem talking about the drama about Bao in January, or about Shy Lily in April.
That is true. That is true. However, that doesn't change the fact that she wasn't uncomfortable with it. She shouldn't have entertained it, though. I think we'll all agree today that Nano should have put her foot down more when it came to that kind of stuff. It still may be her uncomfortable, but she should have put her foot down.
The baseless claims being referred to here was me telling Nano people were still comparing us to this day, which was true and had affected me for years.
But you chose for that. Baseless claims being referred to, we're telling Nano people are still comparing us to this day, which is true and affected me for your baseless claims. They are baseless claims because you decided that it affected you, not anybody else. You decided that this comparison was what was going to ultimately become one of the biggest points of a problem for you as an individual, Cinder. So these are baseless claims. This is your personal problems. Yeah, I'm putting my mask on. I can't look at this anymore. My brain's melting.
I agree that I was guilt-tripping Nano with this message. I was upset that she went back on this deal because it was a last resort that could have ended one of the biggest direct comparisons people drew about me and Silver when she eventually got a new model from someone else. The outcome of this conversation and Nano's decision didn't change because of it, and we reached a mutual understanding.
I was upset because it was my last resort that could have ended one of the biggest direct comparisons people drew about me. Bro, people do that all the time. Why does Cinder have such a hard time understanding that people are going to do that anyway? It's what you make about it and how you treat it that matters, not what everybody else says. She still does not get this part. I really hope, Cinder, going forward, if you can hear any words that I've covered about this whole document, you've done the right thing with Red, right? But number two, just because people make that comparison doesn't mean it's true. You assign the value to how much it affects you. Don't look into this. Stop comparing yourself and making this statement have value. It only has as much value that you assign to it. Yeah, it's stupid to let that eat at you, right? And then you said understand things will work out. They'll get a message to her. Screenshots well over 2 months before the conversation Red had with her about Shy Lily in February 2025 when she told me about her canceling agreement with the Red. So then an analyst messages Cinder about, hey, I'm stepping back from that message, right? Her message is canceling the deal with Red. Even before she messaged me before about it were never shown in her document, which is true. Those were never shown. All right, let's keep going.
Justifying their behavior by stating that they are simply looking out for me. Once again, where is the message where either of us state that we are simply looking out for Nano? I justified my behavior with how I felt towards Silvervale because of the actions of her and her community
it's
towards
kind of implied.
me. When Nano came to me about how she felt and didn't want to be involved in drama around Silver, I was okay with it and didn't hold it against her. She didn't need to agree to the terms of the exclusivity deal if she didn't agree with Silvervale being included, but she did.
Again, where is the message? It's not, you didn't say this precisely, right? But it's certainly implied. Again, I'm going to point this out on behalf of this document. It's a very bad faith argument to be like, well, I never specifically said that, even though it was implied multiple times. I really hate this argument. This is now the 10th time we've seen that.
And manipulating me into being grateful
I don't know if it's 10. I just made up a number.
Thanks to them
I'll be like
despite
5.
the loss of work from long-time returning clients and new clients. Nano was not manipulated to say what she said to me. There was no loss of work for Nano with Silvervale, or any other clients due to mine or Red's actions. The reason why she ultimately went back on the deal she agreed to was because Silver approached her about a commission, and Nano couldn't turn it down.
Right, but also it's not just this. It's also because she felt guilty about it too. Remember that. She's already admitted she felt guilty about it as well, right? So, and here is her stuff from the document, which we'll continue to get into.
Another example of going after other clients of mine from before, claiming that having more clients alongside them makes my work less special with the recurrence of it's just business. Neither of us have gone after other clients of hers.
Yes, you did.
Unless you count Red and Nano's negotiations
No,
about
she's talking about the
Here
baseless
is what Red
accusations.
said about Nano's work being less special from November 2023, which was referred to in the screenshots in my DMs shown in Nano's document below. This is what he said, and there was no conversation further about it. It was the one and only
That is
time
untrue.
he brought up the value of Nano's model other than mentioning it once when negotiating their exclusivity deal in January
That is
2025.
actually untrue. I mean, that they have more clients alongside to make their work less special. This was actually brought up twice. You guys remember that? When we went through the analyst section, this was actually brought up twice. He said it once before, and then went a little bit closer to in 2025. Yeah, no, this was actually brought up twice, not just once. So that is actually untrue. Y'all remember this, right? I'd have to go back and pull it in particular, and I don't want to take 10 years to do that, but I will do that in my notes section. I'll pull both of those. I'll put this in our notes. I'm glad I'm not going
As was
crazy.
explained before, the dishonest framing of It's Just Business by Nano's document was intentional. The conversation with the use of "it's just business" was from November of 2023. Nano clearly understood what we meant by it back then for it to never have come up again until her document was written.
I think you're just mad because it was just big, like it. Yes, we get the intention of it, but the thing is that people ran with that as a meme. You might be mad about it, but people ran with that as a meme. You can't stop memes. You know what I mean? Like people are gonna run with certain narratives. I mean, you can sit there and like be upset about it, but you did say those words, right? You said them.
Manipulating me into believing that working with her is special for multiple reasons and that I risk losing that special something as a client if I prefer to work with others. I
Talking
agree
about like
that me saying "but if you prefer to work with other clients
yeah,
instead of
that
me"
was guilt tripping.
was guilt tripping her. I
That was a
regret
good
how
meme.
I phrased this, but I already accepted her decision by my use of "it's just business" like Red had said to her the day before. Neither me or Red tried to change Nano's opinion or her decision, and she was not manipulated to change her position on what she wanted. We both agreed with her and accepted it.
The thing is, though, is like there's two things here, right? So you don't understand that even though you didn't change your opinion or decision here, that doesn't mean that you didn't influence her beforehand or after, right? So just this one little thing where you can say, "Oh, well, she decided on her own." That doesn't exonerate you from the influence you applied before and after.
I thought that I wouldn't be a Nano model-only VTuber anymore because of
Yeah,
her
I
not
saw that
having
about
a
Red
lot
Dobby
of time
this
for my
morning.
projects to keep up with my model cadence. I thought I'd have to find another model artist, which is why I reminisced about my first model with her. I told her it felt special to only have her model art
Right.
for my outfits, and to let me know if she wouldn't have time for me to only use her artwork for my models, not to be the one, single VTuber with her model art.
Which you can see, I understand what it means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. So again, we've seen the screenshot. Hey guys, again, I am skipping the parts we've already read. So for the
No
sake of time, right?
acknowledgement of my reasoning and need of working with other clients due to the nature of my work. Solely focused on their issues. Here's what was
That's
said to
true.
Nano
They
in both
definitely
mine
had
and
main
Red's
character
DMs
syndrome.
with her during this situation. All of these messages are from the same conversation and appear in the screenshots from Nano's document below, however they're separated among 3 topics the document covers. Red and I understood Nano's position and agreed with her. We didn't force her into anything, or force her into thinking a certain way to her own detriment.
We didn't force her into thinking that way. We just heavily implied and influenced her. This is such a bad statement as well. You definitely had main character syndrome. We talked about that a lot because it was always how the time how Nano being busy affected their projects, right? So I'm not gonna say that this statement is all true, but 100% you didn't force her, but you do need to acknowledge that. Stop dancing around it. You influenced her. At least just like acknowledge that, right? It's okay, Nano, you're just making a living and name for yourself. Some people would view this as like maybe like guilt tripping. I don't know if I would go that far, but you know, there it is. So I'd like to note again, this screenshot is one of the indications to indicate that Red speaks on Cinder's behalf, what she does pretty much all the time.
Yes, Red spoke for me all the time to lots of different people because that's been his job as my manager, and I trusted him. But Red also spoke for himself, and for the brand. No, we didn't always agree on our feelings or wants. There's been many times he's had to walk things back because I disagreed, or we've had to compromise on decisions. To assume that in every single instance for forever that we were 100% in agreement on things is crazy. There were a total of 2 times Nano had ever messaged me about her conversations with Red. This situation from 2023, and when she cancelled the exclusivity deal in 2025.
And sadly, you know, the thing is like Red spoke for me a lot of different times, but at the same time, like she already acknowledged this. She was negligent in allowing him to do whatever he wanted, so...
Like I pointed out when talking about It's Just Business in Nano's section, Nano's document presents my conversation with Nano from this situation before any of the context of Red's conversation with her that happened a day earlier, deceptively masking the context of my use of the phrase. Unless you were paying attention to the dates of the messages in Nano's document, you'd never know the timeline of events.
So here is the one where she's like, you know, I talked to Red and I just wanted to check in with you, etc. It's just business. Again, I think she's really like hung up on the "it's just business" phrase, but like at the same time, like, yes, we understand the context of it, right? But obviously, in the way that people are going to perceive it, it's going to be negative, right? So you can't control that narrative that people might run with, right? You can sit here and try to disprove it and share your opinion, and I think that's great, but people are going to run with that narrative regardless, right? You can do your best to correct it, but it's already a meme at this point. I think you just have to accept it. If it was me writing this document about like, yeah, you guys always joke about it's just business, but this is what I actually meant. You know, I know I can't control that, but I figured I would clear it up. That's kind of all you can do about it, right?
In the full context of the conversation from the screenshots below, Red never said anything about Nano being exclusive to us, or ever told her to only work on Cinder-related things. He never said every design was a Cinder clone, because his reasoning wasn't about other models being Cinder clones. The messages in this screenshot happened in November of 2023, over a year before the exclusivity deal, but Nano's document doesn't point that out. Here is everything Red said that Nano took as him asking
having
her
this
to
extra
not work
context
with
doesn't
anyone
change
but
anything,
me.
though.
He was confused in his message because he never asked her to do this.
Yeah, it's
or
not
was
Cinder
somehow
clones, it's just
making her
still
do
less
this.
special, right? It nonetheless, this doesn't change anything, right, chat? It doesn't change anything. Screenshots we've already seen.
Red's full thought process behind
Yeah, this is
Nano's
day
work
4,
being
Little
less
Raptor.
special and no longer unique was explained in her section, but he didn't explain his point of view to her. This was not a black and white issue, and Red and I could understand both sides of it, ultimately sympathizing and agreeing with Nano's perspective.
I mean, at least they acknowledge that they messed up on that, right? So, guess we misunderstand on both sides. It's more about this, of course, referencing them not to discredit your work ever, because simply just business normalizing their behavior. Once again, my student, it's simply business to sabotage other VTuber careers and not work with them and focus on Cinder instead. I think this is probably a part of the reason why this kind of blew up so big.
Both mine and Red's use of "it's just business," or similar phrases, were dishonestly misinterpreted and twisted to fit the idea that it was to somehow justify sabotaging others. Like I explained before, the phrase was used to accept Nano's decision in 2023, regardless of our feelings on that decision. If you were to actually read the screenshots that were presented in Nano's document right below this, you'd understand that in no way is Red using the phrase "business is business" to try and sabotage anyone.
It's not about that phrase being the specific of trying to sabotage anybody. It's the fact that you influence, and ultimately that does sabotage people, right? So, and this is why this was applied to overall the things that they were doing. And again, I just think people are not, they're not acknowledging that, right? They're not acknowledging that. It's like, yes, just because that particular phrase was not about that, it still applies that you did influence and ultimately to sabotage people, right? So, yeah, it's just an emblem of their attitude and their actions, exactly. Which is why people ran with it so much. All right, Chad, I'm going to keep reading just a little bit more.
If you only look at my messages without the context of Red's conversation with Nano happening the day before, then it looks like I'm saying it's just business about Nano canceling models. That is not what I meant. I spoke to Red about his conversation with Nano before hearing from her, and my use of "it's just business" was in reference to what he said. Presented out of order, out of context, and if you're someone other than Nano who hadn't experienced talking to Red and I back to back in this situation, you'd see my message to Nano and get the wrong idea.
Tamino, how are you?
Nano's document purposely showed my message first, without any context before it, to manipulate the narrative.
It doesn't manipulate the narrative. Basically, all it does is it just represents your behavior. Whether it was at the beginning or the end or wherever, it's still it still shows that you guys put business above all else, right? And you are willing to influence somebody, ultimately sabotage their potential or their opportunities, etc. Right? Um, and of course, here is that screenshot. If you're making a living, make a name for yourself, etc. Right? Business is business. Oh goodness gracious! What page are we on, chat? Good lord, this section is long. All right, so I'm gonna paint for you. I'm gonna paint for you my roadmap of this document because I think I've hit my limit for today, chat. My brain is fucking fried. I'm literally just like like we still got about 200 more pages to go in this particular part. So let me lay you out my roadmap, okay? Let me lay you out my roadmap tomorrow. We are reading about. We're getting through about, let's say, we're getting through quite a lot of pages every day because that was new me's plus the other one. We're getting through about 100, 200 pages every day. So I'm gonna say tomorrow we will finish that part, and then on Friday we will finish the rest of the document. That is my guess on what's gonna happen. That's my guess, chat. I think that's where we're gonna end up. So expect to continue to cover this not only tomorrow but also Friday as well, and then Sunday we'll probably do a big catch up on other VTuber news because there's still a lot going on, and I do want to get to all that stuff as well. So I'm sorry to break this into so many days, chat, but I want to give this document everything it deserves, right? Even that Cinder comes back today, we do need to talk about this. So YouTube, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate all of you. I will see you all tomorrow morning. And I will be streaming in the morning as well.